let's bring in Tabitha, pronoun she, her, from Texas. She says the Earth is flat. So, Tabitha, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
How you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. So, a perhaps provocative statement, Earth is flat. How do you want to talk about this?
I don't know. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. However y'all want to talk about it. I do strongly believe the Earth is flat. A lot of it pertains to also believing in the Bible as well, especially when it comes to talking about the firmament.
So, would you say that if one were to show that the Earth is spherical, that would disprove the Bible and you would become an atheist?
Probably, honestly, at this point, I mean, not everything's going so great in my life right now anyway. So, yeah, I would say so.
Sorry to hear that.
Because I would strongly believe, like, one thing or another. So, it's kind of hard to believe in one thing and keep it going straight. You kind of believe in multiple things. But yeah, if one could be disproven wholeheartedly, I probably would not believe in God anymore.
Well, I will note that if you come over to our side, it's not that bad of a place. We got milk and cookies. We can actually be pretty happy even as atheists. But nonetheless, let's talk about the science claim. So, would you agree that the vast majority of scientists would say the Earth is round?
Yeah, I believe that most of them would say that. Yeah.
Okay. So, what insight do you have that somehow has been missed by the vast majority of the people who explore the world for their livelihood?
I think that what I refer to the most is probably like when looking at flat maps versus the rounded globe maps, and looking into like flight patterns and things of that nature when it comes to things like that. The flight patterns don't make sense on a globe when you look at it from a globe map, but then when you look at it from a flat map, it makes perfect sense on how everything
Well, let's
is
talk
moving
about the
about.
flat map versus globe map when it comes to aircraft. So, can you give an example of what you mean?
So, like when you're looking at, flight patterns on a flat map, they make sense. Like if the lines make sense of why we have to go this way or that way to go to certain countries or certain cities. Like for instance, like flying from California to Texas or going overseas to Japan. Like, it just makes more sense on a flat map.
You say it makes sense, but let me test something. When you are talking about a flat map, what map are you referring to? Because flat earthers don't necessarily agree on what the map of the world is. So what kind of map are you referring to as the flat earth map?
The ones that they use for flight pattern recognitions, that's the one I've seen online that makes sense to me the most.
Who is they?
What do you mean they?
You said that the map that they use for flight pattern recognition, but by they, do you mean like the pilots and the flight controllers? Because they don't use a flat map.
Well, the flat map that they talk about, like when they're learning flight patterns, they say that there's a flat map for it. That's the only one I've seen online. I've only seen one flat map online, and then I've also seen the older maps. Maybe those older maps when it shows like the continents all together in one piece land map. That's
not a flat. That's not a map showing the Earth is flat. That was a map showing what the Earth looked like tens or hundreds of millions of years ago.
Yeah. But I don't know. I think the Earth is flat. I do. It just makes the most sense to me because I mean.
Out of curiosity, Tabitha, how much have you traveled?
I've only traveled within the United States.
Okay. Because I was going to bring up an observation that I have done, and I wanted to see if you might have seen something similar. So, I grew up in the northern Midwest states. I currently live in Massachusetts, but I've also visited as far south as Puerto Rico. And the thing I noticed was when I looked at the moon and the phases of the moon and how things look different just going as far as Puerto Rico. So on nights tonight, Tabitha, if you're watching the phases of the moon, what do you see?
Mm-hmm.
Like, what do you personally see?
I mean, I personally see the moon like pretty good, I would assume. Because I did live in New Hampshire for a couple of years. So I have seen the moon from there, and it looks further away almost in a sense, whereas in Texas, because I live in Texas, it looks bigger. So I personally have noticed that the moon looks bigger here in Texas versus up north.
I hear everything's bigger in Texas, but that's another story. But specific to the phases of the moon, you probably, if you watch from night to night, you would watch like the bright side of the moon move from like right side to left side, darkness from right to left. That's generally the sorts of phases you see here in the good old US of A, or at least in the contiguous states of the US of A. I remember, though, when I was astonished going to Puerto Rico, which is further south, and noticing that the moon was going through its phases almost on its side.
Okay.
And if I were to go further south to Australia, then I would actually see it going left to right in the opposite direction. How does that work on a flat map?
Well, honestly, that makes more sense. With the world being around, that would make more sense. But I also think that everything kind of looks different from different parts of the world, regardless of what shape we are.
But some observations are not possible. Let me have another go at this as well. Again, you're in Texas. There are okay. How familiar are you with the various stars in the night sky?
I know about like the Big Dipper, Little Dipper, and the North Star.
Perfect. Excellent. North Star, Polaris. Yes, it's a good star. Not particularly bright, but it does its job. It tells me where generally north is. Mm-hmm. And since you've been both in New Hampshire and in Texas, maybe you've noticed, you may not have measured it, but maybe you've noticed that actually how high up Polaris is above the ground is different in Texas versus New Hampshire.
Mm-hmm.
And further, if you actually were to go south, and I mean south of the equator, you wouldn't be able to see Polaris at all.
Interesting. I've never been that far south, so I wouldn't know.
I'm giving everyone reasons to travel and explore the world. Of course, that's maybe a little bit expensive, but well, like I said, you can travel to Puerto Rico relatively cheaply. I'm trying to think what would be a cheap, and I'm putting cheap in square quotes because what's cheap for one person is their life savings in another. So I need to be careful. But even going north south in the U.S., if you just drive in your car, you're going to notice a pretty significant shift in the angle of the sky of Polaris. And in fact, it follows your latitude pretty much exactly. So if you were to go to the North Pole, not saying that you should hop in your car and go to the North Pole, there's some water you have to drive over to do that. But if you were to do that, Polaris would be directly overhead.
Okay.
And that doesn't happen here in the US at all. If you're further north in Canada, it's higher up in the sky, closer to the high point of the sky. And the closer you get to the equator, the lower and lower it's in the sky. If you're at the equator itself, it's pretty much at ground level. It's never like really above the horizon. And if you go south of the equator, it's not visible at all. And this is extremely expected on the round Earth model. In fact, there's a nice direct correspondence between your line of latitude and the elevation angle of Polaris in the sky. And conversely, if you're too far south, you can't see it at all. Why on a flat Earth would you not suddenly be able to see certain stars?
That gives me a good reason to think about that, for sure.
And I want to at least start with observations that you can do. I don't want you having to go and depend on anybody else. I don't want you to, I could, say like, how about the bazillions of photos of Earth from NASA, but just here are the observations you, Tabitha, could do this weekend.
Okay. What would I need to
What do you
look
think
for
about that
in my little sky?
So, all right. Well, like I say, the things you could do is if you're willing to take this much of a road trip, notice how the stars in the sky shift going north to south. That Polaris is higher up in the sky as you go further north and lower in the sky as you go further south. And if you were to go south enough, you wouldn't even be able to see Polaris at all because, as at least the round earther would say, the Earth itself is in the way. You've now curved away so much that you would have to look through the Earth to see Polaris. So that's one thing you could do. Literally drive enough to see that difference in angle, but to drive enough to measure that difference in angle, you're going to have to drive or fly quite a bit because I think each line of latitude, like every degree of latitude is like 30-something miles. I can't remember the number off the top of my head, but you're going to be in a car for hours to have probably an appreciable difference in measurement, but it's something you could do. You don't have to depend on anybody else to do this observation.
Okay. So
here's also another fun thing you could do.
Here's my little question for you. My little question would be, so you know how supposedly, like I guess so not everyone can see the North Star. And then that would mean like not everyone can see like Little Dipper, Big Dipper either, right?
Right. And here in the Northern Hemisphere, here in the US, there are constellations we can't see, but folks down in Chile can see quite easily.
Interesting. I'll have to look into that.
It's also true, Tabitha, that we've got a lot of technology that only works on a globe Earth. One example that I don't talk about enough is the Coriolis flow meter. So I'm an electrical engineer by trade, and my industry uses a lot of Coriolis flow meters, and they only work because the Earth is spinning and it creates an inertial force. So when the water flows down, there's enough inertial force to force it to actually begin to rotate as it flows down some sort of a tube. And it's really predictable. We can measure the amplitude, we can measure the rate of spin, we can measure all kinds of stuff, the density of the fluid. And all of this only works because of the Coriolis effect. If the Earth wasn't spinning, none of our Coriolis flow meters would do a dang thing. But when you pumped your lotion or squirted your shampoo out into the bottle, all those things were filled with the machine using a Coriolis meter. Every bottle you have in your house has been filled with a Coriolis meter. All of this brought to you by a spinning globe Earth.
That kind of makes everything kind of sad, though, doesn't it? Because if you believe the Earth is round, and then that brings in the God complex of like not believing God is real, then it's kind of turns into one of those things where is life really magical, or is it really just kind of sad to like not have something to look forward to? Like I feel like a lot of people that have issues with being atheist, it comes back to I want to believe that I'll see, my family again when I die and go to heaven and this and that. So sometimes I feel like that's probably most people have issues with it because of the life. If it's just this and it's just now and this is it kind of sucks.
Well, yeah. I mean, that's why some people end up in nihilism. But
yeah,
I mean, when it comes to
death, it just makes life kind of sad. I mean, I think that's why a lot of people want to hold on to that.
Yeah, let's just say this much: the reviews on Amazon for Death is 0 out of 5 stars. Clearly, it's not popular, but it also seems to be, part of the reality we're kind of stuck with. I should also note this. I mean, yes, I'm an atheist. Yes, I'm trying to promote people coming to my side of things, but the Earth being round does not prove God does not exist. So I want to make sure that we're not making that kind of leap. So if you think there are other good reasons that God exists, that's something else we would have to discuss. I would not want to make the non sequitur, if the Earth is round, therefore God does not exist. That's that's a leap that I would not be willing to make, and I want people to leap to my side of theology.
Well, I mean, I think most people would think that because if they believe in like Christianity and they're reading the Bible and they stick with the Bible, you know, it talks about the firmament and it talks about the earth is flat. Like it literally, I mean, that's
Job 38:14.
So, so I mean, without that, it kind of just, I mean, that's how you're going to get a lot of people on your side is by, you know, making that assumption that maybe the Bible is not right. Okay, so maybe God does exist, but at the same time, it would just take a lot of beautiful things away from life in general to make that assumption or to believe that this is it.
Well, I would argue the beautiful things in life are the things that are real. And even though my time in this universe is finite, and I don't have reason to believe that 50 years from now, this husk of meat is going to do the things it does now, I still find value getting up every day, you know, seeing my wife, talking to my family, my friends, my cat, doing the things I find valuable and trying to bring value into the world. I find, you know, this to be beautiful and wonderful. It's autumn time here in New England. I'm now watching the trees, you know, change colors, and that's beautiful whether or God exists.
That is beautiful whether God exists or not. I just think that for a lot of people that do believe in God, it goes a little bit further than, you know, just, I mean, we still find beauty in the things that we can see and the things that are real, the things that we can touch. But I think where you start losing people is that, like, one day you're just not going to wake up anymore. You're not going to see anybody anymore. You're just going to cease to exist. And I rather choose to believe that one day I'm going to see my daughter again. One day I'm going to see, you know, family I haven't seen in a long time. And I think that's where people, you know, they choose to believe that God is real because of the small things. Because, you know, a lot of people have gone through harsh things, you know, growing up, and, you know, you hope that things get better, but they don't sometimes. And sometimes you're just stuck in an endless loop of one thing after another. And I mean, I would say a lot of time, probably in my childhood and most of my like early 20s, that believing in God is the only reason why I'm still alive. Because
Christianity would have taken, could be.
I probably would have taken my life if I didn't believe God was real.
Well, we certainly don't want that. But, you know, Christianity could be not true and there could still be a God. You know that, right?
Yeah, I understand that. Totally understand that. But, I mean, sometimes I think that people tend to cling to that because that might be the only thing that is keeping them alive at the moment.
Oh, I think some people do, but
this means actually the power is with you, again, whether God exists or not, because you're saying your belief, your actions, your thoughts is what's giving you that sense of value and that sense of purpose.
Correct.
So that means you're the one who's actually structuring that life.
My own personal battle. Yeah. I totally agree.
It's not even a matter of battle, but you have to realize that even whether God exists or not, you are still the one saying, this is what gets me out of bed. This is what becomes meaningful to me. This means, you know, it's still worth pushing forward. And that means that power is with you no matter what. So Tabitha, you're stronger than you think, and you don't need the supernatural to give you that strength.
Oh, I think that I do, though, sometimes.
There's hard days, absolutely.
Sometimes. Yeah. It's been hard lately to say that.
Yeah. I actually lost my aunt just last weekend, and man, oh man, do I miss her, because, you know, she was like 90% heart and the other 10% was laughter. That she was so wonderful and a great part of my life. And now she's gone. And the only thing left are the memories and the legacy that she left. Unfortunately, she lived a good long life. And I feel that's what I can take solace in and realizing I'm glad she was a part of my life. And even though she'll never be a part of living again, she's still a part of my life. And that will be true until things don't matter for me.
Right. I love it. That is the most beautiful thing about getting to know your family and being close to people in general, regardless of if you're related to them or not. I mean, that is the most beautiful thing about being a person and getting to know other people. I have definitely lost my share of people as well. So, yeah.
What I can tell you, Tabitha, is I know at the beginning stages of the deconstruction, when your brain starts to tell you that the math isn't mathing anymore, and the idea that you're going to live forever and see your loved ones again starts to gradually fade away, because it's not no one flips a switch. It's a gradual process. What I can tell you is that it's hard. Like what you're feeling right now is what I felt. It's what a lot of people felt when they went through it. It's normal. It's perfectly normal. We all went through it. But I can also tell you that it gets better, and that you go through the stages of grief, just like if you lost a loved one, or somebody left you on the curb, you got your heart broken. You go through the stages of grief, and you deal with it. Humans are really resilient. We're really fucking resilient. And I know that
I'm a little too resilient. I'm a little too resilient, honestly, at this point in my life.
I mean, based on what you've said so far, it looks like you're an honest person, which means you're taking in the data and you're going to come to the conclusion that matches the data eventually, right? And so,
more than likely, I mean, honestly, just because I do feel like in our world and our society and everything, that the math hasn't been mathing for a while, and as I've gotten older, things have really just changed for me a lot.
Remember, did you ever have a teenage sweetheart, like your first flame?
No, no, I did not, because I was scared of of falling for anyone, because I got to watch my sister have a baby when I was 14.
Oh yeah.
So
I know that feeling.
I stayed away from anybody and everybody. I waited till way after high school to start doing anything with anybody. So
I always felt that leaving the God concept was a lot like losing your first love. When it first happens, you're like, oh my God, I'll never find somebody else. Like, you're so heartbroken. You're just like, I'll never be happy again, right? But the reality is you'll be fine. We always, you found somebody new eventually, or you moved on. And the God thing does the same thing. It's the same trajectory. But the beginning stages of it, you are sad, and sometimes you're angry. I remember I went through a period there where I was just pissed. I was just mad, because I was like, I would have done everything so much differently if I had known, right? And so, like, but these are healthy stages. Like, you have to you have to express them. You have to have these emotions. But I would also recommend talking to a professional. There are actually counseling professionals and people that do therapy specifically in this space. And I can personally tell you, a good friend of mine in this space, Dr. Joanne Ketch, if you Google her, you'll find her. She specifically works with people recovering in deconstruction and also recovering some substance abuse. That's kind of her two specialties. Good friend of mine.
Okay.
But I highly recommend talking to a professional, because they'll help you to give the tools that you may not have, or they'll give you the space you need to express all of those emotions so that they don't like come out at work. You know what I mean?
I've had way too much stuff come out at work already. I mean, I've been working the same job for over 10 years. So, I mean, they've seen every side of me. I literally had a seizure at work. And so my coworkers like freaked out while we were at lunch. So yeah, they've seen me at my worst.
Yeah, we get it.
Yeah.
But yeah. I mean, it's a difficult journey. Yeah.
It is, and I think that's why a lot of people just choose not to do the journey, because they just don't want, like, I mean, it just makes everything hard in general.
They don't.
Like, I just
They
feel
don't
like
care enough about the truth.
It's right.
Mhm.
They don't care enough about the truth because you know what? Sometimes the lie is easier to accept than the truth, and
Right.
sometimes it
Yep.
makes it easier for you to get through the day. And I
Right.
think that that's probably why a lot of people don't want to sit down and don't want to talk about it. They don't want to hear about it. They don't want to accept it. They just want to blatantly just come to the conclusion that you're wrong, I'm right, what I say goes, this is my life, you have no control over me.
Right.
You know? So, yeah. Well, have to give a shout out to my friend who told me to call into you guys, Gage. He lives in Illinois. He's the one who watches y'all on a regular. And he's the one who said, hey, you're my skeptic friend. You should call in and tell them that you believe the earth is flat, because he gives me crap about it too all the time.
Yeah. Well, we're glad that you called.
Yeah.
So, yeah, shout out to him, and I hope y'all have a wonderful night.
Thank you,
You
Tabitha.
do the same. Brandon, welcome in. We're here now. Brandon,
Yes, sir.
Are you a believer or a heathen?
I believe I'm a believer. I am struggling with this all.
Fair enough. What type of God do you believe in? Do you believe in like the Christian God?
I am coming from that background, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to ask two questions. Let me start out with the easy question. The easy question is, what about Christianity are you questioning?
The validity of what I've been told
Fair enough.
in comparison what other people are describing that same information. So I'm getting different stories from different sources, and it's just not making sense at this point.
Yeah, I get that. And probably, have you read some of the Bible for yourself?
Yeah, I did take the time to go through the Bible entirely. And it's been interesting because trying to accept it has been its own process that I'm not sure how to describe it, from hearing it originally to becoming accepting it when I don't think it makes any sense, but I'm just trying to say, well, maybe I don't understand, so maybe that's how it is, and maybe that's what's good, even though it doesn't seem like it to me.
Right. And I'm sure you've probably taken some of the more difficult passages probably to your pastor and be like, hey, what's going on here? Like, why is God allowing slavery? How come God seems to hate women? Like,
Right.
did you
Right.
receive any acceptable answers, or are they mostly kind of trash answers?
Mostly just trash answers where I lead to basically more questions, and that's actually where I'm at this point, where I don't know who to ask at this point, because I go to churches and try to find out, and not really finding any progress here in this.
Sure. So I'll tell you from my experience is that there are no good answers, whether you're asking a pastor or a Bible professor. They have the same answers today that they had 2,000 years ago. If you read the writings of the earliest church fathers, the arguments for Christianity are roughly the same. They haven't advanced at all. In fact, they've probably gotten even weaker now that we have science. So if you're looking for answers and you're getting frustrated, just know that you're kind of asking for an impossible feat. There actually aren't good answers, which is why you can't seem to find them. But let me ask you a more difficult question now.
Sure.
Which is, what's keeping you in it still?
There's definitely this internal, whatever it might be called, that I don't know how to describe it exactly, but I think it boils down to, what if I'm wrong? What if it's, basically when I started in this faith, I definitely came from beforehand being an atheist, thinking more or less that this was made up stories and it has its place or something, but it's more or less, yeah, just stories. because it definitely seems to be wisdom to be found in a lot of this information. And when I basically said, maybe I'm wrong about all that, and maybe this is the real, actual, true word from God, and the way that God is, even though it doesn't make sense to me, he did it this way. It's really written in this book. And the reason why I say I struggle with understanding is just because of my sinful nature, and I'm so backwards and wrong that when I read this and it seems backwards and wrong, that's just because of my damage, and I need to figure out how to fix that with the Holy Spirit, and just the thing that I keep leaning on is I want to know what's true. And so it's just strange that what's true, if you really study this scripture, is that it contradicts itself. And
Yeah,
yeah,
a lot of times.
it's just very strange, because I would think people that dedicate decades of their life would be aware of this and would talk about it openly and discuss why and all that. And but yeah, you asked me, why am I holding on to it? I think it boils down to like fear, like what if I'm wrong, that kind of thing.
Yeah. So let me. I think that for a lot of people, the fear is what keeps them in it. I personally have some friends and family that are either in that same boat or were in the same boat. So let me deal a little bit with the fear, because it sounds like the fear that you have is afraid that you're going to go to hell. And so
Yeah.
we can address that a little bit, right? So like if we do believe that if God is good, he's all knowing, he's all loving, he's all powerful, different things like that, then maybe one thing we should ask ourselves is the Christian concept of hell, does it match with this idea of God being those characteristics? And I don't think it does. And I'll give you a reason why that is, right? So basically, in Christianity, we kind of have this idea that all human beings, no matter how little or how small, are going to sin. And even if you say that, well, there is like an age of accountability, you could say that for now it's 13. I don't know what they would have viewed it as during the biblical time period. Let's just say for argumentation's sake it's 13, right? So let's imagine I turn 13 and then I immediately tell a fib to my parents. I've now lied, I've sinned, I broke one of the 10 commandments, right? Now, according to Christianity, if that same day somebody presents the gospel to me and I'm like, man, that sounds silly, and then I die, well, I just went to hell.
Yeah.
Right? So
exactly, according to the scripture, yes.
right,
I believe so.
Exactly. So according to the book, God will send a 13-year-old child to hell who only sinned once as the same person who executed 6 million people in the gas chamber in World War II. They get the same punishment. We can't call that justice, can we?
I cannot.
But the Bible does say that God is just in all of his ways. So now we've got another, as you said earlier, another contradiction. Like, how in the world? So if you do, like, if you can see the problems with the Bible and you're like, well, this doesn't seem to be adding up, but I still believe in a God, don't you think it's probable that if a God exists, it's more likely to be a God not described in this book? Because how could somebody powerful enough and knowing enough create all of this, if that's what you believe happened, but then somehow shit to bed when it came to the afterlife?
And with that, I think you're asking something that could expose, let's say, cognitive dissonance, where, let's say, if I try really hard to say, well, even though I think that does not work, if you want to describe that as loving, that's not loving in my eyes at all, not possible. When I say, but is it possible that God is actually like that? And I disagree with God because I'm messed up. That if I could see the big picture like God may, then I would see it as possibly the justice that it's referred to as. Even though, like, yeah, as I try to say that and describe it, I feel how it feels ridiculous to say maybe that is loving for that, like you said, age of account. A single sin is equal to basically endless sins, if not saved. Yeah, it doesn't work at all. And yet when I try to say, well, then God must not be like that, there's some kind of, what if he is kind of thing going on.
Sure. And
That's
so
really, yeah.
we can do a little more probing as well, because like this idea of hell that we get in the New Testament, you might think that, okay, well, that's just how the Bible God is. But that's actually not how the Bible God is. In fact, if you read the Old Testament, he doesn't threaten anybody with hell whatsoever. And
Right.
if you read the Jewish literature, they didn't like their concept of hell that gets fleshed out during the intertestamental period, like the Second Temple period. That hell is only temporary. It's a 12-month period max. So even like the most wicked person could go there and theoretically be out in like 12 months. This idea that God, like once you die, now you're just stuck forever, that's not even part
Right.
of Judaism. So the New Testament concept of hell is literally a departure from the Old Testament and from proper Judaism.
Which is very, very confusing, because when I try to understand this, and like say going into a church for the first time, when I'm like, maybe God's real and I want to give him a chance, that this information isn't say straightened out or very clear when I ask this. So I would think this maybe points to more of like the issue of the situation.
Yeah. And so let me put another thing, another like feather in your cap now that you're reading the Bible for yourself.
Yeah.
And I think for me, this was the thing that pushed me over when I was a deconstructing Christian. This is the thing that pushed me over the edge, where I was like, oh, Christianity is just a little bullshit.
Yeah,
I think
maybe.
like maybe the Abrahamic God exists, but it ain't Jesus. So you might be inclined to believe the hell teaching because it's in the New Testament, and you probably think the New Testament's important because that's the basis for Christianity. That's why you're a Christian, not a Jew. But if I told you
Right.
something, if I told you, listen, not only was Jesus a liar and a fraud, but he didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one. If that claim were true, what would that mean for Christianity?
That would be more or less all that you need to know about, let's say, the scripture, or I suppose the New Testament. Basically, I would think then I could disregard more or less it entirely.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. If Jesus didn't fulfill a damn prophecy, then we could pretty much care less about what he has to say. So his opinion on hell is now meaningless. Let's read a couple
Because,
prophecies
sure.
and see what we think about them. I'm going to go to Jeremiah 31, and I'm going to read like 15 through 17. And Jeremiah 31 is a pretty famous passage, but the reality is Jeremiah 31 is about the restoration of the Israelites after the Babylonian exile. So Jeremiah is writing basically as they're being carried off into exile. And he prophesied a couple chapters prior in chapter 25 that they would be gone for 70 years and then they would come back. This prophecy seems to be written about 605, 606 BCE. And this is what Jeremiah says. Jeremiah says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus says the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy, and there is hope for your future, says the Lord. Your children shall come back to their own country." Now that seems pretty clear. Like you can read the entire chapter if you want a little more context, but there's nothing in what we just read that's unclear, right?
Yeah, I would think not.
Right. Now, it seems to be a prophecy for the Israelites being carried off into captivity and a promise that they're going to come back and they're going to be restored to their land. But if you read the book of Matthew, Matthew says when Herod executed all the infants in and around Bethlehem because he was afraid of Jesus, this is what Matthew
Right.
says. Matthew says, "Then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more." But Matthew can't be serious thinking that the death of the babies in Bethlehem is a fulfillment of Jeremiah 31, because we just read Jeremiah 31. It has nothing to do with a bunch of babies dying in Bethlehem. It's not even remotely close.
And this is what's very confusing is so the certainty that people will tell me otherwise, that certainty being built maybe off of what they've been told, that that is it just, would you think this is an IQ thing where somebody can read it just as you did and not be able to pick up the contradiction or the issue, as you put it?
Well, to me, I think it's an honesty thing. So if you ask the average Christian, it's not that they're being dishonest. Typically, they don't know any better. Like, they've read the New Testament and they've read the fulfilled prophecy, and they never went back to the Old Testament to see what's actually being said. They're just like, oh, well, Matthew said he fulfilled the prophecy, so he did, right? So for a lot of Christians, it's just a lack of study. But there are pastors and professors and whatnot that do know about this problem. They know that Jesus didn't actually fulfill any prophecies. So they have to invent like new types of prophecies. They'll say, well, like it was a typological prophecy. Jesus did something that was similar to something that happened prior. So it's a foreshadowing. But listen, that's all bullshit. The
second fulfillment sometimes, right?
A dual fulfillment. Okay. Except the second one's completely divorced from the context. But if
very
like
bizarre.
But that's the same justification that Mormons give for Joseph Smith. So Joseph Smith fulfilled a bunch of prophecies, but only if you believe in like third fulfillments, second fulfillments, and typologies. And Christians don't accept it for Joseph Smith, so why are they accepting it with Jesus?
That's such a good question. And I would think that if we're being honest, as in what we care about is truth, that if this doesn't look good, or if this is a point where it makes it makes the word of God to be maybe not the word of God, that we would be bringing this up to the forefront and say, hey, look at this. This makes it seem like it's less likely, but look at this, makes it more likely. You know, instead of hiding it or trying to pretend they didn't know, or I don't know because that's very confusing when I try to find out, and that's the response is they don't seem to know about this, but explain it in another way that kind of makes it work if you're thinking of God in a certain way.
Right. Yeah. So I don't think most Christians that are really studying the Bible, I don't think most of them are doing it honestly. And I think a lot of them are engaging in apologetics rather than actual scholarship. So a Bible scholar reads the Bible and says, okay, what's happening here? Like, who's speaking? Who are they speaking to? What's the intention of the message? But apologetics is different. Apologetics says, okay, I don't care what this passage says. I need to bend the words so that it doesn't mess up my currently held beliefs. And so
that's the part that gets me the most is let's say if it doesn't, so suppose, you know, how you thought God was, and then you come across information that suggests something else, that you wouldn't kind of be glad to bring it out, because, you know, you're not looking to find out if you're right about what you suppose, but just what's actually true.
Right.
I don't understand how that could be the case. Like, say, when I've listened to sometimes people that won't give a clean and clear yes or no, but they want to explain why the yes or no is a yes or no, that we wouldn't discuss, like, why that hurts the case for the scriptures or whatever it might be in our opinion, you know?
Yeah. So, I mean, there's a lot of problems. I don't know, but Brandon, I think the questions that you're having are normal ones, and you have to kind of marinate with them for a while. Like I was finding a lot of these issues when I was reading the Bible when I was a younger Christian, and I was really slow to react. It took me a long time to come to the conclusion that the Bible is just not true. But there's nothing wrong with taking your time and diving deep into each topic and verifying for yourself. And I think you know, the more you study and the less convinced you are that this thing is true, the less you're going to worry about hell. Because you only worry about hell because there's a small, tiny fraction of a part of you that thinks it could be real. But once you've studied enough and you've eliminated the idea that this thing is real, you're not going to worry about hell at all. I don't worry about hell one day.
But yeah, it definitely is only hanging around in my mind because people have told me about it, and because of the, say, honest search for God that I've been in sermons where it's kind of this stuff works really deeply, where, you know, at a point I was really grateful for being able to, like, say, I'm gonna stop doubting and really put some faith into this God. And then there's a time where I'm thinking, wow, I can't believe that I almost missed out on this, because otherwise I would have been just on my way to hell and just having no clue. And then it's kind of like, after kind of studying this stuff, like what I'm trying to put my faith into, then I kind of come into all this questioning. And
Mhm.
so now it just it's almost like I'm working my way out of all that, like, instead of, sorry, what I'm calling gratitude at one point, and now I'm like, wow, I really kind of put that deep into my mind in a way that's like, I'm not sure what to do about that. But I guess that's what we're doing here, is just talking it out and using all the tools we have to make sense of, like, what's real and what's true. And um, I'm wondering, is there is it helpful at all? Because I did have kind of a stance that it might be not worth much, or maybe not worth anything, but from the stance of maybe God isn't only imaginary.
I don't know what you mean.
Right. So, like, the reason I wanted to come through and talk with you was the concept that God has maybe more of an impact than, say, in somebody's imagination, as in, say, it being the principal reason why people do certain behaviors, and therefore not only in the imagination but also in the real world, why people do what they do sometimes.
Well, I think the belief in God affects people's behaviors, but I
Yeah.
could easily believe in the tooth fairy, and that would affect my behavior. But I don't think that would make the tooth fairy real, right?
Not necessarily real. Definitely want to say no, not real. And I guess that's why maybe the idea that it's not just in your imagination might not hold any weight. But that is the stance, because uh, I feel like there's something great about this idea that there might be something greater or more, say, from maybe the stance of things are chemistry, if you really want to look at the fundamentals, that uh, even calling some of this chemistry, like a portion, like certain behaviors and maybe like mystery, calling that God might have something to it, like some kind of use or something, utility.
Well, I do believe that sometimes things that don't exist have utility. For
Oh, okay.
example, you know, we studied the placebo effect for many years, and we know
Right, right.
for sure, like if you tell an athlete or a group of athletes that they're going to be getting PEDs, they'll perform better whether they got those PEDs or not. So the
So
placebo
weird.
effect is pretty wild. That being said, I think the question we have is like, yes, there are placebo effects that are on the spiritual side of things. I think I would ask, are the perceived benefits of that placebo effect, do they outweigh the negatives? And I don't think they do.
Right, right. Yeah, I would agree, even though I haven't, like, I don't have a bunch of data to support this. My experience personally, where, like, say, the work I had to do to, say, like, shun my own thinking and work through the stuff that I was finding in scriptures, and then the issues where I couldn't get answers about those issues. The That process was not good at all for my mental health and whatnot. You know.
Yeah, I get that. Well, so Brandon,
Um,
are you on Discord?
no, no,
You
I'm
should.
not sure what that is. Sorry.
It's like an offline. It's a it's a platform for community and chat. We have a pretty big Discord. I think we're about to hit 4,000 here. people that are talking about these topics, having dialogue about these topics. A lot of people smarter than me in there as well. If you're interested in dialoguing with some people offline about these topics, I would definitely recommend joining the Discord. But I've got to move on to our next guest and get a debate started up.
All right, sounds great. I do appreciate what you do. Makes things make a lot more sense sometimes. Just trying to say thanks. I appreciate it.
Well, thanks for coming on, Brandon, and take your time working through these problems. You don't have to rush yourself through it. Just read it, think about it, marinate on it, and then try to come to logical conclusions.
I agree. As you put it, what do the words mean? Words mean words, right?
Right. Yep.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
Cheers. Have a good one.
Cheers.
W. Brandon, it's hard deconstructing. It's not fun. It's quite lonely. Jake, are you at least 18 and are you a Christian?
Yes, and kind of. I'm agnostic. I'm currently exploring.
Fair enough. Okay. And my claim tonight is that Jesus was a liar and a fraud. Do you disagree or agree with those claims?
I would disagree with those claims.
Okay. Would you like to
just on the information I currently have access to?
Fair enough. You want to see the proof for the liar or the fraud claim?
All right. Well, let's start with liar since that's the first one that I see on yours.
Sure. Yeah, so let's go to the verse we were just reading. I've already got it in my browser. It's going to be Matthew 16, 27, and 28. Jesus says to his disciples, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father, and then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Did that happen?
Sorry, you're cutting out a little bit. Would you mind repeating that really quickly?
Yeah. In Matthew 16, 27, 28 says, "The Son of Man is to come with his angels in the glory of his Father. Then he will repay everybody for what has been done. Truly I tell you, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom." Did that prediction come true?
Kind of. I would say yes to the immediate context, because of 6 days later, I believe it was Matthew. Is that Matthew 17? Mm-hmm. Jesus takes Peter, James, and John to the mountain and is transfigured.
Right. So
and they see his divine glory.
Which of his disciples died in the 6 days?
I don't know.
None of them did. So that can't be the fulfillment, because he says, there are some standing here who will not taste death before they see the Son of Man coming in his kingdom. So he didn't come from anywhere in the transfiguration, and nobody died.
Yep.
So that can't be it.
Well, so I think this is talking in dual language, or like dual prophecy, which was common during that area. So
how do you know when something is a dual prophecy or not?
That's a good question. It's mostly the criteria of the prophetic language itself. So like we can see this all written throughout the Old Testament. For example, people were constantly expectant of a Messiah. So there was the 300 years of quiet period, in which people were expectant of a Messiah. And that was due to a lot of the prophetic language that came before that.
Right, yeah. The prophetic languages said that the Messiah would be coming and he'd be a king and he'd defeat all of Israel's enemies and he'd reestablish the Levitical priests and all that stuff. But he didn't do any of that.
Well, so he was named King of the Jews. That was what was on his cross.
No, he was mocked because he wasn't the king. They were making fun of him. It's like if somebody put a Burger King crown on my head and called me King of Burger King, it's a joke. It doesn't make me the King of Burger King.
Right, but I'm pretty sure, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure it was, what's his name? Pontius Pilate who put the King of the Jews.
Well, I'm not
on
sure.
The cross.
I'm not sure it matters who put it on the cross. They were mocking him. They put a crown of thorns on his head.
Sorry, I'll let you finish.
They put a crown of thorn on his heads, and they were making fun of him.
Yeah, but Pontius Pilate wasn't. So Pontius Pilate was the one that respected him.
No.
Yeah, so Pontius Pilate was, in the immediate sense, was against the original sentencing because, well, so according to the Bible, he was originally against the immediate sentencing because he said, what crime has this man committed? So Pontius Pilate was against the crucifixion of Jesus and was for the crucifixion of Barabbas, it would seem, because he was advocating for Barabbas.
They were making fun of Jesus.
Yeah.
Says Pilate took Jesus and had him flogged, and the soldiers wove a crown of thorns and put it on his head, and they dressed him up in a purple robe, and they kept coming up and saying to him, "Hail, King of the Jews," and striking him in the face. They're mocking him.
So I 100% agree with you. The part I disagree with is the fact that the one who gave him that title was not mocking him.
He didn't give him the title. He was making fun of him. They were making fun of him the whole time.
So yes, you're correct. The Jews and the Romans that were there were completely making fun of him. But again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe Pontius Pilate was the one that put King of the Jews on the cross.
Yes, to make fun of him because he wasn't the actual king. Pontius Pilate, if he actually admitted that there was another king other than Herod, would have been filleted by the Romans. That's
true.
That's an insurrection.
Yeah, but so again, I actually don't think I don't think it would have been an insurrection to claim that you are a ruler of a small group. So usually the thing that would, so you're talking about Caesar, right?
I'm the king then. I rule the deconstruction community.
Yeah, you can totally make that claim.
Cool, shit, I'm the Messiah then.
So that would not go against...
I'll take your tithes and worship now.
Sorry, I'm confused about the leap. So what I'm saying is if you claim to be a king right now, that would not be an insurrection against whoever is currently ruling as an authority if it's over a small group. So claiming that you are a religious leader is different than claiming you are a... So claiming someone is a king of the Jews would be a religious figurehead.
Okay, so the head of the Sanhedrin was a king too? Caiaphas was what? So Caiaphas was a king as well?
I'm not familiar with who that is. I'm sorry. That might just be because I'm new to all this.
Caiaphas was the head of the Sanhedrin. So he was a king as well?
Okay. I don't know.
Well, you just said anyone who's
possibly.
Anyone who's leading a group of people is now a king. So John the Baptist was a king too.
You could argue that, but I would disagree with the claim that John the Baptist was a king because he himself did not claim any sort of he did not claim authority, so he bowed before Jesus.
So
he said Jesus is the authority.
Oh, so
when it comes to religious authority.
Okay, so just claiming that you're a king makes you a king?
No, people have to obey that authority, and people did. People believed Jesus was the Messiah.
When, for example,
so if you claim to be a king and people agree with that, sorry, go ahead.
That's not how kingship works. Okay, so when King David was on the run while his son Absalom was chasing him, who was king?
Saul.
No, try again. When King David was on the run, when King David was on the run from his son Absalom, who was the king?
I don't know. I'm sorry. This is where I kind of lack biblical knowledge.
David was. King David
so
was
I'm
king.
like months into this. Okay, got it.
Okay. So,
sorry, I'm not sure if you were... I thought you were referring to when he was running from Saul.
No. Okay,
and I believe it is Saul, right?
He did run from Saul. So there's a narrative in
in
the books of Samuel. It's in 2 Samuel, chapter 15 and 16. So what happens is his son Absalom tries to take over the throne, and he gets a number of people to defect and follow him and elect him as king. And then he has so many people that he drives his forces into town and then tries to take over the throne. And King David has to flee in safety, and now he's on the run while Absalom takes over the palace. Okay, so during this whole charade where Absalom took over the palace and David is on the run, who was king?
David.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, so being the king isn't something that happens just because someone claims they're the king or has followers, is it?
No, I would still say there's so you could argue that both of them are kings. Or not kings, but rulers. I guess rulers would be a more accurate.
Well, you could say ruler. Ruler, though, it now becomes a real gray area. Like if you're just saying
that's true.
If you're saying he's a ruler, that's meaningless to me. I care if he's an actual king because the prophecies about the Messiah says he's going to be a king. And he just wasn't a king, which gets me to the second point, which is that he's a fraud. He's a false Messiah. The Messiah was supposed to be a real, true king who sat on the throne of King David and wielded a scepter. No king, no Messiah.
Yeah, you're right. I don't have an immediate response to that. I'm sorry.
Right. So the fact that somebody mocked him. Solid case. Yeah, the fact that somebody mocked him.
Well,
to me,
again, I still disagree with that claim.
Right, but listen, just mocking somebody as being a king doesn't fulfill the requirement of being the Messiah. Because Simon Bar
disagree with the mocking claim. I agree with the other bit.
Simon Bar Kokhba was an actual ruler in Israel for a period of 3.5 years. Why isn't he the Messiah?
Because Jesus fulfilled a fair amount of dual prophecies.
Like what?
Let's see. So there was several in Isaiah. I believe there was some in Deuteronomy, and I believe the one.
Well, pick your favorite one, and we'll talk about it.
Go ahead. Okay. I have it saved.
I assume
Just give me 1 second to find it.
Isaiah 7 or Isaiah 9:6 or Isaiah 53, one of those prophecies.
I think Isaiah 7.
Yeah, Isaiah 7 is a common
one.
On yeah, 7:14. Yeah, let's read it.
Probably. Would you mind? Do you have it there while I'm searching for it?
Yeah, I got it. So Isaiah 7 starts out. It's while the king of Judah is under attack by two other kings, King Rezin and King Pekah, one from the Arameans and one from the northern Israelites. Because the northern Israelites made an alliance with the Arameans, and they want to replace the king of Judah with a king that's favorable to the alliance. So they're under attack, and King Ahaz from Judah is freaking out, shaking in his boots. And so God sends the prophet Isaiah to him out to the fuller's field. They meet, and the end of the first prophecy, Isaiah says, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. That's the end of the first prophecy. The second prophecy is the part about the supposed virgin birth. That starts in verse 10. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, saying, ask a sign of the Lord your God. Let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. So first things first, who is the prophecy being spoken to?
I believe it's speaking to. Are you saying who is it speaking to, or who is it talking about?
Who's being spoken to in verse 10? It says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz.
Yeah.
Right.
So Ahaz.
Yep. And the Lord said...
same thing. I've made a false distinction there.
That's okay. So the Lord said, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals, that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child, and shall bear a son, and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, excuse me. Before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose 2 kings you are in dread will be deserted. So the prophecy is to King Ahaz, and what he says was, there's a child already conceived, about to be born, and before that child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that you're afraid of, they're going to be wiped out. Did I miss anything?
No.
Okay. Was there anything in here about a virgin birth?
So, yeah, Alma. So the Hebrew word you're referring to young woman. So Alma is the Hebrew word for that, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But culturally, it implied virginity.
No. Alma just means young woman.
Yeah, but I'm saying, so culturally at the time, it implied virginity. So it was typically it was referring to a young woman, a young unmarried woman of childbearing age.
No, it's just a young, marriageable or already married woman. Her virginity is not even specified. If you want to talk about a virgin, you would call her a Bethula. That's the specific word for virgin. Young woman just means young woman. She could be a virgin. She could not be a virgin. Now, if she's unmarried, then it's expected that she's a virgin, obviously, because she's not married. If she is married, then she wouldn't be a virgin, obviously. And here it's clear that she's not a virgin because it says that she is chara, meaning she is with child. It's an adjective. She's pregnant.
Right. So that's why I'm saying there's the immediate fulfillment of the prophecy, and then there's the eternal fulfillment of the prophecy.
Right. So why would I believe that there's 2 fulfillments
it also
of this
says
prophecy?
that the Lord himself.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's what the Jews believed.
So, do you know why
the Jews at the time were expecting?
Do you know why they came up with this nonsense of multiple prophecy fulfillments?
Well, so that was pretty common though for prophetic language at the time.
No.
So like many of the prophecies came with an immediate fulfillment and an eternal fulfillment.
No, they didn't. This is something that people made up.
I don't really know how to respond to that. That was.
I know. This is something that people made up later as a cope. When the prophecies didn't literally come true, they had to make up different interpretive models rather than just admitting that they didn't come true. They would say, oh, well, it didn't completely come true. It only kind of came true. The rest of it, the fuller picture will come true later. And so they just changed the meaning of the prophecies rather than admitting that they wouldn't come true. And we can see this happening in the Dead Sea. The Dead Sea Scrolls, they go through Habakkuk and some of the other prophets in the Bible, and they just rewrite it. They're like, oh, this word actually means this now, and this word means this, and this people group is actually this people group. And they just rewrite everything for their own time period, even though Habakkuk wasn't writing about their time period, because Habakkuk said things that didn't come true. Isaiah said things that didn't come true. So there's going in saying, well, we can't admit that they didn't come true, so now we have to go in and develop new interpretive models rather than admitting defeat.
Well, except for so I agree in partiality. So I agree in the sense that, so there was later added features. So we know in John, for example, there was a couple of things that were later added, and there's some things in Hebrew that were altered, but most of the things that were altered in very minor ways. And the dual prophetic language was pretty common during that era. So there was the expectation that there was a immediate... What? Sorry, what'd you say?
I know, yeah. This idea that a prophecy could have multiple meanings or even many meanings was common. I reject it. I think it's silly. I think when Isaiah wrote his prophecies, I don't think he had in mind that it had many fulfillments. I think he had a primary context, a primary fulfillment, and then when it didn't come true, people started to cope.
Yeah, except the only thing I find difficult with Isaiah specifically is just the wording. So the wording implies more depth and weight. So the idea of the Lord himself.
Yeah.
The Lord himself.
Yeah, Yahweh is going to give you a sign.
Demands a certain level of... Right.
Why is that deep?
Sorry, could you repeat that?
Why is that a deep thing?
Why is what a deep thing? I missed what you said.
You said the Lord himself will give you a sign is somehow deep. I don't see why. The Lord himself is talking to the prophet, who's in turn talking to Ahaz, and he's telling Ahaz, ask for a sign. Why is Yahweh telling Ahaz to ask for a sign?
I don't know.
Because he wants him to stand firm in his faith during the time of war. The end of the last prophecy was, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand at all. And then the very next thing, God sends the prophet again and says, listen, ask for a sign. He's trying to shore up the faith of Ahaz.
Yeah, so also, sorry, if you wouldn't mind reminding me, is this the prophecy that talks about Emmanuel?
Mm-hmm.
Which, again, I'm so sorry about my lack of knowledge. Like, I'm so new to this, and I am really nervous because
it's okay.
You seem to be rather in depth about this stuff.
I've had a head start.
I thought, yeah, I'm hoping I can catch up at some point, but we shall see. We'll find out what I believe later. But so. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure Emmanuel means God with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which the child that what was Ahaz's wife's name?
Well, we don't actually know who the mother of the child is. There's some speculation. I think the mother of the child was the wife of Isaiah, the prophet. Some people think that it's one of the wives of Ahaz and is referring to the birth of Hezekiah. That is possible. It could be referring to the birth of Hezekiah. I think the most likely reading, though, is that it's referring to the birth of the child in chapter 8, or a child that is born just like the child in chapter 8. So in chapter 8, we have a really interesting turn of events. So the ending of the prophecy that we're interested in ends with how it's going to come out, right? It says, before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. Well, how is that going to happen? It says, the Lord will bring on you and on your people and your ancestral house as such days as have not come since the day that Ephraim departed from Judah, the king of Assyria. On that day, the Lord will whistle for the fly that is at the source of the streams of Egypt, and for the bee that is in the land of Assyria. So he's saying, I'm going to bring the army of Assyria down, and he's going to beat these two kingdoms up, and he's going to take his turn at you as well. You're not going to like it, but you're going to get through it. Now, this begins to come true in chapter 8, actually. So if you go to chapter 8, the prophet goes into his wife, has a child. In fact, he names the child. It says, I went to the prophetess, and she conceived and bore a son. Then the Lord said to me, name him Maher-shalal-hash-baz. For before the child knows how to call my father or my mother, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried away by the king of Assyria. So again, there's another child with a prophetic name. And it says of the child, before he's old enough to be able to do something, God's going to deal with these two kingdoms. Damascus was the primary city of the Arameans, and Samaria was the primary city. Samaria and Ephraim were the primary territories of northern Israel. So he's saying, just like with the child in chapter 7, here's another child, and before that child is old enough to say mommy or daddy, the king of Assyria is going to come and wipe them out. And then it actually comes true. If you go down to verse 7, therefore the Lord is bringing up against it the mighty flood waters of the river, the king of Assyria, and all of his glory. It will rise above all of its channels and overflow all of its banks. It will sweep on into Judah as a flood, pouring over, will reach up to the neck, and its outspread wings will fill the breadth of your land. Then it's interesting that the English translation says, O Emmanuel, right here. That's not really where it is in the Hebrew text. Mm-hmm. In the Hebrew text, it includes it at the beginning of take notice. It says, O Emmanuel, take notice, you people, and be dismayed. Listen, all you far countries, and gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it shall not stand, for God is with us. So the prophet is telling you what it means, what Emmanuel means in the context of the prophecy. Emmanuel means that God is with them during the war. Right? The same way that the name of the child in verse 3, Mahershala Hashbaz, means the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria will be carried. What does that mean? Blah, 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 blah. What does that name mean again? Anyways, I'll have to look it up later. But so all of his children have prophetic names, or at least titles, right?
I agree with that bit.
Right. And when the prophecy seems to be coming true, the prophet himself shouts out twice, "O Emmanuel," because he seems to be understanding that the prophecy is that God is with us, not that there's a child who literally is God.
Yeah, but the other prophetic, so again, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure the other names you're referring to, none of them are the idea that are attributing godlike attributes to the name. So it's not God with us. It's like I actually don't know them off the top of my head. I just had them a second ago, but now I'm like mad stressed. But I'm pretty sure that the names weren't literally fulfilled in the time of Ahaz, correct?
Yeah, they were. Because what was prophesied came true. God said that he would be with them while the king of Assyria relieved them of the two other kings, and that he would be with them even as the king of Assyria came down and kind of beat up Judea. He would be with them throughout the whole thing, and he was. There are 3 different prophecies about God being with Israel during this war.
So is Emmanuel more than a name then? Is it like could it be used as a statement? So if I gave someone a name, God with us, that would be implying like a certain level of godhood to the person I'm giving the name to. If I said Emmanuel, would that be different, or are you saying that would be the same?
Well, I think it's roughly the same.
I genuinely don't know.
I think it's roughly the same. So like somebody could have a name, and it doesn't necessarily mean that it is a description of the person with the name. Just like Hezekiah just means, strong Yahweh. It could be translated, depending on how you do it, it could be translated into Yahweh is my strength. There's some discussion there, but there's a lot of prophetic names or theophoric names in the Hebrew Old Testament or the Hebrew Scriptures. But that doesn't mean that the person that they're ascribed to is describing the person that are given the names.
Well, but I'm pretty sure the names that you're referring to are mostly in praise of God. So like God is mighty, or I'm trying to remember the names. I can't currently do that. But I'm pretty sure the only one that attributes a certain level of godhood is Emmanuel.
No, Hezekiah does.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
So Hezekiah is...
What's Hezekiah's?
It's a combination of 2 words, Hazach, which means strength or strong, and then Kaya, or technically it'd just be Yah. So Hazach Yah would be strong Yahweh.
Okay. Sorry, Sorry, go ahead.
But Hezekiah was not strong Yahweh.
So, okay. So that's one of the names I thought I knew, because I thought Hazak meant to strengthen. So I thought it didn't mean strength. I thought it meant to strengthen. So in other words, Yahweh strengthens.
No, this is where it's actually really important to understand grammar. So in Hebrew,
100%.
You've got like a 3 consonant root, right? So you've got chazak, and that would be a verb if you said chazak, is you got the 2 A class vowels forming the conjugation of the cal verbal stem. But you can actually just make that into a noun, the same verbal root, just different vowels, right? So when we look at Hezekiah, it actually has an E class vowel or a short I class vowel at the beginning of it. So chazak could be a verb to strengthen, but the way that it shows up in the text doesn't show in the verbal form.
Okay. Gotcha. Sorry, I didn't know that.
Yeah, so there's a difference between chazak and hezach. You know what I mean?
Okay. Good to know. So, and you said one is verb form and one is
nonverbal, yeah.
What was the other one?
Yeah.
Nonverbal. Okay, got it.
So it'd just be in like the nominal format.
Okay. Well, I appreciate that. I did not know that before just now.
Yeah, so Hebrew is one of those weird word languages where there's like a 3 consonant root. And so depending on how you add vowels to the consonants, it depends on how you're going to translate it. But unfortunately, and this is where things get muddy, unfortunately for us, the original Hebrew text didn't have vowels. So it gets a little more difficult. So like when we're...
How are we able to translate it?
So the Masoretic scribes added vowel pointers in. About 200 years after Jesus died, they started adding vowel pointers into the text. The Masoretes mostly completed their work at about the 6th or the 7th century BCE or CE. But the original text did not have vowel pointers. They were added later. So the reality is, once you get rid of the vowel pointers, you actually got some options.
So wait, they didn't have these pointers during the time of the text. They happened 200 years after Jesus. So what is that, like? I don't even know. Like, pretty close to 2,000 years ish. No, 1,000 years ish.
In which
after
direction?
They were originally written.
I'm sorry. So the Hebrew Old Testament was written over the course of a couple hundred years, probably, I don't know, around the time of Josiah, up to the 1st and 2nd century. Daniel was probably one of the latest.
Yeah.
And then the vowel pointers weren't added until the Masoretic period, which is starting in about 200 CE.
So approximately like 800 years then.
Oh yeah,
after the texts were originally written, they were these the vowel pointers were added in.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's tough.
Right, so it makes it a little bit difficult to know precisely what is always meant.
What is being said
when we're translating it, which is why, like, I always give a little bit of leeway when you have a word and the translation of the word is dependent on just like the vowels. Well, that's pretty slippery if you want to make an argument based on just vowels, because we don't 100% know what was intended by the original author. But at some point we do have to trust the Masoretic scribes a little bit, but how much do we have to trust them? It's hard to say.
Yeah. Okay. I again did not know that. Yeah. Oh, I feel so bad. I am not representing anything very well right now.
No, it's okay. So the fact of the matter is, we're talking about Isaiah chapter 7, and Isaiah chapter 7 is talking about a child that's going to be born. And it says that before the woman's already pregnant, before the child knows right from wrong, the 2 kings that you're afraid of are going to be wiped out. And then they do. They get wiped out by the king of Assyria, exactly the way the prophecy was foretold. So it seems to be that the prophecy came true the way it was supposed to come true. So I guess the next question I would ask then is, like, why would I look at this prophecy and think that there's like another fulfillment of it, unless the king of Assyria is going to come and defeat Israel's new enemies? Like, because that's really what the prophecy is about. If it's going to come true a second time, I would imagine that it would still be related to the original prophecy somehow, not something completely different.
Okay. Yeah, I see what you're saying. So I guess this would be kind of my only 2 cents to add to that was so like the immediate prophecy, yeah, I would say was fulfilled then in Isaiah's day. Um, but I don't think that necessarily rules out a second fulfillment, especially because it does follow a pattern that was like already previously set with other prophecies.
Right, but
and just the prophetic language.
But why
Yeah, sorry, go
why
ahead.
would I think that there's another fulfillment here? If there's a second fulfillment, it still needs to be connected to the original context. If it's not, then it could be about anything. Like if you're saying we can just go into a prophecy, disconnect it from its original context, disconnect it from its original meaning and intent, then I can make any prophecy about me. I mean, that's not hard at all. Isaiah 65:9, I will bring forth descendants. Boom, I fulfilled that. There you go.
Yeah, I would agree with that. The only distinction that I would make was like one, Isaiah as a prophetic text in the first place. A fair amount of his prophecies tended to work like that. Like I'm
Why?
trying to think of them off the top of my
I
head.
don't think
but
any
I'm
of
pretty
them
sure
did.
9 and 11.
No, I don't think any of them
Well, so I'm pretty sure.
were dual prophecies.
Okay.
Like you're just assuming that they're dual prophecies because that's the only way you can make them about Jesus. I'm trying to figure out why should I accept the idea that these prophecies have multiple fulfillments. And I know that there were Jews in the first century who agreed with the Christians that many of these prophecies had multiple meanings, but they were wrong too. I'm asking you just from a contextual look at the prophecies, why would I think that there are multiple fulfillments?
So when you're saying just looking at the text, would that be excluding expectations of a future Messiah?
No, what I'm
Because I
saying
know
is
that the
that
Jews were expectant of a future Messiah. So, like the name Emmanuel, God with us, you could argue was not literally fulfilled in the time of Ahaz, but
It was.
literally filled in the New Testament.
No, it wasn't.
In-
It was literally fulfilled the way it was intended during the reign of King Ahaz. The name was not saying there's going to be a God child. The name was a prophetic name, just like his other children, declaring what God is doing.
Sorry, I'm multitasking. You said it was declaring what God was doing. Did I get the end bit of that correct?
His
Yeah.
first,
So I would agree with. Sorry, go ahead.
well, he named his first child "A remnant shall return." Like all of his children just have these.
And that was like Shear, Joshua.
I
was
never remember these long names, but yeah, something.
I
of that
know
nature.
they're so grim.
But the long and short of it is, like, all of his children had prophetic names, and so like why
Yeah.
would I think that this is any different?
Well, because he had what was it? Was it 3? Because there was another one which was quick to the plunder was another one. I can't remember where that was, but so I think it's because Emmanuel fits the pattern, but it's even more so. Like the God with us, it declares God's. So I think it declares God's presence.
I agree. Yeah, it declares
In a
God's
sense,
presence
just like the others
with
but-
Israel.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I agree. It's a sign
Yeah,
of God's
so-
presence with Israel during what time period?
So, are you asking me for the dates or during the rule? Because you said before it
it's
was
during
the
Ahaz's
fall
time.
of.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a sign for King Ahaz. King Ahaz wasn't alive when Jesus was born. It's not a sign for King Ahaz if it's Jesus.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know how else to answer that. Like so, but yeah, you make a solid case. I won't lie.
I mean,
I'm trying to think. Like my brain isn't working this fast. I'm sorry.
the only way you can really make it about Jesus is if you say it has a second meaning. But why would I accept a second meaning, especially when the second meaning just isn't connected to the original context? Because like we can go into any of the prophecies and just apply a second meaning. I mean, who gets to choose which prophecies get two meanings?
That's a good point.
Because
I don't know.
You don't think that all of the prophecies have two meanings, right?
I don't know all of them. I've literally been like doing this for the past couple of months, but I don't know how many there are. So given the way you're saying that, I would assume no.
Right. Yeah. There's many hundreds of prophecies. Right.
Okay.
So like the fact of the matter is like there are no second meanings to the prophecies. These are like hermeneutics that were invented because they knew that Jesus didn't fulfill any actual prophecies. So like, well, if you squint hard enough and say that there's a second meaning to this prophecy, we can make it about him, even though the original context isn't about him. And to me, like, this is just not being honest. Like, if Jesus didn't fulfill a single prophecy within its original context in which the prophecy was given, then that dude didn't fulfill any prophecies.
So why were people expecting a Messiah then? If there wasn't a dual, because I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the prophecies were speaking in terms of dual prophecy. So if it's not, why were people expecting a Messiah in the first place?
Because they were coping, is what I told you before. Because the prophecies didn't come true. And because they didn't come true, they had to come up with alternative ways of reading the prophecies to say, oh, it actually will come true. It didn't fail. Just squint hard and turn your head this way, and then it's not a failed prophecy. That's what they were doing. It doesn't matter if people during the time of Jesus thought that dual prophecy was a real thing. The question is, what was intended by the author of the text? I have no reason to believe that the author of any of these prophecies had in mind that there would be multiple fulfillments, especially when a lot of them didn't get fulfilled even in the original context, and they'll never get fulfilled. Like Isaiah 14 contains a prophecy which it's literally impossible for it to be fulfilled. The time has already passed. It talks about how the Israelites are going to take the Babylonians captive and turn them into slaves. That never happened, and it never will happen because the Babylonians don't exist anymore.
So I just want to summarize really quickly because there were a couple of points made and I want to make sure I'm representing you well here. So it was a coping mechanism kind of created by the Jews in later time periods for the hope of basically future salvation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And some prophecies didn't come true, which would further establish that idea.
Yeah, not only did they not come true, like they didn't even come close to coming true. So like, for example, the book of Daniel is just a giant cope, right? So Daniel is writing in like 522 during the reign of King Darius. And he's like, hey, what gives? It's been 70 years. Jeremiah said after 70 years, everything would be restored. There'd be a king on the throne. We'd have a Levitical priest in the temple. And, you know, God would never pluck us out of the land again. And so he's sitting there like something's wrong. And so he's reading the law of Moses. And in Leviticus 26, it says, it kind of theoretically, depending on what you think about it, it's foretelling the fact that the Israelites are going to be rebellious. And it says, if you do not return to me, even after I've sent all these plagues among you for disobedience, I'll multiply your suffering by 7. So Daniel's like, oh, that's why the prophecy of Jeremiah didn't come true, because God is going to multiply our suffering by 7. So it's not going to be for 70 years. It's going to be for 490 years, which is a huge cope that whoever's writing this is engaging in. So he writes this big like prophecy about after finally these 490 years, then finally the promise of God is going to come true. And there's going to be this eternal kingdom and a king on the throne and all this stuff. And then that didn't happen either. And you know what they did? They said, well, if we squint and look hard enough, we can just say that this is going to come true later. The timeline was off. God changed his mind. Like there's no end to the amount of copes for Daniel's cope not coming true either. So like they were doing this with all the prophecies. They knew what the prophecies original meant, what the original intention of the prophecy was. Then when they didn't come true, they went into cope mode and said, well, they can't just fail, so let's find a new way to say that they're going to come true later.
Yeah. So Daniel's prophecy, are we referring to, what was this, Daniel 9?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so from my understanding of that one, it was, I don't believe that the 70 years were false because they were fulfilled in Cyrus's decree, correct?
Well, it depends on who you ask. I think
there's a 1-1.
So I think that the beginning of the 490 years starts in 605. And the reason I think that is because of the justification given by Daniel. Daniel says that he realized that the 70 years of suffering is actually 490 years. And if that's the case, then it has to be at the beginning of the suffering, which is 605. It also is true that the prophecy that Jeremiah wrote about the 70 years appears to have been written in 605. So it seems to be that the word that went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem was the word of Jeremiah, a prophecy. Mm-hmm. It wasn't an edict. Not that it couldn't be an edict. It's a very difficult interpretive model. If it was an edict, however, it would have been the Edict of Cyrus, which was in 539, which either one of those starting points for the 490 years doesn't get you to Jesus.
Okay. So 400. So yeah, you're saying there would be basically a 110 year difference between those? Because
yeah,
I'm trying to remember how.
Yeah, and the other thing too is whoever wrote Daniel was clearly living in the 2nd century, pretending to be Daniel, because he knows everything about the 2nd century. He gets all the details right up to his time of writing, but he doesn't know squat about the time period that Daniel supposedly lived in, and he keeps getting facts wrong. And my favorite fact that he gets wrong is that he keeps calling Belshazzar the son of Nebuchadnezzar. In fact, he called Nebuchadnezzar his father as well, but he wasn't. Belshazzar was the son of King Nabonidus, and Nabonidus wasn't even related to Nebuchadnezzar. And there was 3 different kings between Nabonidus and Nebuchadnezzar. They have no relation whatsoever, but he didn't know the history, and so he just put Belshazzar as the son of Nebuchadnezzar.
Okay.
And there's
Sorry,
even
I'm like
there's
trying to
even
keep up. There's even what?
There's even texts from the Dead Sea Scrolls called the Nabonidus Chronicles that talks about how Nabonidus actually was the one who kind of got sick and went mad in the wilderness and left for a while, and then left his king in charge while he was gone. And this is verified in the Babylonian writings as well. We learn that Nabonidus left the throne for a period of 7 to 10 years. The kingdom was in bad shape while he was gone. He went down to, I think, to Tama and ran into some Jews down there. And then while he was gone, Belshazzar, his son, was co-regent ruling in his place. All verified in actual history, mirrors exactly the account told in the Dead Sea Scrolls, and pretty close to what the Bible says. The Bible just got the wrong name.
Okay, interesting.
Right.
Interesting.
But he's really good about people living in the 2nd century. He gets all kinds of like interpersonal relationships correct, and which king is going to betray which other king, and he's pretty good about that time period. So it seems to be that he lives in the 2nd century, and he's making a prediction about what's going to happen after the Maccabean revolt overthrows the Greeks.
So, but also didn't um, I'm trying to remember the word, but didn't Belshazzar rule as a co? Oh, I can't remember the word.
Co-regent.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, he did. But that was while his father was away. His father was Nabonidus.
Nabonite. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yep, fair enough.
Check out the.
I don't actually remember the. Yeah, sorry. Check out what?
Check out the Nabonidus Chronicle, and also the Nabonidus
Note that down.
cylinder from Ur. And it'll give you the lineage of Nabonidus. And then from the Dead Sea Scrolls, check out what's usually called the Testimony of Nabonidus. And then there's other mentions of Belshazzar and Nabonidus, but we don't have to cover them now.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Well, listen, Jake, I had a good time talking to you. We had some people waiting, so I'm gonna try to get.
I was actually just about to say, I'm being summoned away.
It's fair enough.
I'm being told I'm. All right, so lovely speaking with you. I hope I get a chance to do this again, and thank you for all the information.
Yeah, thanks so much. Good talk to you, Jake. All right, cheers, friend.
Good talking with you. Bye.
Oh, dude, I'm doing good, man. Can y'all hear me now?
We can
Or nothing? Maybe a little background noise. I am outside.
we can hear you okay, guys. Let me know if the volume
Let me
level is
sit a little
adequate,
Closer to the computer.
because sometimes like it sounds okay for me and it might sound weird for others.
Yeah, I have a computer headset. I believe it's picking up through the mic, but I'm not 100% sure.
It seems to be working right now, so I think we're good to go. So, Kris, are you at least 18, and are you a believer?
Yes. I like to think I'm a believer. I believe in the God of the Bible.
Cool.
I know him as Jehovah. That's how I learned him first, from two Jehovah's Witnesses. Met him at my door. I've never been to like a formal church or anything like that. All the Bible knowledge I've had is learned on my own journey, really, and stuff like this I see on the internet.
Okay. And do you believe that the Bible God is all good in everything that he does?
No, and I'm going to try to keep my answers short and quick fire like that, so I'm honest with myself.
Mm-hmm. Oh, perfect.
I don't think it's good. I don't think whatever. I don't. The things I've heard, the things I've read myself, I've listened to, it just doesn't feel right to say that it's all good, but that doesn't make me feel bad to say that either, I guess.
But wouldn't you expect God to be all good? Because he says in Deuteronomy 28, is it 28? I'm thinking Deuteronomy 32. Let me double check. Deuteronomy 32. Let's see. Yeah, 32:4. It says, the rock, his ways are perfect. All of his ways are just. A faithful God without deceit. Just and upright is he. I would expect by like the definition that we're given of God in the Bible that he wouldn't do anything that's unjust. Is that a fair assessment?
No, that's a fair assessment. That's fair. I can pick up what you're putting down there. And if that's wrong for me to agree with, then so be it. I can't attest to perfect, because I'm not. If saying this makes me stray, then I stray.
Well, you're being honest. We appreciate that.
I've sinned before. I do my best to not sin again, and if that's a sin, then I've sinned and that's happened, and that's something to work through. But no, I don't see some of the things as good. I've been here in the stream a while. Some of the things I've heard, like the cannibalization of your children, I don't stand by that. But that's also not to say that I haven't broken God's laws before and I wouldn't break them again.
Sure. Well, I mean, obviously, if you're a Christian,
Is
it's
where that stems
expected.
from in me. Yes, well, it is expected. That is true. You are on firm ground there.
Okay, so if you and I agree that the biblical God isn't actually all good, and I guess you're willing to agree that he's not. Also, Leah, thank you for the 666 over Cash App. I just saw that come through. Big W, Leah. So, why would we worship a God that's not all good?
Oh, 1 second. My wife is here. Okay, I'll be inside in a second. Okay. To does just my thing here. To be good, is that without capacity for evil?
Well,
I guess is where my mind goes to when I hear that question.
So I think my definition, like if something is all good, I would say they have the capacity to do evil, but they don't do evil, right?
No, yeah, I can see that.
Right. Because theoretically, if God is all powerful, then he does have the capacity to do evil. But I actually don't think he's all powerful. You want to hear like a really easy logical argument for why he's not?
I would like to hear it.
Sure. Can God get pegged in heaven?
When I'm gonna go to the dark side of the definition of the word pegged there. I'm gonna assume yes.
Oh, he can.
Well, I would assume so.
So God can sin.
Is it a sin for God?
I mean, he's fornicating.
You know, I'm sorry, that just a thought there. You know, is it a sin for God?
I suspect so. I would imagine breaking his own laws.
I mean, I can, yeah. I just thought that too.
Right.
No, I can. Yeah. No, you're putting down solid stuff. No, I can see that.
Because the Bible says that God can't even be tempted, much less sin, right? So if God can't be tempted, we assume he can't sin.
No, yeah.
So I think the argument follows that if there's things God can't do, then we would assume he's not all powerful. And we could use other logical proofs too. We can say something like, can God make a burrito so big that he can't eat it?
Again, I could only assume. I would say yes, but then again, there's also the fallacy of, he can consume all, can he not?
Well, that's what I'm saying. If he can make a burrito so big that he can't eat it, that means there's something.
Couldn't make the burrito.
Exactly. Yeah. So it's either one or the other. It's a paradox, right?
No, yeah. I'm here with just an open mind, and I'm trying to keep open. So if I sound shattered, it's because things are breaking.
No, it's okay. Listen,
but no, that's okay. I'm just happy to be here, man. I've been here a while. Something told me I need to talk to you, and I'm doing it. And it'll be an experience, and I'm enjoying it, to say the least.
Kris, you said you're a Christian, right?
Well, I've been baptized. Okay. I grew up in Louisiana, Bible Belt, Central Louisiana, typical 300 people American Southwest town.
Right. So let me ask you a question. Why do you identify as Christian?
Well, it's gonna be a little bit of a backstory. I'll try to keep it short and sweet.
You know what? You're nice enough.
You're
nice enough. We're more than happy to listen to your story.
I didn't know my father till I was 13. Drug addict, crackhead. And the reason he came back into my life, I was told, was because he found God and got well. And that's really been my personal experience with God. This is what I'm gonna try not to cuss. This is wild that I'm about to say this, but I feel like I've used God as a tool to make myself better. Is really the core of my religion.
I get that.
I use God as a tool to make myself better.
Are you familiar with the placebo effect?
Something to cling to, I guess. Yeah, where like the sugar pill, basically.
Mm-hmm.
I tell myself I'm taking good things, so I'm getting good thing.
Yeah.
No.
My dad used to say, you put good in, you get good things out. But I love the placebo effect because it's so easy to demonstrate using science. And I probably used this example a million times, so I apologize to the audience for doing it again. But one of my favorite studies was when they took a bunch of like bodybuilders, weightlifters, and they split them into three groups. There was a control group that they're just normal people just lifting in the gym. The second group, they were told they were going to get performance enhancing medications, and they didn't get them. And the third group were told they were going to get performance enhancing medications, and then they actually got them. The theory going into it was that the group that was told that they were going to get them would perform slightly better than the control group, but nowhere near the group that actually got the performance enhancing medications. And the actual result of the study was that they performed just slightly less better, just slightly less than the group that actually got the performance enhancing medications, which means the placebo effect was so strong that they literally were doing things that physically the control group couldn't do. So when you have that's why for some people the AA program is so powerful, because it's getting you convinced that you can do something, and it's just telling you, well, here's the reason why you can do it. And once you believe you can do it, you can do it.
No, yeah, I'm thankful. At
Right.
least, I'm taking in some good stuff, man.
Right. So let's talk a little bit about Christianity then, because let me ask you a question. Is it possible that Christianity is false, but there's still a God?
See, yes, I firmly believe yes in that, because to me, I like to think people cling to their things a little too hard, and in itself it makes me think of, like, I haven't studied the Bible because I fear idolization of it. I haven't committed to church because I feel idolization of it, and just things like that have been my, I guess, struggle with the actual practice of the religion.
Okay. So if it's possible that there's still a God, but it's not the Christian God, I think maybe we can make that step tonight. So would you like to hear some of my most convincing arguments for why Christianity isn't true?
Of course, or I wouldn't have joined the call. I
Sure.
like to think, or I wouldn't have been interested in the argument or the sake of it.
Fair enough. All right, I'm going to go to a passage real quick, and we're going to go to Hosea chapter 11. Actually, let's do one we haven't done a lot of. Let's go to Psalm 41. I'll put it on the screen. Although you might not be able to see it. I'm sorry, Kris. I'll read it, though.
I got you up here. I've listened to the Old Testament. I don't do much reading, more like long drive in the car, throw on the Bible verses.
Right. So Psalm 41 is really interesting. It's a psalm of David, right? It says, to the leader, a psalm of David. Happy are those who consider the poor, so on and so forth. Now, David's actually, in the middle of the psalm, complains a little bit about his present struggles. He says, my enemies wonder in malice when I will die, and my name perish. And when they come to see me, they utter empty words, while their hearts gather mischief, so on and so forth, right? And then he says, they think that a deadly thing has fastened on me, that I will not rise again from where I lie. Even those close friends in whom I trusted, even my close friend in whom I trusted, who ate of my bread, has lifted the heel against me. Let me ask you a question. Is there a prophecy embedded in any of this, or is this just David talking about himself?
To me, that seems as like the serpent and the enemy's always in the background, and it could even be your closest friend, your closest person.
Right, and King David is just saying, listen, I'm being betrayed, right? He's talking about stuff happening at the present time.
Okay.
Right. So would this qualify as a prophecy?
See, I don't like to, I'm not really sure. A prophecy to me is something along the sorts of like Nostradamus. Like clear cut,
I agree.
Um,
Yes. Yeah.
to say I'm not gonna claim to know the three prophecies or whatever prophecies of the Jewish Messiah, the war leader and the stuff like that. I'm not gonna claim to know none of that.
Well, I think you actually nailed it. You already got it. A prophecy is a clear prediction for what's to come, and it's going to have a clear fulfillment, and it's not something that can just be fulfilled by anybody willy-nilly, right? So, like, if I said that something's going to happen, only one person should be able to fulfill that, and it should be very clear that they fulfilled it, and my prediction should actually be quite clear as well. So the problem we get is, like, we've got passages like this in the Old Testament that actually aren't prophecies. This is just David talking about his struggles. But
General life.
right, exactly. When we go to John 13, Jesus is using the Old Testament in a way that most normal human beings would feel is improper, right? So when he talks about being betrayed by Judas, he referring to his disciples, he says, "I'm not speaking of all of you. I know whom I have chosen, but it is to fulfill the scripture, the one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me." So Jesus is saying that he's going to be betrayed because the scriptures predicted it, because of Psalm 41, where it says, "The one who ate my bread has lifted his heel against me." But, like, we just read Psalm 41. There's no prophecy there.
One who eats my bread with you. No, yeah.
Right? And there's another one that we don't talk about often enough, but I've been meaning to get around to it today. I think my favorite example is going to be in Matthew 22. Let me make sure I got the right one. Either 22 or 21. There, yeah, it is in 22. Okay. So the Pharisees come to Jesus and they say, "Hey, what do you think of the Messiah? And whose son is he?" And they said to him, "Well, the son of David." And he said to them, "How is it then that David by the Spirit calls him Lord, saying, 'The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet'?" So to follow what's happening here, Jesus is suggesting that King David was speaking prophetically, suggesting that David has two gods, right? The Lord said to my Lord, meaning God spoke to my God, right?
Right.
You follow so far? So that's the way Jesus is interpreting this passage, is that King David is talking about two gods, one being the Messiah, Jesus himself, and one being God the Father. Now, the problem with this is that this doesn't actually make sense when you read the Hebrew text. It's clear that Jesus didn't know Hebrew, because this quotation right here, "The Lord said to my Lord," that's not in the Hebrew text. That only shows up in the Greek text. The Greek text of the Old Testament is actually wrong. They screwed the pooch. So if you go to Psalm 110 in the Greek Septuagint, sorry, you probably can't read it because the text is so small. I can make it bigger.
I'm trying to keep up with you on the interweb here.
Yeah, so in the Greek Septuagint, it says, of David, to David Phileas, and this is where it says, Ipin, said, ha Kyrios to Kyrio. So said the Lord to my Lord. So this is really interesting. Jesus is quoting the Greek Old Testament and not the Hebrew Old Testament. And what Jesus didn't know was that this is a bad translation of the Hebrew Old Testament, and let me show you why. Well, it's not really a bad translation. I guess it'd be more accurate to say that they didn't understand why it was translated this way. They translated the name of Yahweh into Lord in order to protect the name of Yahweh, which was common in the time period. But if you go to Psalm 110, in the Hebrew text, it actually reads differently. So we've got Le David, so to David, Mizmor, a psalm, right? And then it says Ne'um, meaning an utterance or a saying. It says Ne'um Yahweh, a saying of Yahweh. And then it says Le Adoni Shev Le. I'm sorry, we don't need to go that far. This is to at my right hand. So, okay, so what's actually happening here is it says a saying or an utterance of Yahweh. They translated Yahweh as Lord in the Greek Septuagint, so it would read,
Yeah, that's
the
the
Lord
name I know most.
said to my Lord. So the actual rendering of the text should say Yahweh spoke or Yahweh uttered a phrase, right? It should say Yahweh spoke to Le Adoni, to my Lord. And my Lord here just means Adoni, meaning my master, which is King David. Because the psalm is not actually from the standpoint of King David. The psalm is actually about King David. It's from a member of his
Yes.
court.
Like a scribe is writing this.
You nailed it. So the scribe is saying, hey, Yahweh spoke to my master. That's actually what it's about. It's about King David. But
Man,
Jesus,
this might be in bad taste, but Jesus Christ.
I know, right? You nailed it. So Jesus, the Jewish rabbi couldn't read Hebrew. It's crazy to think about.
Dude, what was your name again, sir?
Justin?
Well, Justin, thanks for having me. My wife just got home from work. Life's to do. I appreciate you talking to me, man. I've learned a little bit, learned a lot. I will be back to view more, man. Thanks for having me. I'll let
Kris,
you get to the next
thanks for
person.
coming through, buddy. Good to hear from you.
No, yeah, I'll be back.
Cheers. How you doing, JR?
Good. How are you?
Doing good. Thank you for asking. JR, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
I am 18 and I am on the fence.
Cool. Okay, so let me ask you, I'm going to ask you a hard question and then an easy question.
Sure.
The easy question is, what's causing you to doubt?
So I guess the most pressing thing, I'm pragmatic. You're an engineer. I feel like we can kind of vibe on that level. But from a scientific standpoint, is there a good argument for where all the mass of the universe came from prior to the Big Bang?
Well, as far as I'm aware, matter is created by quantum fields. So there's, you can ask Dr. Blitz about this. He's got a great explanation, but so you can have quantum fields that actually produce mass. So if all of space-time or whatever, all of whatever is out there, even if it was at one point, there was no matter, there was no mass, if it was just nothing but quantum foam, it could in fact produce all the matter that we have.
So excuse me. So that quantum foam, where did that come from?
Well, I just think it's eternal. I have no reason to believe that there was ever like a state in which there wasn't something.
Okay. Yeah, so like time and whatever this matter origin is, like coexisted always.
Well, I think time's difficult because in order for time to exist, you need space and you need material, right? Because
Right.
as far as we can tell, time is like an emergent property of the material universe. And so would space then at that point. So all that being said, if in fact there was nothing but quantum foam, you run into this really weird situation where there's technically no time. So like I'm sure there are really good physicists that could explain this better. But to me, it's head spinning. That's why I've never really been a big proponent of the quantum foam idea. I believe in the Big Bang, Big Crunch model, which is that all the matter and stuff in the universe has been in a constant cycle of Big Bang, Big Crunch.
It just always existed.
Yeah, I would say so. That's my viewpoint. I agree with like Sean Carroll and Roger Penrose and others who believe in the cyclical universe. And I just think even if you take the limited information that we have, I just think it makes more sense. So, for example, basic analysis, right? Which is you can't get something from nothing. Easy.
Right.
But we have something. So if we can't get something from nothing and we have something, then it just seems that there always was something. And then...
So like irrespective of any sort of religion, would you be open to like just that there was some sort of creator to even make that foam or matter, and maybe that creator made all this and just let it ride?
Well, I don't see what that solves, right? So if there always was something, then there's no need for somebody to create the something.
If you follow that logic backwards, then nothing comes from nothing.
No, because it always was.
So you think just time and matter was just always there?
That's my belief. Yeah, I think there always has
Okay.
been time, space, and matter.
Is there like a good argument? Is this like both disprovable?
I mean, I don't think there's a disproof for it yet. I mean, the only thing you can do is posit theories and say, well, before the Big Bang, there wasn't anything, but we don't have any evidence of that. There's no evidence that there was nothing before the Big Bang.
Okay.
Right. So,
and if there's like humanity, common knowledge, belief, whatever, would the burden of proof be on disproving it or proving it?
What do you mean? Proving what?
So like, for all of humanity, there was like basically in every civilization, there's some sort of worship to a creator for, as long as humans existed. So would the burden of proof come or be on disproving God's existence or creator of any sort, or proving it?
I think a little bit of both. So, for example, if you're a Christian and you say that the Christian God is real, I mean, the burden of proof is going to be on you. Now, if I'm making a claim here, my claim specifically is that your God is imaginary, assuming that the people I'm talking to have a specific God, like Allah or Vishnu or Jesus. And I actually do have arguments that lead with the conclusion or end in the conclusion that the God isn't real. So, like, I can actually back up my claim. Now, that being said, the theists who get up here and talk to me, they actually can't back up their claims. So, I mean, I think there's a burden of proof going both ways. I would only add one more thing, though, is then when we're talking about things that we clearly don't have evidence for, there's always going to be, it's always more reasonable to reserve judgment on the thing existing. Like if I said there's an invisible teapot circling Earth, it's just been in orbit for the last 500 years. Like I think the most logical thing to do is say, yeah, that doesn't seem right to me. I'm not going to believe that until I see evidence of it.
Yeah, and I think just in general, from like a scientific perspective, burden of proof usually goes on proving the thing exists.
I agree.
I think it gets a little muddy when there's tens of thousands of years of precedent saying otherwise, and not to say that makes them right, but to change or disagree with that much collective wisdom, to me it muddies the water. That's all.
I mean, I do agree with you. I mean, asking people to prove non-existence is a silly thing because things that don't exist don't leave evidence.
Right.
Right. So the only thing, like even in my arguments, like when I do arguments against the Christian God, I still have to use the Bible and the theology that was made up by men. Right. Which is why like I have arguments against the Christian God, but I don't really have an argument against the deist God. Now, luckily, no one believes in a deist God because, I mean, there are people who do believe in a deist God, but they're not going to be up here arguing with me because in the deist worldview, the deistic God doesn't care what you think. So why do you care to go around to other people's live streams and convince people that there's a deistic God? Like, who cares? He doesn't care about you. Why do you care about him? So for all the formalized gods, I think we can mount pretty good arguments against them.
Yeah, and if you could pretend for a second that there was a God, let's say Christianity, do you think it is possible that the Word of God was relayed to them, and because of the context of the time and limit of man's thought process, that it was interpreted incorrectly.
So, I mean, when you ask about possibilities, right? In a
Yeah.
God world, all possibilities are possible. So, I mean,
Sure.
from that worldview, anything is possible. I think the question we need to ask ourselves is not what's possible, but what's more likely. So, if there's a God who loves humanity, that wants to communicate with humanity, that wants them to know him, and then there's a book that supposedly came from him, why would he not take care to make sure that it's at least accurate and can convey the information necessary?
Yeah, he should have wrote it himself, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, according to the book of Exodus, he wrote the 10 Commandments with his own finger on the stone,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Now, I asked you the easy question at the beginning of the
Yeah.
conversation. Now I have to ask you the hard question.
Ready?
Okay.
Maybe.
What are the factors keeping you in the faith? Because you said you're on the fence. So it means there are some factors that are making you question and some that are keeping you in. What's keeping you in?
Well, I just think that basically what I was saying earlier, tens of thousands of years of precedent, and people all over the globe making structures to worship a higher being, like that collective knowledge and the lack of being able to disprove it, just makes me like on the fence, I guess.
Sure. So, for the majority of human history, almost everybody in the world believed that the Earth was flat with a dome over top of it. Now, the Greeks did early, not all the Greeks, but some of the Greeks, like Aristophanes, figured out that it was round. But just about
Mhm.
everybody else besides that believed that it was flat, even into the medieval period. But let's just say 90% or more of all human history believed that the Earth was flat. So I would say that only because I don't
Probably way
know.
more than that, but yeah.
Yeah, right. I don't know if collective people's understanding over history of how the universe works as a collective is a great thing to point to, because we can look at all the stuff that they got wrong and be like, well, maybe they got this wrong too.
And I feel like that's a fair criticism, but we can actually prove that the Earth is roundish.
Right. We can prove that, right? So
Yeah,
we agree that we got actual evidence at hand, right?
yeah, there's an actual quantitative measurement of it.
Let me ask you a couple
Whereas
difficult questions.
What's that?
Let me ask you a couple difficult questions.
Sure.
Is it possible that there is a God, but it's not the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. And how would you know? I mean, let me
Oh,
rephrase that. Not
just
how would you know if there's a
am I
God?
in the Christian God camp firmly? I think that, like, personally, I just think there's some sort of creator, and whether it was somebody who created all this mass of the universe or whatever, and just is watching and laughing, or has a hand in the development of whatever. I just don't know.
Sure. So what I'm gonna I don't think I asked my question very well, so let me rephrase it a little bit.
Oh, sorry.
If in fact there was a God, so I'm not saying atheism, if there was a God, but it wasn't the Bible God, how would you test to know that it wasn't the Bible God, it was just some other God?
So, like, how would you say one religion is correct and others are not?
Exactly. How would you, let's imagine you have two options, the Christian God or a generic God of theism, like
Gotcha.
Plato's God or gods.
Obviously not provable, not measurable,
Right,
or
yeah.
anything observable.
What?
So, to me, I think, just from a human perspective, I think having faith is, whatever your faith is actually a healthy thing. It helps with, like, keeping society looking to be respective of, like, one another, and to do the right thing, whether or not it's just a story, like, if you have kids and you're trying to tell them to do the right thing, like Santa Claus or whatever, but like some sort of belief where there's a commonality of doing the right thing and kind of working forward to a higher goal, I think is net positive for any society.
No, I agree with all of what you said. What I'm asking is, if you personally, JR, if you have to choose between a generic God existing and the Bible God existing, what methods would you use to come to the conclusion as to which one existed?
It's not measurable, I don't think.
So do you think it's just not knowable?
I just if there is a creator or all powerful, all knowing, whatever, the creator, I don't think we would be able to grasp the concept of it. So I don't know if you could actually pinpoint, like, if whether or not it's Vishnu or God in a Christian sense, or Allah or Jesus, or
So as far as you can tell, there's no way to know if God is the Christian God or the Hindu God or any other God system. So
correct.
what would be the thing that made you choose the Christian version?
Oh, personally, I don't.
Okay,
I think actually
gotcha.
just from like a historical perspective, you believe Jesus exists, right?
I do, yeah.
Like he is a person.
Mhm.
Okay, so just from a historical perspective, I think Christianity has a lot of evidence to support that, even if they are fairy tales, but like certain things happened. Not that other religions don't, but I think from an evidence-based perspective, I think they have the most documented
What have you
things.
compared them to?
Well, I don't want to get everybody mad at me, but I think there's more evidence to support Christianity than like Islam. I haven't really looked into, Buddhism or any other religions,
What
and
about
it's
the
not
Greek
like a
gods?
thing against Islam or anything. But
What about the Greek gods, like the Greek pantheon? There's a lot of writings about their doings.
yeah, I mean, there. So when I say there's like evidence for Christianity, or like at least what's depicted in, and I'm not a Bible expert by any means. I won't even pretend to be, but there's provable things that exist today. It's not just like a written testament of this thing. Whereas like Greek mythology, I feel like is probably just written down.
We've got written testimony of actual deities. In fact, even Josephus mentions the lineage of Hercules. We actually got quite a bit of documentation for what the Greek gods were up to. I think the difference is you read the historians like Tacitus, maybe, or perhaps Suetonius, and you think that it's just mythology, but these were history writers. But I would say the same for the Bible. I think what Tacitus and Suetonius were doing is the same thing that the gospel authors are doing. I think
I think that's fair.
right. They're both attempting to do history, but both of their histories include what I would call mythology.
I think that's fair.
Right. So here's what I think. I think if we're going to weigh something to be truthful or not, like you pointed to, the reason why you would land on Christianity versus anything else is because of the evidence. I agree. I think the reason why we would choose something is because of the evidence we have in front of us. And unfortunately, I think that the evidence for the Bible is pretty conclusive that it's mythology, and it's not even good mythology. It's got hundreds of contradictions and errors and scientific, inaccuracies. And this to me just doesn't seem like it would be fitting if the character God of the Bible actually did exist. Because like he says that all kinds of claims about being perfect and about preserving his word, but the word wasn't preserved. It certainly isn't perfect.
Yeah, I always, well, I'm a curious type guy, but I'm always like, maybe this word of God or whatever was told to people, and they're transcribing it like as if Albert Einstein is teaching me advanced physics, and I'm not an expert in that. So they're like, jotting down what they can.
So, I mean, the question,
it's hard to make it. It's hard to disprove either of these. These are just kind of like philosophical arguments. So,
right. So, but if God was going to write a book for human beings, don't you think he would make it intelligible to the human beings that are reading it?
yeah, and then maybe it's the way to make it perceivable at the time. So, that I heard earlier, well, I think you said there's actual scripture that says the earth's flat.
Yeah, Job 38, or Job
I believe
38,
it.
14.
Okay, yeah. So like, it might be like the misunderstanding, or if let's just pretend this all happened, it might be a misunderstanding of like the transcription from some higher being to the people at the time. But yeah, I don't know why he wouldn't just make a book.
Right, because he is all powerful. Like if communication is all he needs, he could do it. Like there's nothing stopping him if he's all powerful.
Yeah.
Right.
No. Totally makes sense.
And let me ask you, we're going to do one more inquiry. Let's talk a little bit about what's traditionally known as the problem of evil. We do live on a planet, and you probably agree that there are natural disasters here, right?
Correct.
Right. Do you think that the natural disasters are executing people at random or targeted?
Executing people. Oh, like weather events are the people who pass away from weather events.
Yeah.
It's designed kind of thing.
Yeah. Is it randomized, or is it like God is pointing and saying, no, go over there?
To me, it's like randomized. Like there's weather patterns, and if you're there, you're out of luck.
SOL, right? Okay.
Yeah, I don't know how to say that without getting.
I know TikTok's tough. So okay, so let's go over the points then. Now, if you believe in a God that's all good and all knowing, all powerful, then it's kind of entailed in that triomny situation that he or she does not cause unnecessary suffering. There could be necessary suffering, but there can't be unnecessary suffering. Do we agree on that?
Well, I mean, the premise, I guess, that from a definitional standpoint, if there is a creator, I don't think I like all powerful, all knowing, fine. I think only does good things is debatable. Because why do they, like, if there is a creator, why are they limited to only doing good things?
Because it's part of being triomny. Triomny means that you're omnibenevolent, you're all good, which means you can't do bad things.
What if it's not your actual intervention? Let's say you're God, and you just made the earth.
Well, I mean,
you're not necessarily making a negative situation with weather for the other example.
Well, we can get there. So let's finish. Make sure we understand triomny. Triomny does entail that the being that has the all good property can only do good, right?
This is the common belief of religious people.
Well, I'll go with it. I think religious people vary a little bit on this, but we can put some Bible verses to it. Like, the Bible does say that he's all just, does say that all of his ways are good. I mean, you could default to God's not all good, and then we just have to go somewhere else. Like, I actually know a Christian who says, no, God's not all good. Sometimes he's an asshole.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. And it doesn't have to be Christianity, but like, if there is a all-powerful creator, why can't they get frustrated?
I mean, they can. It's weird to me that an all-knowing agent would experience the same like weird emotions that would cause them to do bad things that we do. Especially when the Bible says that he's loving, merciful, gracious, long-suffering, and all those things. It just seems like he would be better than us, wouldn't he?
I mean, that's taking the Bible as an absolute truth, right?
No, I'm just saying that if the God of the Bible existed, it would seem that he should be better than the humans, right?
I'd imagine so.
Right. Psalm 25:8 says, good and upright is the Lord. I would expect that means he's like always good and upright. Why would we say that about God if he wasn't, right?
Yeah, he's solid.
Right. So I personally, I haven't met a Christian more than once or twice that didn't think God was all good. You can make a case using the Bible that he is all good. If you don't believe God is all good, then I guess I would just wonder why the hell you worship the thing anyways. Because if you don't believe God is even good, why do you care to worship the thing? You don't even know what he wants you to be there for.
Yeah, so I feel like the way I look at it is probably all religions get it wrong. There was probably some sort of creator that even just kickstarted the process, and all the scientific Big Bang, evolution, blah, blah, blah. And, it's hands off. But it's good for human beings to have some sort of thing to look up to and believe in.
Okay, so we'll try to circle the wagon, and then I'll have to move on to another guest because I got time for
no
one
worries.
more. But so the point that I'm getting at is the fact that there are earthquakes, hurricanes, volcanoes, and other things on the planet seems to be more parsimonious with the idea that we are living in a planet of chaos, not that a loving God created us, because I can't see why a loving God would randomly execute 100,000 people a year in natural disasters.
Well, did you have a question in there?
No, it's not a question. It's more of a statement of my position. Like, why would
I totally agree. If you
right?
if you think and you worship, let's say, God from a Christian perspective, and one of the things that's commonly believed is that she, whatever, is benevolent always, then yeah, I feel like it's hard to argue that position. But if you think of it as like a creation for the opportunity to be good, or like productivity or whatever, in God's image, I don't know what people normally say, but I almost feel like the creator made an environment and things go as they may.
If God is not good, why worship him? Why care about him?
I think it's healthy for humans to have something to look forward to.
Even if it's not good? Like, that sounds like Stockholm syndrome. It's like I'm looking forward to going home to my abusive husband.
Well, I mean, I think you can worship the good parts of, like, I feel like you can admire even people from history, like Thomas Jefferson, right? He had slaves. It was common at the time. It's terrible practice today, but it was common at the time, and he did tons of good things for the United States, and that's why we're here today. So he's not perfect, but like, you can admire Thomas Jefferson or Christopher Columbus or whatever.
Yeah, but I wouldn't worship him. Like, I wouldn't.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
I just think having a belief in like a higher power is healthy for humans.
Sure, but what if the higher power is an asshole?
Well, you better pray to him so he doesn't kill you.
What if the what if the higher power is more like a satanic figure that we're just like his little play toys, and he's down here like a kid in a sandbox?
It certainly could be.
Right?
You want to be on his good side, though, right?
No, I wouldn't. I'd give him the finger. That's just me.
But it's been a pleasure.
right.
Absolutely polite.
Jared, thanks for
Appreciate
talking to
it.
me. Thanks for being polite. You were a treat.
Thanks, man.
Cheers. Best of
Take
luck
it
on your
easy.
journey.
Thanks.
He's a nice guy. How you doing, sir?
Hey, Justin, I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. Sarah, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes and yes.
Cool. And what God do you believe in?
I'm Christian.
All right. And what would be the most convincing evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
See, I don't really know how to answer that question because I feel like what you're asking is evidence that I can't really give. Like, there isn't like actual proof like with science. And I can recognize that. I can say that, where I think a lot of other Christians feel uncomfortable saying that, but I don't have proof in the way that you're really asking.
I think that's honest, at least, right? So then if there's no like tangible evidence, then what would be like one reason why somebody who doesn't believe in this God would be compelled to believe in him?
Well, I think that it's not just a physical, tangible proof. There's a spiritual world that Christianity points to, and that's what I believe in. And because it's spiritual, it's not physical, I can't use physical means to prove a spiritual world.
Right, but why would I even believe in a spiritual world?
Why would you?
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like that there's kind of something like that drives people to want to know the meaning of life.
I don't disagree with you, but I
I
don't
think people think there's more to life than just what's physically right in front of us.
Sure, I believe that people have that intuition, right? But to me, I mean, just because you have that intuition doesn't mean that it's true, right? So like I would need something other than like people want it to be true to believe that it was true, you know?
Yeah. And I get what you're saying, and that's where it's hard to have like I can go into more of like Bible like disagreements a little bit easier than this question, if I'm being honest, because I don't know how to answer that, because I don't know why someone should believe in spirituality, because how do you really explain to someone and tell someone that they should?
Right. I agree.
Like, I don't know. Like, I'm just being honest.
I think that's a good position to be in. I mean, and the reality is the position that you're being honest with is probably the right position. I had a teacher that I always admired in high school. And when we asked her about, you know, how do we demonstrate the validity of these things that we believe, she's like, well, you can't. It's not a fact. It's a faith. You either believe it or you don't. And so she said, you'll never be able to prove it. And to this day, I still think she's right. I think it's a faith, not a fact, right? But that being said, I personally want to live my life on what I believe is true. And I don't think faith gets you to truth. But I do believe that the Bible is one good reason, even if you believe in a God, is one good reason to not believe in the biblical God. So, for example, when I see what's in the Bible, I see lots of things that are just factually untrue, right? So, for example, we have like nonsense verses about rabbits and rock badgers chewing cud. They don't. They can't even regurgitate. They lack the ability. We have verses about how the sun stood still, which like physically wouldn't happen. The earth would destroy itself if the sun just randomly stopped, spinning, or we stopped orbiting the sun. That would be complete nonsense. Or we stopped spinning on our axis, right? So like we have like, and also it's pretty clear that the Bible thinks the earth is flat with a dome over top of it, right? So like when I see this stuff in the Bible, my first thing that comes to my mind is, well, this was clearly written by people who they thought they knew how things worked and they were just wrong.
Right. And could some of these things in the Bible not always be literal? They could be maybe like a metaphor.
So that's been the way that a lot of people have dealt with the Bible difficulties, is they'll say, well, it's not literal, it's a metaphor. But I think the problem we have is that like the New Testament treats them as though they're true, right? So if we got this nonsensical science in the Old Testament, it seems like the best way to deal with it is to wish it away by saying, well, it didn't really happen, it's all metaphor. And a lot of early church fathers did this. But the problem is, like, look at like Jesus and Paul. They believe it was true. Like even the Book of Hebrews. Book of Hebrews talks about all these clean and unclean animals that God commanded you to eat. Okay, well, if he really did, if God really did give you a list of clean and unclean animals that told you what to eat and what not to eat, then it's weird that he would tell you to not eat rock badgers and rabbits because they chew cud when they don't actually chew cud. They make a motion with their mouth that looks a lot like other animals that chew cud.
Okay, well, two things. First of all, I mean, it's very normal, like day to day, like our normal life. We talk in literal terms, we talk in metaphorical terms constantly, and we go back and forth all the time, and we can recognize that that's a normal thing to do. I mean, day to day, we talk in metaphors, and then we switch to talking in literal, and we can intuitively tell which one is literal, which one is metaphorical. And secondly, when you said that those two animals, they look like they're chewing cud, but they're not actually, maybe people in that time period that don't have the ability to test the way that we do, they thought they were chewing cud, but they weren't. But they thought that they were.
But I agree with you. Yeah. So on the second point, yes, people at that time period witnessed the behavior of these animals. They said, "Hey, they're behaving in a way that looks like other animals that chew cud. Therefore, they chew cud." And it turns out they were wrong. The problem is that this wrongness is placed in the mouth of God. And I agree, we can intuitively tell when there's a metaphor afoot, right? For example, if I said that, I drove really fast today to work, I was an eagle, like, okay, I wasn't really a bird. I'm using a metaphor for a large, fast, quick flying bird. Or I could say like a falcon, a very fast bird, right? Like typically when there's a metaphor, it's couched in this idea of something that obviously wouldn't make sense if it was literal, right? But the law given by Moses is couched in a very literal sense. And the whole of the Bible tells you over and over again, God gave you this law, you must follow it. You must follow it forever, right? So if the Bible tells you over and over again that God gave this law code and you have to follow the law code to a T or else he'll punish you, I'm inclined to believe that it's just a law code.
Well, yeah, I think the law was literal, yes. And so I guess that's where I'm kind of I guess, yeah, I get what you're saying. Maybe I'm going back on and if it was God that said to not chew or to not eat animals that chew the cud, and then he said it was a rabbit, I get where you're coming from. But I mean, yes, I still do agree that the law was literal. The law is not what we're supposed to be abiding in today, though.
No, I agree. Like according to Christian doctrine, right, you don't have to follow the law anymore. But like whether or not you have to follow the law, I think is irrelevant. If God told you not to eat rock badgers and rabbits because they chew cud, the fact that we don't have to eat them to me is kind of irrelevant. The fact that he said they chew cud is the problem. But I would push back a little bit on this idea of not having to follow the law, because I think this is one of my main complaints with the Bible, which is that the Old Testament tells you over and over again to follow the law forever. In fact, God says all the days that you live on the earth for you and your children and your children's children after you. And he even said, he doesn't say it's too hard for you to follow. He said in Deuteronomy chapter 30 that this commandment is not too hard for you. It's not too far away from you. But when you get to the New Testament, they're like, no, the law was temporary. It's too hard to follow. It was a burden. And like, I'm reading the New Testament. I'm like, this New Testament has never read the Old Testament. The Old Testament says over and over again that the law is forever, it's eternal, and it's perfect. So like,
well, even Jesus says that though in the New Testament, is that he didn't abolish the law, he fulfilled it.
Right, which is another problem, because according to Jesus, you should still be following the law. It's not till after Jesus already dies that this doctrine develops where the law is being done away with. That's not a Jesus doctrine. That's an apostle doctrine.
Well, to say, though, that there's a disconnect between what Jesus teaches and what Paul teaches, you're kind of ignoring the part where I think it's in John, where Jesus says in John, before he is crucified, he said, I wish I could tell you more things, but once I leave, I'm not quoting this perfectly, but once I leave, I'll send a helper and he'll lead you into all truth.
Yes, precisely. Mm-hmm.
So that's saying then it's not necessarily Paul is just this random guy saying these things, but it's the Holy Spirit speaking through him, explaining further, and he's not necessarily negating what Jesus said, but he's adding to give us a clearer picture.
Well, first of all,
I think.
the argument that you're laying out is the correct argument. In fact, that's the argument used by the early church fathers, which is that the earliest church wasn't prepared to hear this new revelation, right? It had to come after Jesus. But to me, I think that's a contradiction of what Jesus actually says. Jesus says in Matthew 5, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass away from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven, and whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven." So I've got the teachings of Yahweh in the Old Testament when he gave the law, saying, follow this law forever. Then I get the teachings of Jesus, where Jesus says, hey, if you teach people not to follow the law, like, you're going to be least in the kingdom of heaven. And then Jesus dies, and we get this whole new doctrine of no, the law was actually temporary. And so for me, I think, like, you have to, at some point, you have to recognize that there seems to be a problem here. Jesus says, until heaven and earth passes away. Heaven and earth didn't pass away yet.
And I get what you're saying. I still don't see the problem with that, though, because I understand what he's saying is that the law is still there to show us consistently what we're doing wrong. And he's saying he fulfilled it by saying, and if we don't follow that, we still need Jesus to I guess, atone for our sins. And that's why he comes into place, is because we have him as that sacrifice, not that we have to sacrifice a goat or whatever.
Sure, but should you be following the law?
What is it? There's ceremonial, moral. What's the third one?
Well,
there's a third one, isn't there?
Well, there's no division in the laws in the Bible, except for one in the New Testament. They make a division between all of the other laws and the dietary laws in the New Testament, but they don't. Other than that, that's the only division they ever make.
Well, my understanding was that there's the ceremonial laws, and then there's the moral law being the 10 Commandments, which the moral law, the 10 Commandments, is still in place. But it's the ceremonial, and I'm blanking on the third one. Those two are no longer what we have to abide by.
Unfortunately, that's not in the Bible, though. It doesn't say that anywhere.
Can I ask a question on that? Mm-hmm. Do you know what Jesus said were the two greatest commandments?
The love your God with all your heart, and treat your neighbor as you would to yourself.
Mm-hmm. And are either of those in the 10 Commandments?
I think they actually sum up the 10 Commandments.
Right, but they are specific laws.
They're specific laws, yes, but they also are kind of an umbrella to the 10 Commandments.
Right, but they're not in the 10 Commandments, right?
No, they're not in the 10 Commandments.
Right. So there must be moral laws outside of the 10 Commandments?
Well, I feel like then those two commandments, for you to say that there's moral law outside of the 10 Commandments, then those other two would need to deviate from those 10, and I don't think they deviate at all from those 10 Commandments.
I'm not saying they deviate. What I'm saying is that they are commandments that are not included in the 10 Commandments, right? Just like the commandments to remain a virgin if you're a woman is a moral law. It's not part of the 10 Commandments.
Okay, yeah, I get what you're saying. And yes, I see where you're saying that it is in addition to the 10. But I don't think they're two completely different commandments from the 10. I think they are pretty closely related, if not almost the same thing as the 10 Commandments.
Well, so we've got hundreds of moral laws in the Mosaic Law that are not part of the 10 Commandments. I'm trying to figure out why you're specifically trying to single out just the 10 Commandments, because Jesus doesn't do that.
And maybe this is just from I'm not a biblical scholar, so I don't know 100%, but from my understanding is that there are three groupings: ceremonial, the moral, and I'm still blanking on the third, and it's that third one and the ceremonial that are not something that we need to continue with, and that's what Paul says in Acts, where he says the Gentiles don't need to keep acting in favor to those laws.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, Paul said that you're free from all of the laws. He said you're completely free. He says even of himself, a Jew says, I'm no longer held by the law. So like we agree, Paul says you're not held by any of these laws. The problem is that Jesus and Jesus's daddy disagree. They say to follow the law forever until heaven and earth pass away, right? He didn't
Well, I
say just the
think
Ten
then
Commandments.
Well, then that kind of goes back on what I was saying, that it's not just Paul being some random guy saying this. It is still God speaking through Paul saying these things.
Then it's a contradiction.
I don't know if it's a contradiction, though.
What is? Because he says to follow the law forever. Deuteronomy 12:1 says, these are the statutes and ordinances that you must diligently observe in the land that the Lord, the God of your ancestors, has given you to occupy all the days that you live on the earth. Then he says in 28, be careful to obey all of these words that I command you today, so that it may go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. And even like the Day of Atonement, Leviticus 16, he says this is a perpetual statute for you for all of your generations.
And then don't you think Jesus amends that by saying that he fulfills those laws?
No, because fulfill does not mean abolish.
No, I know that. I know that he said it's not abolished, it's fulfilled.
Yeah, but fulfill does not mean abolish. Like if you think that
No, I know. I get that. I get that.
Okay. But fulfill doesn't mean the law goes away.
No, I know. I know that the laws are still there, and I think that's why he's saying that he fulfilled them. That's why it's why Jesus is our Lord and Savior, is that he died for us, because when we don't abide by those laws, he's our sacrifice for that.
Right, but the goal is to abide by the laws, right?
I think it's by the 10 Commandments, or I guess the additional 2.
But it didn't say 10 Commandments. He says the law and the prophets. That's the first 5 books of the Bible and the prophets. He didn't say the 10 Commandments. He says the law. That's all of the law.
But then why does Paul then say that we no longer need to follow the law? Which laws are he
Because
talking
he's
about?
contradicting Jesus, and he didn't have a copy of Matthew in front of him.
What do you mean he didn't have a copy of Matthew?
He didn't know Jesus' teachings in the book of Matthew. He was
But
living.
I think this is where we're disagreeing. Is I think it's 2 different worldviews. From an atheistic worldview, is that he's just a person talking on his own authority. From someone who believes in Christianity, there's the Holy Spirit that's being denied within atheism. That I'm saying that's what gave Paul the authority to say that.
But the authority is irrelevant. The problem is that it's a contradiction, right? Whether the contradiction came from God or not is irrelevant. The problem is that it's a contradiction, right? If God says that the law is forever, you follow this thing forever, and Jesus says that the law is there until heaven and earth pass away, and then Paul says, nope, we don't have to follow the law anymore. The law is temporary. It's just a contradiction.
Yeah, I guess I don't really know where to go from that, if I'm being honest. I mean, I'll be real. Like, you can, totally run circles around me with the Bible, and I recognize that. I've only been a Christian for, a year. And I don't know if, the law is something that I'm totally, well-versed on, because I don't know. Like I said, I thought there was a third grouping of laws that I thought scholars were saying it was, the ceremonial and the whatever law that's been abolished.
No.
Or not abolished, but it's not what we have to follow.
The dietary laws, and scholars will talk about the dietary laws being abolished because Mark chapter 7 talks about it, right? And then Acts chapter 10 talks about it when Peter gets the vision before he goes to Cornelius' house. But those are just for the dietary laws. There's no division of the law outside of that. You don't find a division between the ceremonial and the moral law. But that being said, the disposition towards the law, that contradiction, is a major contradiction in the book that most people aren't dealing with. They need to deal with it. I think the other big problem with the Jesus figure is that not only does he misquote the Old Testament, he doesn't even know how to read it in the original languages, and all the prophecies that he fulfilled aren't actually prophecies about him. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one. So like to me, like the whole New Testament is just like this book of like nonsense apologetics from people who don't really know the Old Testament.
Other than like the prophecies that you think weren't fulfilled, what other like issue that do you have to make you not believe in God, or like in like disagree with the Bible?
Well, I've got a lot of problems with the Bible. I think it gets history wrong. It gets science wrong. It says in Job 38:14 that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, which is a flat disc, which is how they depicted the world. And they believe there was a dome over top of it called the firmament. This clearly is not the case. But if you're living in the ancient world and you're looking around you, well, that's what it looks like, doesn't it? It looks like there's a flat disc earth with a dome over top of it. That's why everybody back then believed it. And then we've got nonsense like blood ritual. Like, the God of this book thinks that you can purify sins by rubbing blood on it. You might think, well, this is just like a metaphor for something. But no, like we have a bunch of ancient rituals from the Hittites and from the Assyrians and from other cultures in the same time period that had the same exact practices. They thought that if you had these moral impurities, you can spread blood on the inside of your temple or on your altar or even sprinkle it on people. And the blood, because blood comes from God, would purify these moral impurities, right? And so like this ancient blood magic that we find in the Bible, that we find in the rest of the ancient Near East, to me just tells me this is just a book written by a bunch of people from the Bronze Age.
You don't think that there's any kind of moral standard that applies throughout time? Like from...
I
That's
don't.
honestly my biggest objection.
Yeah.
I think the God of this Bible is a moral monster.
Why do you think that?
What good God would allow his people to practice slavery?
Allow to practice slavery?
And command, if you want to get particular. Yeah, he did command it as well.
Well, I think that the answer to God and slavery, I think it's in Deuteronomy around 28, 29, where God doesn't recognize slavery. I mean, okay, apologists always want to say that it was translated wrong or it was a means for protection, and I don't think that's right. I think that the answer is that God looks at slavery as a curse and as a punishment, and I think it's either in Deuteronomy 28 or 29, where God says that if you worship other gods and you do X, Y, and Z, then he lists like a ton of curses, one of them of which is slavery.
No, we agree. Yeah. And that shows up in Deuteronomy and other passages. So we agree with you. Yeah, God does curse some people with being slaves, but
it's also more than that.
Yeah, it's more than that, right? For example, if you're a Hebrew, you can just sell your daughter as a slave, right? Exodus 21.
Acts 21? Exodus 21?
Yeah, Exodus 21. So Exodus 21, you get the classically called the indentured servitude laws. It says, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. So if a man goes into servitude and he's Hebrew, he serves for 7 years. Well, 6 years, he goes free in the seventh. If a woman gets sold as a slave, she doesn't get to go free because it's presumed that she's going to become somebody's concubine, essentially a sex slave.
And you just said indentured servitude. Is that not completely different from being a slave?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say it's completely different. It's a different form.
Yeah. No, I agree. It's not the same thing, but it's not completely different. But to my point, I'm not talking about indentured servitude. I think indentured servitude is something that we can talk about whether or not there are good and bad ways to do it. I'm talking about the actual slavery, where you can just, sell your daughter as a slave. She becomes somebody else's slave. If she has children, the children are slaves, and so on and so forth.
I mean, going back on what I said, where I think a lot of apologists kind of ignore the fact that God says that he curses people to slavery because of disobedience. the slavery that you're talking about, that could that not be a form of the protection that they claim for slavery to be?
What's it protecting? Like the girl whose father sold her into slavery, what's she being protected from?
I mean, I think even like the Israelites, they were wishing they were back as slaves when they were in the wilderness. I think that this is a very different time where some people, they preferred slavery over, and I'm not saying slavery in like the African slave trade kind of slavery, but the slavery in that, what the verse you just brought up, and slavery is in even like the Israelites, where they preferred to be a slave rather than just wandering around in the desert.
Well, they preferred to be a slave versus being dead. Right. The goal was to not die in the desert, right? But the girl who's born into slavery, or the girl who's sold by her parents as a slave, what's she being protected from?
Well, you just said right there, it's either you are a slave or you're dead in the desert.
No.
Well, no, because we're talking about Hebrew people, right? That aren't living and wandering in the desert anymore. These are people that are part of a functioning society.
Yeah, and I guess I'd have to read more about that, because I guess I don't really know why that says that. It was just a small clip. If you could expand it, I could read it better just to get more context. But yeah, I guess I don't know. But I guess just going back to what it was, where sometimes slavery was a means of protection.
I don't think it ever was, but I understand why
Well,
apologists think that.
But you just said, though, it's either you're a slave or you're dead in the desert.
No, those aren't the only two options. That's a false dichotomy. So
That's what you said.
No, it's not.
I didn't
Not what either
I didn't
of us
say
said.
that. I didn't say that. I'm saying
I understand why you want to hang on to that, though.
Yeah, when Israel
I
were
thought that was what I heard you say. Sorry.
well, I'm saying when Israel was in the desert, right? We're talking about the book of Numbers and also the book of Exodus, when they're wandering the desert and they're saying, did you bring us out here to die? We would rather be slaves in Egypt, right? What they're suggesting is like, listen, we'd rather be slaves in Egypt than to be dead out here in the desert, right? But now we're talking about God giving laws for structuring society. Here's what to do, right? When you are having your society set up, right? And God says that you can buy and sell slaves. And it says you can even sell your daughter as a slave. And we're not told anyone's done anything wrong. It's just something that people did back then, and God was okay with it.
Okay, but what about right there in verse 5? The slave declares, I love my master, my wife, and I can't see the rest. But that right there kind of proves that there is slaves that want to stay.
I never said there were never slaves that wanted to stay, but listen to the trick that's being pulled, right? Says the male Hebrew, right? It says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve you for 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. If he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons or daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and she shall go out or he shall go out alone, right? But if the slave declares, I love my master and my wife and my children, I will not go out, right? So the idea here is that if a male Hebrew comes in and you give him a wife while he is a slave and he has children, he has to make a decision between, am I going to leave without my family, because they're permanent slaves now? Am I going to leave without my family, or am I going to be a permanent slave? I think the better of the two options would be if God said, listen, if a guy comes in for 6 years of service and he goes free in the 7th, if he bears children and starts a family while he's there, you should let him all go free, because the family is more important than the slavery.
Okay. And I'm just trying to differentiate. One is if the slave has a wife on his own, then he is free to go, correct?
So if a man comes into his 6 years of service already married, then he and his family get to go with him when he leaves. If he comes in unmarried and the slave owner says, hey, I'm going to give you a wife, right, since you don't have one. If that happens, well, guess what? At the end of the 6 years, he just goes alone. That wife and any children had to that wife remain permanent property of the owner.
Now, I'm not saying this is right. I'm just trying to kind of understand the time. But even in like America, when there were slaves, they looked at people as their own property. And so that was I'm not saying that's right or anything, but was that not kind of the same kind of context? Is the reason that they couldn't just take their wife and their kid is because the wife was technically the master's property. And again, I'm not saying that's right. I'm just trying to understand.
No, you're understanding it correctly. That's the problem. The problem is that the woman who had children with the slave is technically somebody else's property, so she shouldn't be allowed to go free. This is something, though, that you would expect from people living in the Bronze Age. It's not something you would expect from a deity that is the highest moral agent who gets to set whatever rules he wants.
He does get to set whatever rules he wants, but even on like I think it's in like Ezekiel where he says, or Ezekiel says, or no, I'm sorry, God says, I let you do what you wanted to show how, I'm not paraphrasing this right, but to show how like depraved you are. Could that not be the same thing? Yeah, it could be Ezekiel 20, but could that not be the same thing? And then everything's kind of redeemed when Jesus comes and he says there is no slave, there is no master.
Well, I think the problem is that God said to follow the law forever again, right? So Ezekiel is looking back at the law and he's doing the same thing you're doing. He's reading the law and he's coping. He's saying, well, shit, this sounds really bad. How do I make this more palatable? And so he goes back and tries to make it more palatable by making excuses for it, saying, no, God actually gave you laws that were bad, that you couldn't follow, in order that you would be horrified by your own behavior. That's how he dealt with it, right? But the fact of the matter is, the God who gave the laws told you to follow the laws forever. So the lawgiver and Ezekiel don't really agree on that.
I don't think then I'm really kind of understanding Ezekiel correctly, because could you pull up what I'm talking about just so I can explain what I'm reading?
I think I have some understanding into the disconnect here, because I've seen this. It's actually in some translations where it says like I gave you over to,
right,
instead of I gave you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So what the actual, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the actual text more directly translates to I gave you statutes by which you could not live.
Yeah,
right? Not I gave you over to.
Right,
know.
That's not in the text, yeah. So Ezekiel 20, 24 through 26 says, because they had not executed my ordinances, but had rejected my statutes and profaned my Sabbaths, and their eyes were set on their ancestors' idols, moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good, and ordinances by which they could not live. I defiled them through their very gifts, in their offering up of their firstborn, in order that I might horrify them, so that they might know that I am the Lord. So I assume that's the passage you're speaking about, but
that was what I was talking about.
Right. To me, that's just Ezekiel running apologetics for the horrific parts of the law, because the guy who gave the laws said that by following all of these laws, you'll be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. In fact, he tells you in Deuteronomy 12, 28, it says, be careful to obey all of these words that I command you today, so that it might go well with you and with your children after you forever, because you will be doing what is good and right in the sight of the Lord your God. So like, it's be really capricious if God gave all of these laws and just said, follow all of these laws forever. And if you don't follow all of these laws forever, bad things will happen to you, because this is the way to do what is good and right.
Could that ending of Ezekiel, could that not be kind of describing in like First and Second Kings, where it goes through all these kings, and some of them say they did right in the eyes of God, they did wrong in the eyes of God, and they were worshiping the gods of the neighbors, of the pagan gods and whatever. Could that not be that what he's explaining? Not that he's saying you should be you should be sacrificing your first kid, and that was God's law, but that's what these people were doing because they were worshiping other gods.
I may not fully understand your question. Like, so in the book of Kings, when we get to the list of Judean and Israelite kings, at the end of each of their lives, it has a summary statement. And at the beginning of their reign too, like at the beginning of the reign, it'll say, King so-and-so came to reign for so many years, and he did what was right in the Lord, or he did what was wrong in the eyes of the Lord. And then at the end, there's a summary statement that says, and is not the rest of what they did written in the books of the kings of Judea or Israel, right? So, but I don't know how you connect that to following the law. Like according to the Book of Kings, like what made you a good king is whether or not you turned aside from God, or if you turned aside from the law. You needed both those two things.
Right, and I don't know if Ezekiel is necessarily deviating from that, because he's saying that it was God that allowed them to do that.
Do what?
Which horrified to, I forget what the verse was, but to give up their firstborns in order to horrify them and to know that I am the Lord your God.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Isn't that them not following the law?
No, that's them following it. The law, it tells you to do that in Exodus. 2 different places.
The law says, God says to people to sacrifice their firstborn kid.
Yeah, it says offer up your firstborn, everything that opens the womb first.
Not to kill them. He's not saying to sacrifice them in like a human sacrifice.
According to Ezekiel, that's exactly what he did.
No, I think that he's talking about people who were doing that, practicing what the pagan religions were doing, which was sacrificing as in like a human sacrifice and killing them. Sorry, can I say that?
He said he gave them the commandments.
Right.
What's that?
He said he gave them the statutes that would horrify them.
Right.
That doesn't make sense, because he is not telling people to
we can look at
their kids
Exodus,
Exodus
22,
Mm-hmm. Exodus 22,
Exodus
28,
22,
right?
29 through 30, yeah.
He says to consecrate them and then to redeem them. That doesn't mean kill them.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, no. It didn't say that. I understand why you would want it to say that, but it didn't actually say that. Leviticus talks about the redemption of the human beings, though. So in Exodus, in the first place where it shows up, let me grab it. It says, "You shall not delay to make offerings from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. Your firstborn, or the firstborn of your sons, you shall give to me, and you shall do the same with your oxen, with your sheep. For 7 days it shall remain with its mother, then on the 8th day you will give it to me." Ezekiel is looking at this law, and he's interpreting this as child sacrifice.
Well, what about, like, for example, like, in like Samuel or 1st or 2nd Samuel, when Samson was given up by his mom to God.
Judges?
That didn't mean he was, or what's that?
You mean Judges?
Yeah, I don't remember which book it was. Whichever one Samson's in, his mom gave him up to God because she wanted to have a kid.
Oh,
and she said, "I will."
You're thinking of Samuel. So at the beginning of 1 Samuel, his mother Hannah dedicates Samuel to the temple, but it's not the same type of dedication that you're thinking, right? But it also doesn't fix the problem of Ezekiel interpreting Exodus as child sacrifice.
I'm interpreting Ezekiel as human sacrifice, as in 1st and 2nd Kings, where they were worshiping the pagan religions, which was part of that was child sacrifice.
But God says he gave the command. Ezekiel says God gave the command. So God is speaking through Ezekiel.
Well, then that would be a little bit contradicting then.
I know that's it's not contradicting. It's just his interpretation of it, right? It says, "Moreover, I gave them statutes that were not good." The statutes and ordinances are laws. They're prescriptions, right? It says, "I gave them statutes and ordinances that were not good, by which they could not live. I defiled them through their gifts and offering up of their firstborn." So what happened to the Israelites was like in the siege of Judea, like when they had to eat their children, is not what was happening. And the kings, some of them did offer up some of their children to Baal and or Molech, but God says in Jeremiah, says, "This thought never even crossed my mind."
Sorry, say that again. What never crossed his mind?
To offer up your children to a foreign god. is it Jeremiah chapter 8 or chapter 9?
I guess I'm confused a little bit on the connection a little.
Jeremiah 19, not 9. All right, Jeremiah 19, 5. In referring to the Israelites offering up their firstborn to the foreign gods, in his accusations, he says, building high places of Baal to burn their children in the fires as burnt offerings to Baal, which I did not command or decree, nor did it enter my mind. So the idea of offering your children up to Baal or to Molech, this is not a command that God gave.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I don't think that he would have said to offer your firstborn kid to Baal.
Right. He said to offer your firstborn to me.
Yes, but I don't think that meant killing them.
Well, that's what I'm saying, is Ezekiel did, right? So either your reading of the text is wrong and Ezekiel is right, or Ezekiel's reading of the text is wrong. I'm sorry, or Ezekiel's right and you're wrong. Like one of you can't both be correct, right? Because Ezekiel says that God commanded them to offer up their firstborn, just like it says in Exodus, as a sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, would dedicating your children to the church or whatever, would that horrify them?
Yeah, right.
Well, I think what was horrifying was when people were actually, I think what was horrifying was that they were sacrificing them.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
exactly.
Yeah, well,
I don't
that's what
know
it
if-
says in
if-
verse
if-
26. He did it to horrify them.
Right. Giving your child to the temple is not going to horrify anybody. That's just a practice that people used to do. In fact, even the ancient Babylonians did it. In fact, there's elaborate rituals you can read in the Babylonian text about how you prepare your daughter to become a temple attendant and how she's selected and what kind of life she has to live for the 1 year preceding her time of service, right? So certainly, like, giving it was considered an honor to be selected to serve in the temple, right? So this idea that he gave them ordinances that they couldn't live by and that it was going to defile them, right? It says, I defiled them through their gifts and offerings up of their firstborn in order that I might horrify them. This is child sacrifice.
But if he was saying to dedicate your firstborn kids to me, could it not be the first thing that you were saying, which is kind of what I was talking about with Samson, having his mom dedicate him to God? Is that not what he was saying and not the sacrificing one?
Well,
And then when Ezekiel is talking about the one part where it's horrifying them, the horrifying part was that people were taking that as human sacrifice.
So no. So again, Samuel being offered up has nothing to do with Exodus.
Sorry, I keep saying Samson. Samuel.
It's okay. It's just a brain slip. It happens to me all the time, right? What Ezekiel's talking about is actual bad laws, right? He starts out in 24, because they're disobeying me, right? They rejected my Sabbath, so on and so forth, and they set their mind, on idols. It says, I gave them statutes that were not good and ordinances by which they cannot live. So we're talking about laws. We're talking about commands. Well, what were the statutes? What were the ordinances that weren't good? And then he tells you, I defiled them through their very gifts in offering up of their firstborn in order that I might horrify them. Well, giving your child to the temple, as happened with Solomon, isn't horrifying. It's an honor. So it's got to be child sacrifice.
Don't you think he's defiling them because they're sacrificing their kid, not just dedicating the kid?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, the fact that he is asking them to sacrifice their children is the thing that defiles them.
So thinking of Judges, I'm blanking on the name of the man where he says, I forget what he's like. I will.
Jephthah,
He
chapter 11.
sacrifices basically his firstborun daughter.
Yeah, it's his only child.
Only child. Yeah.
Yeah, it's Jephthah.
Okay,
It's in
only
chapter
child.
11. Yeah.
And I can't remember the exact thing, but he says very kind of flippantly, I'll sacrifice whatever walks out of my first, or whatever walks first out of my door, I will sacrifice.
Yep.
Could that not be that God is defiling him by even saying that, saying, okay, you want to sacrifice whoever walks out of your door? That will be a defilement because it'll actually be your only kid.
Did
Like
God
kind of
command
like a
that?
punishment in some way.
Did God
which I'm
command
not
it?
command what?
Command him to do it.
To sacrifice his kid?
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that
Well,
it just doesn't it doesn't make sense that he would tell people to human sacrifice their own kid.
well, then Jephthah and the sacrifices of his daughter has nothing to do with Ezekiel. Ezekiel's talking about commandments, ordinances, rules that they have to live by. Jephthah, according to the narrative, didn't do anything of that nature. In fact, it says the Spirit of the Lord came upon him when he uttered the promise, but there was no commandment.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll be honest, I guess I don't know.
Yeah, these are tough. Let me cover one more passage with you that I think is typically pretty illuminating. Have you read Deuteronomy 22 before?
Yeah.
Okay. Have you read the virginity laws?
I have. I don't remember them exactly.
That's all right. You listen, for a new Christian, you've read way more of the Bible than most Christians we ever talked to up here, so you're doing great.
Thanks. I will say that is a frustrating thing when they don't. I mean, I don't mean to sound hypocritical, but yeah, I get it.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I've been around for a while, and when I meet a Christian that claims to be a Bible-believing Christian, that's my first clue that they've never read the Bible. But let me read Deuteronomy 22. It says, suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her, dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. Okay, after going into her, like, what is the evidence you think he's probably looking for?
I would assume blood.
Yeah, exactly. He's looking for her to bleed, right? That's why it says, the father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. Now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So they're looking for blood, and the proof that she's either bled or didn't bleed is whether or not there's blood on the cloth, right?
Right.
Right. Now, you're probably aware, and I don't want to be assuming, but you're probably aware only about 43% of women bleed their first time, right?
Yeah, I know it's not always the case.
Right. So the fact that God says if you don't bleed your first time, you can get stoned, seems to be because this was written not by God, but by somebody who didn't know biology.
Right, and I'll be honest too. Like I read things like this, and even the part where we're talking about the Hebrew slaves, and like I was trying to reason with it. Like maybe it's protection, maybe it's whatever. I don't understand this, and it begs the question: maybe is part of it not God saying that? Is it just a person saying what they want to say? Because what you just pulled up is very, I don't know, misogynistic and abusive, and I don't know. I really don't know. I don't get that part.
So yeah, and you're being honest with the text. Like when I was a young Christian, when I was just a little bit older than you, I ran through a lot of these difficult passages, and I said the same thing. I said, shit, these are really difficult. I don't know if I have answers to them. And I went as far as I could trying to find answers for a lot of these problems. And what I discovered is there's not good answers for them. I ended up going through Bible college and seminary and coming out on the other side, realizing that the God who gave these laws is not a good God. He doesn't know biology. He doesn't know history. He's a barbarian who seems to be an invention from the Bronze Age. And then for me, the nail in the coffin, and, I don't want to bombard you by adding a new topic, but for me, the nail in the coffin was that Jesus didn't fulfill any of the messianic predictions. Like if you go to the Old Testament and see what it says about the Messiah, he didn't do any of it.
Yeah, no, and I've seen your videos talking about that too. And I mean, the number is constantly changing. It's 600 prophecies.
I
It's
know.
300 prophecies, 100, 0. And like, I don't know, I don't know the prophecies either to the point where I can have a full blown debate on that. But
Right.
I don't think that negates that gut. Yeah, you go on to someone else because I am sure you have someone who can like crash out and be crazy. But
sir, you've been so nice. I hate to wear you out and keep piling on because you're such a polite guest and we appreciate that you're here. And I get a lot of people that get angry in my emails and my DMs accusing me of not letting my guests talk. Listen, if you come up here and you're nice and polite, you can talk as much as you want. Shit, you can even interrupt me and I'm okay with it as long as you're being polite. So, I mean, you've been nice and polite. It pains me to have these discussions with you because you sound like a nice person, but please do come back. Let me know if you find some good apologetics for these problems. I'll warn you ahead of time. I already know all the apologetics. But
I believe that.
let me know what you find. Come on back and we'll have some follow-up.
All right. Sounds good. Well, nice talking.
Yeah, good to hear from you, Sarah. Cheers.
Yep.
Cool.
Welcome in, buddy.
Hi. Working up the courage to talk to you for a few days now, but I've enjoyed listening to you.
I get it. Thanks for watching, Wes. I assume you're a Christian?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm a Christian, sort of old earth creationist.
So you agree with like the Catholics and whatnot that the old earth creationism is likely, and you probably are okay with evolution?
For the most part.
Okay, fair enough. I think that was kind of where I was as a Christian. I read a lot of books from the fundamentalists trying to combat evolution and young earth, trying to put up young earth creationism. Even as a Christian, I didn't find them very compelling books. But so I'm glad that like you're okay with science being science. So let's start out where we typically start out, which is, what do you think is the most compelling evidence or argument for God?
I think probably arguments from design. Are you familiar with like Stephen Meyer and intelligent design people?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty familiar with the intelligent design arguments. Typically, like the most famous, people will go to like Paley's watchmaker analogy. That's a pretty typical one. I mean, I don't know which one you want to go to, but
I'm personally drawn to the idea of, yeah, I mean, like the watchmaker, like teleological arguments, and I like where like Stephen Meyer goes with his DNA being a code argument, extrapolating from that.
Okay, so the information argument, right? So personally, I think there's a couple problems with the DNA information argument.
Okay.
And I think my favorite way to deal with it may not be everyone's favorite way of dealing with it, but I write code for a living, right? So, for example, there's a couple like no-nos in coding. Like you want to write code that does everything you need it to do in the least amount of lines. That's called efficiency. And then the other thing is you don't want dead code, right? You don't want to write a bunch of code and then later realize you don't need it and then leave it in the program. That's all dead code, right?
Right.
When we look at our DNA, if it was designed, it looks like it was designed by a madman. We've got a ton of dead code and we've got a ton of inefficiencies. Which makes sense if it came about naturally, right? Because the universe doesn't have a goal in mind, right? It doesn't care if DNA is wildly inefficient. It doesn't care about that at all, right? But if it was purposely designed by a creator, now we've got some questions to ask.
Sure. Like, as far as, so you're saying there are parts that are not functional? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, the percentage has been postulated by different scientists over time, like biologists. I think currently they're suggesting, up to 70% of it is non-functional, and some of it's actually repetitive, which is interesting. But I think one of the biggest, I would say, if we're going to talk about,
it is more like 99%.
Oh, Ems is with. So Ems is a medical doctor, but you can't hear him. Unfortunately,
But,
I can hear him.
The 99% is like it is not entirely junk. Some of it has been shown to act as just transcription factors and areas in which the, for example, the DNA polymerase or the transcriptase would bind into them, for example. But the vast majority of the 99% is non-coding and junk.
Okay. So my friend Ems, I apologize you can't hear him. I don't have enough technology to make you hear a guest on TikTok yet. Working on that. But he's a med doctor. He's saying that 99% of the DNA is what he considers junk DNA.
It is non-coding.
Interesting.
Non-coding.
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 And by non-coding, do you mean like not the like protein coding regions?
It doesn't code for proteins.
Exactly. It doesn't code for proteins.
What about like regulatory stuff?
That's a good question. I don't know. Wesley, it sounds like you might have a little bit of scientific background.
Just hobby.
Ems, what do you think about that? Does it have any regulatory function?
Some of it does, yes. Like some of it would regulate transcription, and some of it would act as inhibitors of transcriptors, activators or initiators of transcription. Some of them would act as telomeres, for example. But the vast majority of it is non-functional.
Okay. He's saying some of it, yes, does what you're referring to, but the vast majority of it is non-functional. I do think we can hone in on something that we can all agree on as non-functional. So rather than debating the percentage, I think we all agree, for the most part, it's not always true. There are functional endogenous retroviruses, but for the most part, endogenous retroviruses are like, we're going to call them more like parasites. They found their way into our DNA. They spliced into the DNA, but typically we don't need them. You can cut all of them out typically, and they wouldn't have an effect. Now, we have discovered there are some retroviruses that we do actually need. Like, we've adapted over the course of evolution in unison with the retroviruses, and now they're actually necessary, but most of them aren't necessary. And
right. If I remember correctly, I think some ERVs are antiviral, and then maybe some are like embryonic development that can be useful. Yeah.
So my point with the ERVs is I think ERVs are a really good sign of evolution, but you already agree with evolution. So we have something there that we agree on, that ERVs make a lot of sense in a world where evolution happens to be the case. So perhaps the next question I would move to, right? If you and I both agree that ERVs exist and that they're good evidence for evolution, and you and I both agree that evolution is true, right? The question I would ask is, at what point did humans become human? Like, so when God put his image in mankind, that's your doctrine. I don't think that's what image means, but that's typically the Christian doctrine. At what point did that happen?
Yeah, it's a good question.
Also, Wesley, by the way, take your time answering the questions. So far, you've been the most delightful guest I've talked to in weeks. So when I get good guests, you have all the time you need. Don't worry.
Okay. I have what I'm inclined to do is go based on a general outlook of genealogies, and maybe think 10,000 years, somewhere around there, for humans at least, or man in God's image, kind of thing.
Sure. So you would then kind of you would adopt evolution, but then you would also marry in the idea of like the 6,000 years, where about 6,000 years ago you got the first man and woman with the image of God in them.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, fair enough. That's a popular theory. If you've read anything from like Biologos or Reasons to Believe, you'll hear that.
William Lane Craig, yeah.
Exactly. Okay, so you're familiar with the organizations I'm talking about.
Mhm.
Okay, cool. I think Biologos is doing really cool stuff. I think they're pushing the boundaries of apologetics. Like if you're ever looking for a good apologetic institute, I would go to Biologos. I actually personally have 2 professors that are part of the organization when I was in school, and they're really smart people.
Nice. That's good.
So that being said, you're already familiar with some of the organizations doing apologetics that are agreeing with the science. So I'm going to bring up something that I brought up with one of my professors who was in Biologos, and I'm not going to name drop who he is because I don't want people to go and attack his work because he does amazing work. But one of my concerns is that say you have the evolution of man, right? How did God decide? Like, what did Adam and Eve have? If we just refer to Adam and Eve as the first people to get the image, what were the qualities of Adam and Eve that their parents lacked?
I've thought about that. I think it's sort of like a consciousness, maybe like morality and rationality.
Yeah, that's actually a really good thought. You can say like they finally reached a point where they were mentally developed, but I would say that kind of betrays Genesis 3, because according to Genesis 3, they didn't know right from wrong yet until they ate from the fruit. That's Genesis 3:22.
That's fair. I'd have to think about that.
Right. Now, I'll give you, I think, the answer I think that best works.
Okay.
So I think I was in a chat forum with some friends on this topic, and someone said it wasn't that they were developed mentally enough, it's that they were developed physically enough that they could, in fact, embody the characteristics that God wanted them to embody, right? So God knew, it's kind of like when you're building a custom motorcycle, even before the motorcycle is completely finished, you recognize that there's a point where you could get on that motorcycle and test drive it.
Yeah.
Right. So to me, I think that's the argument that makes the most sense. Like God went through the process of evolution to develop human beings, to get them to a point where they were physically and mentally capable of handling the download, if you will.
Yeah, I could see.
Now,
maybe what I would do is
Mhm.
separate like rationality and like moral law, like knowledge of moral law.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, I have to tell you why I don't think this is a great argument.
Okay. Yeah, go for it.
So the process of using evolution to get to the stage, right? The problem with that is we're assuming that God had one of two options, at least one of two options. So he probably had other options, right? So, but let's use the two options we know of.
Okay.
Option number one is God used evolution. Option number two that God could have done is he could have just spoke Adam and Eve into existence at the moment and not used evolution. Those are two options he could have used. Now, the reason why this is important is because the option, if you believe he used evolution, that means he seemed to have picked the most barbaric method possible of getting where he wanted to go, when he could have just clicked his fingers and got there without all the barbarism. Like he didn't need the millions of years of humans like hunting and preying on each other and dying in the wild, and like survival of the fittest and nonsense like that.
I mean, yeah. I think I'm sort of granting that God is sort of omniscient and like predetermines everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so I view sort of suffering and everything like that from a perspective of it's all part of like sort of the overarching narrative.
Yeah. So, for example, do you believe in the triomni God? Like he's all good, he's all knowing, and he's all powerful?
Yeah,
Okay.
roughly.
Sure. So this does run into the omni paradox a little bit, which is if he's all good, then it seems to be that he's required, because that's part of the definition of all good, he's required to take the path with the least amount of suffering, right?
For what?
Well, to accomplish his goal, right? If his goal is X, Y,
Sure.
and Z.
Sure, I grant that.
Right. So we're assuming that the goal is whatever the goal is. We don't know what it is, right? But if he has a goal, like if his goal is to make mankind capable of taking the divine image, then if he's all good, then we would assume that part of being all good means that he's doing it the way that causes only necessary suffering and not unnecessary suffering. Kind of like if
Yeah.
you go in to get like your vaccine, right? The needle is necessary. You have to suffer through the needle. But if the
Sure.
doctor comes in, pokes you in the eyeball, and then gives you the vaccine, well, the poke in the eyeball was not necessary. He didn't need that.
Yeah, I think maybe I'm being presumptuous. I think I could figure out where you're going with this.
Mhm.
So my prediction is, and maybe I'm wrong, so you can correct me, but what I'm seeing is because God is, so he's all powerful, right? And an all powerful God, I mean, apart from the fact that an all powerful God wouldn't need to use the means of evolution, right?
Right.
I think, I mean, you can go even further than that. Like, do you know Alex O'Connor?
Yeah, I know. Cosmic Skeptic.
Yeah.
He's
So
way
he-
smarter than
he
I
has-
am.
He has the like gratuitous suffering of like animals and that kind of thing.
I love that argument. I don't use it, but I love it.
I think it's a good argument.
Mhm. I think I've listened to him before. I think I could support his argument from the Bible and make it even better, but we don't know each other yet, unfortunately.
Interesting. Okay.
Sorry, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. I got excited.
Yeah, he's an incredible thinker. I think I forget how old he is. I think he's like my age.
Yeah, he's
like
young.
26.
Yeah, I'm a boomer, dude.
Well, I don't know. I see the thrust of like moral arguments. The overarching problem though that I have with them is that it's from my perspective, it feels like it's trying to smuggle in sort of like an objective morality.
Well, let me rebut that by suggesting that I don't think this is a moral argument. To me, I think it's a definitional argument, right? So When we're talking about the omni paradox, and I'm touching on the part of the paradox of God being omnibenevolent, meaning all good, then we can just agree on what all good means without having to worry about morality.
Sure.
You know what I mean? So I would suggest that in my worldview, and we can discuss this a little bit, all good means that you don't cause unnecessary suffering, you only cause necessary suffering.
Right. Okay.
Because if you're all good, you pick the best
Wouldn't exist
possible.
if you were all good.
What's that, Ems?
Yeah, I don't think necessary pain would exist if you're all powerful.
Actually, so that's a fair point from Ems. So you can't hear Ems, but Ems is saying it. If there was a God that was all good, there wouldn't be any unnecessary pain at all.
All powerful.
Right.
Yeah. He wouldn't make it necessary.
Yeah. I think maybe there's some like semantic things that I could go down, but generally, yeah.
Let me push the argument a little even more, right? Since we're talking about the idea of necessary and unnecessary evil, because it seems like God, the ideal state would be no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain, no more death. That's Revelation 21:7 and 8. Right? Now, if that's the ideal state, then I think that at a minimum, that means that suffering is always going to be less beneficial than non-suffering.
Yeah.
Right. So if God's all powerful and he can instantiate any world, including the world from Revelation 21, where there is no suffering, there's no sorrow, but he instantiated the world where there's a lot of gratuitous suffering via evolution or via the food chain or via natural disasters. I think we have to do one of two things. We either have to get rid of one of the omni properties, or we have to just say that God is illogical. Now, I have a Christian friend on TikTok named Vor. The way he fixes this is by saying that, well, God's not all good. Sometimes he's an asshole. And that's a possibility.
I don't know if have you read any like C.S. Lewis?
So I read C.S. Lewis back when I was in high school. And I read Mere Christianity because everyone was saying how smart he was. I personally did not find C.S. Lewis compelling.
That's fair.
I think there are a lot of good theologians in history that did it better. I would point towards people like Thomas Aquinas.
I'd agree about that. Yeah,
I think he's way better than C.S. Lewis could ever hope to be.
Summa Theologia. Yeah.
And even modern thinkers, think of somebody like Fyodor Dostoevsky. Oh, great book, right? So if you're looking at Dostoevsky, if you're just looking at like some of the basic works, like his magnum opus, The Brothers Karamazov, I think that's better. That's better than most of the theological works out there. He addresses a lot of these points.
Yeah, he's got that interesting what is it, oh gosh. So that one scene when I'm trying to remember the brothers' names.
Oh, there's Aisha. Aisha
is the youngest, right? And then
what?
The atheist one, the middle one.
Yeah, I always forget their names. I have a bookmark. So the original copy that I bought on Amazon, and they actually sent me a bookmark that had all the names of the characters in it. So you didn't forget.
Oh, that's handy.
Isn't that awesome?
Let me see
because they jump back and forth between the characters so often that it's easy to forget who they are.
Yeah, that's a Russian novel for you. I don't think I have it close to me, so that's okay.
I can pull it up. Hold on, let me grab the characters. So there's Alyosha,
Dmitri.
and Dmitri.
He's
Yes,
oldest.
Dimitri's there, and Ivan.
He's the one that gets accused.
Right. And of course, everyone remembers Katerina, and
Yeah.
Ilyusha is obviously another, and Fyodor. Either way, listen. Sorry, we were getting off track.
Yeah. Oh, I was just gonna bring up the one discussion that they have in the diner before the atheist brother leaves, where he's sort of like going over his sort of inquisitor, like king dream. Are you familiar with that part?
I mean, you can refresh my memory a little bit. It's been.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
So I read it for the last time in. Give me a second. 2009. Sorry, I've told you I'm old.
There's a. You'll probably remember when I start saying it, but basically, Jesus comes to this town, and the head inquisitor like speaks with him, and he's like, like we have this sort of thing going on here, and we need you to leave.
Right.
Yeah. So, I think there's a particular perspective about suffering that like it's all bad.
Right. So I don't agree with that, by the way. So
Okay.
I think some suffering is necessary.
Okay.
Okay. So when I talk about unnecessary or gratuitous suffering, I use pretty specific examples because I think there is such a thing as unnecessary suffering. So I'm okay with that. For example, I go to the gym and I tear my muscles and it's painful. I get micro tears in my muscle, but I get stronger, right? So I think there is such a thing as unnecessary suffering or necessary suffering. But for me, right, if I think there's an all good, all loving, all powerful God, I would my expectation is that there's not unnecessary suffering, right? If there is unnecessary suffering, that means one of the omni properties of God has to go. Either he doesn't know about it, or he can't do anything about it, or he's just not good. He's not all good. He's only partially good.
Right. Yeah. I mean, this is a fair argument, right? It's a very old argument.
It's a classic. It's got the staying power because it's a good one.
It is, yeah.
Right.
I don't want to be trite and be like, this is a mystery, but I think to a certain extent there are, I believe that there are mysteries, and some of the things that from my perspective, I believe God knows.
So
I'm fine with temporarily not.
I don't think that's trite. I think that's being honest. Okay, so for example, when I was a Christian, I knew that the Trinity broke the laws of logic. I knew it. There was no question about it, right? And as a Christian, I was willing to say that, listen, it's illogical. It's a mystery. We can't understand it. God is beyond our understanding. I think it's an okay place to be. I think when you get to the point where you're saying, no, the logic of the Trinity does make sense, it is logical, that's where Christians get themselves in the deep water, because I can demonstrate to you why it's not logical, right? So there is a point where if you get to a point where you say, listen, my religion is a faith, I can't demonstrate it to be true, I can't even demonstrate it necessarily to always be logical, but I believe it because I'm convicted of it, right?
Mm.
Now, that's a point of honesty. I can respect that, right? I was there once. I was at a point where I said, listen, I can't tell you it's true. I can't tell you it's even logical. I can tell you that I believe it.
Sure.
But you know as well as I do, people come into this live stream and they'll tell me I'm the idiot for not
Yeah.
believing what they believe.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's clearly not true, but I think, yeah. I have a little bit of a qualm with just like the level of like positivism, objectivism
Mhm.
in Western culture. I don't think life is that simple.
Wesley, have you gone to school?
Yeah. I went to Gutenberg College.
Mhm.
It's a liberal arts.
That's fine. Are you considering a master's degree?
Yeah.
Have you considered doing a master's degree in biblical studies?
No, not really.
Well, I think you would enjoy it. Now, you can't make any money with it. Like I paid out of pocket for mine, and I made no money with it.
Okay.
But I think you would really enjoy it. You're smart and you're thoughtful.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah. Well, let me go to the other end, right? So we started at, is there a good reason for God?
Mhm.
I'll give you some brief synopsis on why, even if there is a God, I don't think it's a Christian God. Because
Okay.
at the end of the day, like, you might be able to lay down an argument for God existing that convinces me. I might be like, fuck, there is a God. But I don't think the Christian God is that God ever, no matter what.
Okay.
And I think the reason why that's the case is because I don't think the triomny God makes sense. So number one, triomny God, out the window. Number two, the Bible is riddled with problems. I think the biggest problem for me, and everyone here who knows my channel knows what I'm going to say. You already know what's happening, guys. I don't think Jesus fulfilled a single messianic prophecy, right?
Interesting. Yeah, no, I understand where that's coming from. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So now I know that Christians really think, like, when I say this, they get like really like deep down inside, like, he has to have done at least one. What about Isaiah 53? Not even Isaiah 53, right? So like when I get this, so I went to, I'll give you a preface, Wesley. I went to Bible college and seminary, and
Okay.
at both I specialized in the Hebrew Bible and Semitic languages. So when I'm looking at the Bible, I'm looking at this thing like, fuck, Jesus didn't do it. He didn't do what he was supposed to do. That's just all there is to it, right? Now, when I say this to Christians, they get crazy. They get out in their head like, that can't be true. But the fact of the matter is, I've never seen a Christian give a good rational defense for why I'm wrong. Because if you just read the prophecies, even the ones that he claimed to fulfill, Micah 5:2, Zechariah 9:9, so on and so forth, he didn't fulfill them. He didn't do them.
Yeah, I think what's interesting is you even have it's near the beginning of Matthew, I think, where he's like, thus fulfilling prophecy.
Right.
You know?
He says it.
And then you look back, and when you look back, you're like, that's not even a prophecy.
I know,
What are you
it's not
talking about?
even a prophecy. I know. It's like, what are you talking about? It's not even a prophecy.
I'm wondering if that's, and maybe I'm speculating now, but I'm wondering if, because there's such a rich Jewish tradition that they had, I'm wondering if there was some sort of other meaning to something being a prophecy.
Okay, so I'll give you the background. Okay, so when the prophecies originally of the post-Babylonian Reformation didn't happen, the writers of the intertestamental period started reinterpreting the passages, and I've got a copy. Hold on. Okay. This copy of the Dead Sea Scrolls. What we found in Dead Sea Scrolls and elsewhere is the problem we found is that, like, when the prophecies didn't come true, rather than just admitting they didn't come true, they said, no. The prophecy didn't mean what it originally was talking about. It actually means this, right? I'll give you my favorite example. It comes from the Dead Sea Scrolls, the commentary on Hosea. Let me make sure this is the one I was looking for. No, not Hosea. It must be the commentary on maybe Habakkuk. There we go, Habakkuk. So if you go to the Dead Sea Scrolls, look at the commentary on Habakkuk, it says something really interesting. At the beginning of Habakkuk 1:6, it quotes it. It says, "For I am now about to raise up the Chaldeans, a brutal and reckless people." Easy enough. We know who the Chaldeans are, right? Those Babylonians.
Yeah.
And then it says, it gives an interpretation of this passage. And it says, "This refers to the Kittim, who are swift and mighty in war, annihilating many people," so on and so forth. But the Kittim at this time period was a reference for either the Greeks or the Romans. So what the author of the Habakkuk Pesher was doing was he's saying, listen, the prophecy as it originally was given didn't come true. Therefore, it must be about somebody else. And this is what the New Testament is doing. The New Testament keeps going back to the Old Testament saying, well, the Old Testament prophecies didn't come true. Therefore, it must come true in this other way, right? Where I think the more parsimonious answer is it didn't come true because they're not real prophecies, because the God of this book doesn't exist.
Yeah, I take your point. What I would say though is like, maybe you can let's just try a couple examples. I'll just start with one. Let's say maybe you could seed when Jesus says, "I will destroy this temple and in 3 days I'll rise it up," right? For instance, like you could see how that could be interpreted one way by the contemporary Pharisees, and then later it's understood by the disciples in a different way, right?
Okay, so on the example you gave, I don't think that's comparable. For example,
one thing I'll grant, it's not a prophecy in the sense that like we can see the fulfillment and like demonstrate it, right?
Oh, well, I think the
I'm
reason.
just saying. Okay.
Fair enough. I think the reason why I would count that as disconnected is because it seems clear from the context that Jesus was talking about himself. That being said, the one I'm referring to are the prophecies of the Old Testament, right? Referring to things that we know are real entities. So, for example, when it talks about the Israelites being gathered up from the nations in which they were scattered, they'll all be brought home, the northern and the southern tribes. This is Ezekiel 36 and 37. They'll be combined again into one nation. Never again will they be divided into two nations, right? This is a very clear prophecy about God collecting his people, bringing them back and combining them back into one nation, like the divided or the united monarchy. This just didn't happen, right? So, and if you read the writings of the Jews from the intertestamental time period, they know it didn't happen, right? So in order to get around the fact that it didn't happen, they had to invent new interpretations. We'll say, well, this word means this now. This people group means this people group, right? And so to me, that's just them saying, listen, it didn't come true, so the words don't mean what words mean anymore.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I'm just thinking about like, yeah, I'd have to look at that. Maybe I'll get back to you at some point.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So my reading of the New Testament is that they were continuing the tradition. This tradition that, well, the original prophecies didn't come true in the original context. But if you change the meaning of the words, you can make it come true another way. And so Christians will tell me, well, it came true spiritually. It doesn't mean anything to me. What does a spiritual fulfillment even mean, right? Because once you've divorced it from the original context, well, it can be about anything. And to
sorry, just to like try to guess where they're coming from. Do they think that this is talking about like the new Israel, like God's people?
So that brings up a good point, because they were reinterpreting the old prophecies, and one of those is the new Israel, new Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, right? So we hear about this quite often in the Bible. This is kind of, I want to call a reworking of Isaiah 65. Now, the crazy part is in Isaiah 65, when it talks about the new heaven, new earth, new Jerusalem, it says that people are still going to die. They're just going to live for a long time. It says the person who lives to 100 will be considered a youth. Sorry, the person who dies at 100 will be considered a youth, right? Though, so in Isaiah, it's suggesting that people are going to live for a long time, but not going to live forever. But Revelation 21:7 and 21:8 says that there will be no more death in the New Jerusalem at all, none.
Interesting.
Right. There's a lot there. Wesley, listen, it's 7:30. I'm supposed to be out of here by 12 o'clock. 7:30, 12:30, sorry. I'm supposed to be out of here by 12 o'clock. It's 12:30 now. My brain is starting to turn to mush. But listen, Wesley, you're delightful. You're the type of person that I want to have conversations with. So please do come back.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Because it might be that we never agree on anything, but it's also true that you're a decent person.
Thanks.
So we appreciate being here. We get a lot of people come up here and they're belligerent, they're angry, they're upset, and they just they feel like they want to one up the atheist. And when I first got online, I never thought that would be what I'm doing. I thought I would be having conversations with people like you. I thought I'd be having meaningful conversations with good people. Because when I was in church with really good people. We had conversations like this.
Oh, but you're on the internet.
I know. Now I'm on the internet, and it's not the same.
It's a different ballgame.
So when we find nice people like you, Wesley, please come back soon.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, Wesley, thank you so much. And if you ever want someone to talk to, join the Discord. We have a lot of people that are talking about these topics, deconstructing in the Discord. Some of them are full-blown atheists like me. Some of them still believe.
Okay, cool.
All right, cheers, friend. It's going to be Terrence. Welcome in, Terrence.
Hey, good to be here.
Terrence, are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I am both.
Awesome. And do you believe, I'm sorry, do you agree or disagree with the statement on the screen?
Well, I agree that all the prophecies that are in the Bible, that Jesus did not fulfill all of them.
I think he fulfilled some of them.
Yeah.
Which ones?
The one with the virgin birth, you had it just about, but he did not let you talk about it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, you were interrupted all the time. He did not let you speak.
Yeah, that's a G-man thing.
Yeah. The virgin birth is the one I believe in, and I think that's the biggest one.
Sure. Do you know what's happening in Isaiah chapter 7?
Well, I must be honest, I only have read the New Testament most of the time, so I will grab it right away. What did you say?
Yeah, go ahead. If you got a Bible on you, flip open to Isaiah 7.
Just give me a moment. Isaiah 7. Yes.
Okay. Now, the background of Isaiah 7 is it's like 730, 725 BCE. And the king of Judah, that's Ahaz, he's getting attacked by two other kings. The Israelites in the north have made an alliance with the Arameans. They're just on the other side of Damascus. So they made an alliance, and they don't like the Judean king because the Judean king is against the alliance. So they go in and they try to wipe him out. It says, in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, King Rezin of Aram, and King Pekah, son of Remaliah of Israel, went up to attack Jerusalem, but they could not conquer it. Then, when the house of David heard that Aram had allied itself with Ephraim, the heart of Ahaz and the heart of his people shook as the trees of the forest before the wind. So that's kind of the setting that we're in immediately, is that, okay, there's a war happening and the people are terrified. So God sends Isaiah to give the first prophecy that ends in verse 9. And the prophecy is basically, hey, buck up, God's with you, it's going to be okay. He ends the prophecy by saying, if you do not stand firm in faith, you shall not stand in all, right? So the goal here, the whole goal is to give the king and the people some reassurance that it's going to be okay during the war. So then the second part of the prophecy is where the supposed virgin birth is. And it says, again, the Lord spoke to Ahaz, ask a sign of the Lord your God, and let it be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven. But Ahaz said, I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test. Then Isaiah said, hear then, O house of David, is it too little for you to weary mortals that you weary my God also? Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Look, the young woman is with child and shall bear a son and shall name him Emmanuel. He shall eat curds and honey by the time he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. For before the child knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good, the land before whose two kings you are in dread will be deserted. So I think the prophecy is pretty easy to suss out. He's saying there's a child that's already been conceived. Before that child is old enough to know right from wrong, the two kings that are attacking you, their lands are going to be laid waste. Did I interpret that correctly?
I guess so. Yeah.
Right. So I don't see anything in this about a virgin birth. I don't see anything about a Messiah. I don't see anything of that sort in here. And if you keep reading the rest of the chapter in chapter 8, the prophecy basically comes true, like within the lifetime of King Ahaz.
So you also claim, because in the New Testament it will say Mary will bear a son and you will name him Emmanuel.
Mhm.
So that part that's right here in verse 14,
It's
you say
supposedly
it's not compatible.
Yeah, it's not compatible. I'll tell you why it shows up in Matthew. So, they had a Greek translation of the Old Testament. They certainly couldn't read Hebrew. And when they did the Greek translation of the Old Testament, they did something that was fine at the time they translated it, but Matthew didn't understand it. So, in the Hebrew translate or the Greek translation, they use Parthenos rather than young woman. That's Alma in Hebrew. They use Parthenos in Greek. Now, Parthenos could have meant a young woman, could have meant a virgin. It's got a wide semantic range, right? We see it elsewhere, like in Genesis 34. We see it used of somebody who's not a virgin. We also see the same thing in the works of Homer. However, by the time Matthew lived, the word had shifted in culture a little bit, and it was usually almost exclusively used of people who were virgins, right? That being said, Matthew, looking at this passage, saw a supposed virgin giving birth, and he's like, it's a miracle. This got to be about Jesus. But the reality is, nothing in the prophecy is about Jesus. It's not even about a Messiah. It's just saying that there's a woman who's already pregnant. She's about to give birth, and this is a sign for King Ahaz. The sign is, before this child is old enough to know right from wrong, I'm going to wipe out these two armies. And the Emmanuel is in reference to the prophetic name. The Emmanuel is not saying that the child is God. That's not what it's saying. If you read chapter 8, as the prophecy comes true, the prophet himself cries out twice, Emmanuel, Emmanuel. So we get it first here when the war is taking place. The Assyrians come in and they're wreaking havoc, but they're also wiping out the enemies. He says, O Emmanuel, take notice, you peoples, and be dismayed. Listen, all you far-off countries, gird yourselves and be dismayed. Take counsel together, but it shall be brought to naught. Speak a word, but it will not stand, for God is with us, Emmanuel, right? So I'm reading the
Mhm.
passage, and I don't see anything about a Messiah, like a messianic God man being born to a virgin.
Can you help me a little bit with where in chapter 8 do you see that? Which verse?
Verse 8, 9, and 10.
8, 9, and 10.
Yeah. And so all of the children born to Isaiah had prophetic names. The names weren't representative of the child itself. Typically, it was representative about what God was doing.
Do you have a little moment? My wife is calling.
Yeah, that's fine. See if he comes back in a second.
Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
I'm also feeding my baby at the moment.
I get it. You got to feed the baby.
Yeah, it's important.
So
where did we left off?
Right. Yeah. So you probably see in the passage there's really not much to be had here about a virgin birth, right?
No, that is true. Only the first in 7 you see a little bit. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son. That's the only part in the whole chapter.
Well, yeah, and the problem is, in the original Hebrew, it doesn't say virgin, right? It just says, "Look, the young woman is with child," and surely, if you read it in the Hebrew text, that's exactly what it says. It says "ha'alma hara," which means a pregnant young woman in Hebrew.
Okay. Well, I do not know Hebrew, so I will, for now, take your word on it.
It's okay. So I don't read this as being about Jesus, which means Matthew is obviously mistaken, right?
Well, I still disagree, but that is because I'm ignorant, to be fair.
Well, I mean, like all of us, you're learning, right? I think everybody is in some stage of learning. So, and it's for myself as well. You know, I'm always still learning as well. Like I can't claim to know all things. Let's go over another good example of like prophecy that people are convinced is related to Jesus, but you know, once you read it, it's not so clear. So you've probably heard this quotation before in reference to Jesus fulfilling prophecy, because this shows up in Matthew chapter 2. And it says here in Hosea 11, 1 and 2, when Israel was a child, I loved him, but out of Egypt I called my son. The more I called them, the more they went from me. They kept sacrificing to the Baals and offering incense to idols. Now, I'm reading this and I'm thinking, oh, well, this is just a history lesson. This is about the Exodus, when God called his firstborn son. That's Exodus chapter 4, verse 22, called his firstborn son out of Egypt. And then what did they do? They immediately strayed. They immediately started worshiping a golden calf, right? So like, if I'm looking at this part of the text, it clearly is not a prophecy, is it?
I totally agree, because you see in the Old Testament more it happens that God calling someone his son.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be the son, Jesus.
And
I think it's good debatable in that prophecy.
Yeah, and I think so. I'll show you how Matthew uses it. Right. So when they're warned by dream of what's going to happen, they go to Egypt. It says when Joseph got up, then Joseph got up, took the child and his mother by night, and went to Egypt and remained there until the death of Herod. This was to fulfill what had been spoken by the Lord through the prophet, out of Egypt I've called my son. But like, if you're reading Hosea 11, there's no reason why you would take that to be a prophecy. So like Matthew is out of his mind here.
Well, it's an interesting statement, and clearly I haven't read the Bible fully.
Right.
So it's good, yeah.
Yeah, it's a tough one. And so like I was reading these prophecies many years ago when I was still a Christian. And I knew, like even before I started Bible college, I knew that some prophecies like Isaiah 7 and even Isaiah 53, I already knew that the only way to make those fit Jesus is if you give it like dual fulfillments, like you have an original fulfillment and then like a dual fulfillment. And I didn't like that, but I was willing to accept it for a while because I was like, well, surely he fulfilled some prophecies in the original context. But the problem is the same thing we're doing right now. We're going through each individual prophecy. We can go through each individual prophecy about Jesus and they all read the same. Not a single one of them Jesus actually fulfilled in the original context. You have to invent a new context to make it work.
So also let's take an easy one. That he rides on a donkey comes in Zechariah 9 verse 8 or 9.
Yes, you got it. So this is fulfilled theoretically in Matthew 22. And, you know, when I first started streaming online, I used to joke and I would say Jesus only fulfilled one prophecy. And I would say that this is the only prophecy he fulfilled because he did in fact ride a donkey. And that's kind of tongue in cheek, but actually if you read it, he didn't really fulfill the prophecy, and I'll show you how. So when he gets the donkey, says this took place to fulfill what had been spoken through the prophet. Tell the daughter of Zion, look, your king is coming to you, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. Now, as he said in Zechariah 9, if you go to the passage, there are some stipulations other than just riding a donkey. Like anyone can ride a donkey, but what's supposed to happen, right? It says, rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion, shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem. See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow shall be cut off, and he shall command peace to the nations. His dominion shall be from sea to sea, from the river to the ends of the earth. But like, certainly we couldn't apply this to Jesus. He was never a king. He was never a victorious king. He never ended the wars or relieved Israel of their enemies.
In my belief, he did it sort of way. He did not do it physical, but spiritually for the ones that want to listen to him. And I believe that in the future, the day when he returns, that then the full prophecy will come through, that all the wars will see, all the, well, you know it. I don't have to list it on, I think.
Right. So the problem I have with the prophecy is that it's clearly about a king in like a physical land, in a physical place, that says he's going to end all the wars for his people. He's going to cut off the war chariots, the war horses, and the battle bow, and he's going to allow his people to live in peace, right? Now, if he hasn't done that, that means he didn't fulfill the prophecy. I mean, it's cool that he rode a donkey. In fact, he rode two, according to the book of Matthew, but I don't think riding a donkey gets you anywhere close to fulfilling this prophecy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get the point.
Now, I do know that a lot of Christians would put this down as a partially fulfilled prophecy. So Christians do like two different types of prophecies. They'll say either one of two things. It's a dual fulfillment, meaning it's disconnected from the original context. It's got two different meanings. Or they'll say that it's partially fulfilled, meaning Jesus did one part of it, but not the second part of it. But I'll give you a brief example to kind of illustrate why I personally don't think this is a good hermeneutic. Because if I told you the Cleveland Browns in 2025 are going to go undefeated, and then they're going to get into the playoffs, and they're going to win the Super Bowl, and they're going to defeat the defending champs from last year. Now, if it happens that they have a good season, they're not undefeated, but let's say they're like, I don't know, like 14-4 or something, and then they make the playoffs, but they don't win the Super Bowl. Would we still say that they fulfilled the prophecy?
Well, then you also can say partially, yeah. I get the reference.
Right, yeah, but if I said, here's my, I'm going to put money on this bet. My bet, my prediction is that this is going to happen. Do you think the bookie is going to pay me out?
No, I will think he will keep the money.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I think when we're talking about prophecies, I think it's kind of important that if a prophecy, say, has 5 points, that they all 5 actually get fulfilled. And typically when we look at these partially fulfilled prophecies, the only part that does get fulfilled is like the part that anyone could do. Like I can ride a donkey, that's easy, right? The part that
Yeah.
that makes him special is when he like ends all the war. That's the special part, right?
Mm-hmm. And the same as the virgin birth, it's not something everyone can do.
Right.
But what about the 30 pieces of silver?
Oh, this is a really good one. So this comes from Matthew 27. And this is one we don't get to talk about enough, but it's one of my favorite passages. So in Matthew 27, it says that Jesus was betrayed. It should be towards the end of it, I believe, or beginning of it. Let me grab it. It's going to be in verse 9. Yeah, verse 9. Okay. So in Matthew 27, verse 9, after he's betrayed, it says, "Then was fulfilled what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah." And then he quotes Jeremiah. And the quotation says, "And they took the 30 pieces of silver, the price of the one on whom a price had been set, on whom some of the people of Israel had set a price, and they gave them for the potter's field as the Lord commanded me." Okay. Now, if I asked you where in Jeremiah does this come from, do you think you could find it?
Not in Jeremiah, no. I know something fake in Zachariah, I think, somewhere. The pastor I talked about it. It was 10 or 11?
Yeah, I think it's 11. So if you go to Zechariah 11, what we find is something completely different. It's not about the Messiah being betrayed at all. God sends Zechariah to do a performative prophecy because he's upset. He's like, these are bad people, and I don't even like my shepherds. So he sends Zechariah to do a performative prophecy where he pretends to be a shepherd, but then he quits. And when he quits, he's like, "Yeah, you don't have to pay me." You know what I mean? But they pay him anyways, and God says, "Throw it into the treasury." So I'll show you where that says. It's going to be up here. The blah, 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 blah. There we go, verse 12. It says, "I then said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So they weighed out as my wages 30 shekels of silver. Then the Lord said to me, throw it into the treasury, this lordly price at which I was valued by them. So I took the 30 pieces of silver and threw them into the treasury in the house of the Lord." So the problem we have here is no one was actually betrayed. The shepherd himself, Zechariah in this case, received money for a job he didn't perform. And because he didn't perform the job, he gave the money back.
You leave my mouth wide open.
It's a tough one, I know, right? Because you would
It's
think
very tough to defend, yeah.
Yeah, it's hard to defend. And now here's the thing, the New Testament authors, they weren't crazy. They were doing something, a form of midrash that some Jews were already doing. And so, for example, if you read the Dead Scrolls and like read the Habakkuk Pesher or some of the other Pesherim in the Dead Sea Scrolls, what they were doing with the prophecies, because the prophecies didn't really come true. So what they were doing with the prophecies is they were going into it and they were rewording them, saying, no, well, this was originally about the Greeks. Now it's about this. This was originally about so-and-so. Now it's about such and such. So they were just saying, listen, the prophecies can't fail. So we have to go in and reinterpret them, even if the interpretation has nothing to do with the original context. So the New Testament authors were doing the exact same thing. They were saying, okay, we have this Messiah. We can't give up the idea that this is the Messiah. So what are we going to do? We're going to go back into the Old Testament. We're just going to reinterpret a bunch of passages that sound vaguely familiar to Jesus and say that they're prophecies about Jesus. And that's to me, I think this is dishonest. I don't think it's an honest way of doing it. I think it's like a really advanced form of coping with failure.
Yeah, well, the fun part is I start believing when I was 18 years old,
Yeah.
and I never read the scripture. I'm now trying to, how do you call it? Learn the book.
Takes time.
Because, yeah, it takes a lot of time.
And I'll tell you what, so I was a Christian for a long time. And I deconverted because I did study the scriptures. And I didn't just study the parts that I liked, I studied all of it, right? And the more I read it, the more I found the plot holes, the more I found that Jesus didn't actually do what the Messiah was supposed to do. And in fact, the New Testament contradicts what the Old Testament says about the Messiah. If you look at clear passages about the Messianic age, it says in Deuteronomy 30 that the law is going to be followed. It says in Ezekiel 44 and beyond that in the New Jerusalem, the new heavens and new earth, they're going to continue to have offerings and sacrifices. It says in Isaiah 65 in the new heaven and new earth that people are still going to actually die. They're just going to live for a very, very long time, but they're still going to die eventually. And it says in Isaiah 66 in the new Jerusalem, new heaven, new earth, that there's still going to be offerings and sacrifices. So like the idea that Jesus is going to do away with all death and he's going to get rid of all the offerings and sacrifices, like this is not compatible with the Old Testament.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
And can I ask a personal question?
Sure.
When did you start to believe, and was that through scripture or through faith?
So I started to believe as a child. I grew up around other believing people, so I guess I just assumed it was true because everybody in my life kind of did too. But I didn't grow up in a religious family. Like they didn't drag us to church. They didn't make us go to church. It was like a personal decision within our family. My parents believed in teaching the kids to make their own decisions. I became an evangelical when I was about 15, turning 16. And that's, if you asked me prior to that, if I believed, I would have told you yes. Who doesn't? Everyone believes this, right? But that being said, that was like a turning point for me when it became real. When I sort of had like my religious awakening, when I was like, oh, well, if this thing's real, I have to dedicate my entire life to this. This isn't something to take lightly. And that some evangelical churches would say, well, that was like my born again experience, right? And I took it very seriously. I got involved in ministry. I eventually went to Bible college and seminary. The problem is the more I studied, the more it turned out that it just couldn't be true. And once you get to the point where like it just can't be true, then it's pretty easy to go back and reinterpret some of your past experiences where you thought you were experiencing God. It's pretty easy to reinterpret those and be like, oh, that was just, my imagination doing what imaginations do.
Okay. That's interesting.
But I appreciate you come up and chat with me, though. I had a good time, Terrence. As you study through the Bible and you read more stuff, come back and talk with me and let me know how you're doing, okay?
Yeah, it's good. Thank you for having me.
Cheers, buddy. Okay, so are you at least 18 and are you a believer?
Yes, I'm 19 and I'm a believer.
Fantastic. And do you believe that Jesus fulfilled prophecies?
Yes, I believe Jesus fulfilled prophecies, yes.
Or do you believe that he fulfilled the messianic prophecies?
Can you define that, please?
Yeah, messianic prophecy is essentially any prophecy in the Old Testament about the Messiah. And it's a little bit subjective. There are some prophecies that people think are about the Messiah that may not be. And there are some that are not about the Messiah that they might think that they are about the Messiah. And then there's like the third category of things that just actually aren't prophecies at all, that people just want them to be prophecies. But obviously I wouldn't accept that. So,
perhaps you're referring to Zechariah. Zechariah's prophecies, perhaps? Is that what you're intending to get at?
Oh, there's a bunch of them. There's dozens of prophecies in the Old Testament that could be categorized as a messianic that either aren't messianic or they were not fulfilled.
Okay, so when you say not fulfilled, they weren't written in the Bible as fulfilled. You don't know for sure. There's no way to know that whether or not they were unfulfilled because it's simply not notated in the Bible if they were fulfilled or not. Which we can conclude that because the Bible is objective, that it's possible that they were fulfilled in some way, shape, or form, perhaps metaphorically, that they just simply weren't noted down. Or is that's conclusive, right? It's possible that that's the situation.
Well, I'm saying it's possible that they were fulfilled outside of the Bible, but we would still know if they were fulfilled, right?
How happened 2,000 years ago?
Well, if Jesus was an actual king in Israel, and he actually defeated all of Israel's enemies, that would be pretty apparent.
No, it wasn't Israel's enemies that he was trying to defeat. He was trying to defeat the ultimate enemy, the devil, which he did by dying for our sins.
Yeah, where's that prophecy?
I'm sorry, what are you saying? No, I'm not saying that's prophecy.
Okay, well, the prophecies that we actually have that are considered messianic don't talk about a devil. It talks about the actual physical enemies of Israel.
Like what, Rome under occupation, perhaps Babylon? What enemies are you referring to in that situation? Are you referring to later enemies or their current situation when Jesus was alive and preaching?
Well, that's the fun thing about the Old Testament messianic prophecies is the enemy is typically not specifically noted. It just says that they're going to be defeated.
As the devil, which they never really say the devil. But based on inferences, we can concur that the ultimate enemy of Jesus Christ and God is the devil, as in evil. It spreads the evil into the world, and ultimately is the cause of all sin and disdain and human corruption. So Jesus dying on the cross provides an opportunity for humans individually to defeat their own personal devils.
No,
which was a
That's not at all a prophecy. The prophecy says he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. Those are military victories.
Sorry, can you restate that, please?
Yeah, this is Zechariah 9:9, 9:9 and 10. It says, he will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. This is like actual military language. It's not metaphors.
All right, and who's saying this?
Zechariah.
Zechariah is. Well, okay. Based on the actual belief of the Jerusalemites in the time of Jesus, they assumed that Jesus was going to be a military leader based on some misinterpretations of previous scriptures. And of course, this was written in a different language, so exactly what their exact words are, and different words can vastly change the meaning of it. But Hebrew, including Jerusalem and the natives in Israel were also confused widely on wasn't coming in with swords and weapons and trying to break free of Rome.
Said would happen.
No, that's not what all the prophets said. And
it is. I just 9 where it says that he's defeat the enemies in Ephraim. So that's what that says, and then it also says in the other prophecies, for example, let's go to Ezekiel 37.
Okay. And I want to point out that you can technically take any point of the Bible because the Bible is subjective and was written by man, as you stated previously, not denoting it in a sense, but denoting some of the various lines. You can take any book and take a line out of context and then use it to twist in your way. And I have the Bible in front of me, but I have no specific lines that I'm going to be pulling out and trying to twist into my context because I'm not academically prepared for that. I saw your live stream and joined. Actually, particularly, I wanted to talk to you about Noah's promise, or the promise to Noah, because I noted you were talking about that with
want to talk about the prophecies.
I'm fine with talking about prophecies too. I wrote a few notes down and I wanted to talk to you about that. And I actually did write down that I wanted you to elaborate on Zechariah, because with that same person you had been talking about Zechariah's involvement in the possibility of his basic corruption with via the Bible, because his in fulfillment of the prophecies is your belief that everything the Bible said is therefore incorrect or inconclusive?
No.
And so then why do you believe that the Bible is completely incorrect if you're not going on the previous statement that because that the prophecies weren't concluded, that it's just completely all wrong?
I never said that everything in the Bible was wrong. I don't know where you got that from. Jesus is just not the Messiah because he didn't fulfill any prophecies. and the New Testament is a contradiction of the Old Testament.
Well, I think the claim to say that he didn't fulfill any prophecies is very much out there. He said that he would destroy the temple in 3 days' time, build it up, referring to himself as the
And
temple.
when was that written?
Sorry, what was that?
When was that written?
When was that written? Do you want me to? Sorry, I don't have specific dates.
Yeah, the earliest Gospel Mark was written in roughly 70 AD, maybe 60s.
Right, by his apostle Mark.
So long after he was already dead. So I wouldn't conclude that as a messianic prophecy. The messianic prophecies are the actual prophecies that were given by God in the Old Testament.
Yeah, the Old Testament, which is technically Jewish scripture, which I am Christian, I'm not Jewish. Therefore, I'd probably be better at arguing things that happened in the New Testament, which don't really refer, except you're talking about Revelations, which is the prophecies of the future to come.
Right, but the question is, what messianic prophecies did he fulfill?
Right, yes, yeah.
Right, so where in the Old Testament can I find a messianic prophecy that he fulfilled?
Sorry, I can't tell you specifically.
There would be a king that...
you got one? Or?
Well, he was prophesied to be a king.
He was.
A king would come to the Jews.
Okay, sorry, can you hear?
Yes, he was prophesied to be a king, I agree, but he was never a king, which is a big problem.
Well, he's king of heaven.
It doesn't say he's going to be king in heaven. It says he's going to be king in Israel.
He says he's king of kings. I mean, king of kings and Lord
based
of lords.
on the scripture,
I'm sure you believe that, but it says in Micah 5:2 that he's going to rule in Israel. That's a location.
Out of the house of David.
Right. So based on the scripture, we can tell that he was considered a king because of the fact that he was scorned in said way. He would put a crown of thorns on his head. He was dressed in purple robes and he held a scepter. And though he was crucified,
they mocked him
for being the king of Israel.
No, they mocked him for not being the king of Israel. Herod was the king in Israel. Antipas was the king in Israel.
So, but you can conclude that there was a connection with him and being a king of Israel.
No, there's not a connection. They were making fun of him because he wasn't the king. Also, Seth, thank you for the dragon. Being made fun of for not being a king doesn't make you a king.
No, I'm not inferring. But he was considered the king of several.
He was never considered a king in Israel. Not once. Not for a single day.
So, sorry, but I mean, you can't really conclude that. You can't conclude that there wasn't a person that entire time. Because I mean, you first of all, you didn't live in that period.
Give one day in which he ever sat on the throne of King David.
He doesn't need to sit on the throne.
That's what a king does. Yes, the king is actually the one who administers justice and sits on the throne of the king. You don't get to be a king just because you say you're a king.
I mean, Caesar was also not sitting on the throne of David. He was sitting on a throne in Rome, and he was considered their king. Their Pontius Pilate. He was the one ruling.
He was the king of the kingdom. And how do you know that he was the king of the kingdom?
Because it was written in the Bible that he was the king during that time. He was the one occupying Jerusalem.
Because he was the actual king in real history. He actually ruled and reigned over his kingdom, didn't he?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Lone Wolf, thank you for the hands. Yeah. When did Jesus rule and reign in Israel over the Israelites?
All right. Regardless, I can't base a time where God did rule in Israel, but I mean, based on the belief, trying to make the statement that because God was determined to be a king in Israel, I'm not sure which prophet said that. It was prophesied that he would be a king, but saying that he was going to be the actual ruling king is up to like subjugation. You can change the wording and change the phrase. It's obviously written in Hebrew, in a mix of Greek, and it's possible that they weren't even using the proper word king. It's completely possible all these ways. I'm not trying to say that he wasn't the king. I also could make the point that some people probably viewed him as a king, and you kind of need to be viewed as a king to be considered a king in a similar way. I view him as
just because somebody thinks you're a king doesn't make you a king. A king actually rules and reigns over a people group.
I would argue that he did kind of rule and reign. He preached and prophesied. People followed his rules in the world. Be kind to your neighbor. Things like that. People still follow his rules to these days. If you consider them rules, I kind of consider them just ways of life. But,
so was the prophet Samuel a king?
No, he was a prophet.
But people followed him.
Yeah, but the prophet Samuel was before the actual king of Israel, and he didn't.
Oh, there it goes. So there was an actual king on the throne other than Samuel.
Yes.
Right. And who was the king on the throne when Jesus was alive?
Caesar, Pontius Pilate.
Herod of Judea.
Yeah. You said, what did you say? Never mind. Sorry.
Okay. So Herod was the king, not Jesus. Jesus never sat on the throne for a single day. And the prophecies clearly state that he's going to be a king over Israel. For example, if we go to Ezekiel 37:22, the promise of sending the Messiah during the restoration period, it says, I will make them one nation in the land, on the mountains of Israel, and one king shall be king over them all. Never again shall they be two nations, and never again shall they be divided into two kingdoms. They shall never defile themselves with their idols and their detestable things, and with any of their transgressions. I will save them from all the apostasies to which they have fallen, and will cleanse them, and they shall be my people, and I will be their God. And my servant David will be king over them. They shall have one shepherd, and they shall follow my ordinances, and be careful to observe my statutes. They will live in the land that I gave to my servant Jacob, in which your ancestors lived. They and their children's children shall live there forever. And my servant David will be their prince forever. So this is about an actual king. It's not about a spiritual king.
Sorry, could you scroll back up to the first part of that verse, please?
Yeah, I think we started in 22.
Mm-hmm. Never again will they gather into the quarters and bring there into. And can you point out the point where it actually says that Jesus is going to be the king?
It doesn't say Jesus is going to be the king. That's the point. It just says that there's going to be somebody from the line of David who's the king, and it says they're going to rule over the nation.
There were people from the line of David that were the king.
I'm sure there were, but it wasn't Jesus.
You were saying that they claimed specifically that Jesus was the king, but now you're going back on that. You're saying that he was
exactly the opposite. Jesus was never a king.
No, you said that they claimed that he was going to be a king. That you said they prophesied that he was going to be a king.
Yes, the prophets claimed that the Messiah would be a king, not Jesus.
Can you read that line to me, please, where it says Messiah is going to be the king?
Yeah, that's what Messiah means. You know what the word Messiah means?
Yes, the Messiah is Jesus. So he is.
No. What does the word Messiah mean?
The word Messiah?
Yeah.
I can't define that. I just know what it means. It's
the word Messiah is Mashiach in Hebrew, and it means anointed. It refers to either a priest or a king.
And Jesus was a priest.
He was not.
Could argue. I mean, not specifically a priest. He didn't go through the Jerusalem temple. One could argue he was a priest.
He was never a priest or a king. He was never even anointed.
How do you know he was never anointed? Does it say that?
Why did they put on?
How do you know that he was anointed?
Why did they put on the crucifix, King of the Jews?
Because they were mocking him for not being the king. Do you understand? Like, as he's being executed, they're rubbing it in his face that there's a guy who's claiming to be a king, but he actually has no kingdom.
Why did his wife tell him to let him go? That
his wife.
When they were.
Wait, Jesus' wife?
No, not Jesus's wife. There was no wife for Jesus. We're talking about why was the ruler, when they were going to condemn him, his wife came and said, "You're making an error by punishing this man. I had a dream, and you are making a serious error by gonna crucify this man."
I don't know about that Bible verse.
Oh yeah,
but it's irrelevant to me. He's never a king.
He didn't come here to be a king.
The prophecy said he would be a king. I just read it. You want me to read it again?
No, it's not necessary for you to read again.
He's king. He's king and Lord. He's king in heaven.
No, he's not. There's no prophecy about a king in heaven. It's about a king on earth in Israel.
Interesting. Prophesying can be
you should
tell
the Catholic Church what you're saying,
Grandma.
I have.
Can we go back to the
I talked to a Catholic bishop a couple months ago.
Well, I'm sure you could get an earful with listening to them.
I'm sure I could.
So, could you
No, don't apologize.
Could you go back to Noah's promise? That's kind of what I joined for specifically. I had a point.
Isaiah 56.
No,
or
Noah.
54?
The promise. God promised Noah that he would never again.
Oh, Genesis 9? Is it Genesis 9 or 8? I always forget.
I'm sorry, I don't know.
Yeah, it's Genesis 9.
Okay.
Give me a second.
For it.
There we go. Yeah, Genesis 9. We're starting verse 12, I guess. God said, "This is a sign of the covenant which I make between me and you and every living creature that is with you. For all future generations, I have set my bow in the clouds, and it shall be a sign of the covenant between me and the earth."
Right. Okay. Sorry. Is that the end? Could you keep reading? Because that doesn't seem.
I mean, how much do you want me to read? Yeah. "When I bring clouds over the earth, and the bow is seen in the clouds, I will remember my covenant that is between me and you and every living creature of all flesh. And the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh."
Right. Okay. Thank you. That that line there, the waters shall never again become a flood to destroy all flesh. You can't disagree that that did become true. Never again did God flood the entire earth. And there actually is.
It never happened the first time either.
How do you know that? I mean, there actually is scientific evidence that there was in fact a likely flood on earth. And not only does the Christian religion believe in that, many religions believe that there was a flood on earth, making it kind of a historic.
There was a regional flood in the ancient Near East. There wasn't a global flood.
And how would you know that specifically? Also,
because we actually have records of it.
Records from the actual time of the flood, which couldn't exist.
Yeah, we literally do. Yeah. And do you know that archaeologists have actually uncovered evidence that the likely cause of the flood was when the Mediterranean Sea filled the whole Nile region and met with the Persian Gulf? That's why there's literal settlements right now. If you go to the Persian Gulf, there are little settlements where water of the Persian Gulf is. They dove down there and found settlements from when the Persian Gulf wasn't there before. It used to be dry land. The whole region, the whole region flooded.
Yes. So the whole region did flood, but you can conclude that. Yes. And did you hear the sign? Or never mind. I'm not going to get into that.
There's no scientific evidence for a global flood.
There's no scientific evidence that there wasn't a global flood either.
But there's no scientific evidence that the tooth fairy doesn't exist. You don't establish something as being true just because there's no affirmative evidence that it didn't happen. I could just say that pigs fly, and you have no evidence that my pig doesn't fly.
What about the geology records that show the stratus of the rock structure?
I mean, it doesn't point.
The rock structure is layered.
Yeah.
And it moves. What about all that? That shows some flooding went on.
They don't. Those layers typically take hundreds of thousands of years to form, and geologists overwhelmingly reject the idea that there was a global flood. And the global flood also ignores a lot of really big issues. For example, how in the world did the lions have food to eat for 371 days? What were they eating?
What about the people that built the ark? Those scientists have a
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
What you're saying.
You're breaking up. I can't hear you.
Ark they built.
You mean you mean the Ark exhibit in Kentucky?
So that you can hear me first, please.
I can hear you right now.
He can hear you because he's reacting.
That's good. Okay, I'm gonna keep playing my video.
So, what Ark you talk about? The one in Kentucky?
Yes.
What about it?
From following you on.
We're having trouble hearing you right now.
Despite whether or not the flood happened, I'd like to get on the question because God did start with food.
We're having a little bit of trouble hearing you guys. You're breaking up really bad.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you right now, yeah.
Okay, I might just need to keep my video off. I was hoping that I could have my video because facial reactions are kind of important in a debate, but might have to keep it off.
Sure.
Can you hear me still?
I can hear it now, yeah.
Okay, so I would like to get back on the fact about the lions because God did say that Noah should stock the boat with providence to survive the journey.
Right.
So and then that the lions were moving.
What were the?
It's more.
What were the lions eating the whole time?
Well, the Bible doesn't say exactly what Noah did stock, but it did say that.
What do lions eat?
Meat,
flesh.
I don't know.
Yeah. Let's say. So, how many living animals do you need to put on a boat just to serve its food to the lions?
Sorry, that's another thing that you're assuming. You're assuming that the lions were eating the entire time. It was a miraculous creation by God. God shut the boat. I mean, I know you don't believe in the miracles of the Jesus, but it's completely possible that a miracle did occur in which a circumstance where the lions were put to sleep for that certain amount of time and then woke up and again.
You know, you still have to consume calories if you're sleeping, right?
Sorry, you missed the part perhaps about miraculousness of the entire situation.
Right. So you want me to believe in miracles again? Okay. So if God's just going to do miracles, then why do anything at all? Just make a miracle.
A miracle,
well,
like
he's
what?
God, not you.
No, that's what I'm saying. If you're just going to do a miracle, what's the point in having the whole Noah story? The whole Noah story is useless at that point. By the way,
really
how did the penguins climb down the mountain without stumbling and falling and killing themselves?
Sorry, that's really funny. Sorry, I don't know how to answer that question. Maybe they slid on their stomachs. That's just funny.
Yeah, it's a rough one. And how did the kangaroos get to Australia?
I'm sorry, that's really funny. I'm not sorry, I don't know how to verify those questions, and I can't really scientifically like argue that perhaps there was different circumstance, perhaps not the entire globe flooded, perhaps it was just Israel. That's I can't really state anything like that. Perhaps it wasn't two of every beast of the land, because it states the land, not referring to the entire world. It states the land, and perhaps the land was only referring to a site in Israel, and believing that most of the people originated from Israel and they were the sinners of the world, it would make sense that God was punishing them particularly. And never will I wipe out your people with a flood of water could infer that he did only wipe out a certain region of the earth, which would make things a little more probable.
But he says that he's going to kill everything that has breath in its lungs.
Breath in this lungs, but he doesn't state in which region.
It says, I will blot out from the face of the ground. Sorry, give me a second.
The ground perhaps referring to only his settlement area, because God did have a region, his chosen people, or according to the Jewish scripture, I believe that God loves everyone equally, but according to what we're talking about, the Jewish scripture, the Israelites were his chosen people. And there's perhaps circumstances where he was only punishing them. In fact, in many circumstances, he uplifts those who are sinning more. The Romans, for instance, they're serving different gods than him, something that he clearly doesn't like, but he uplifts them and puts them in a situation above the Israelites because he expects more out of the Jewish people because they are his chosen.
Right, but it says in 721, all flesh died that moved on the earth, birds, domestic animals, wild animals, all swarming creatures that swarm on the earth, and all human beings, everything on dry land in whose nostrils was the breath of life died.
And it specifically says on the earth. Can you Google what on the earth is in Hebrew? Perhaps because they're...
I assume it's like Ba'eretz or all Ha'eretz?
Because neither of us actually read Hebrew or Greek. We probably need to learn like dozens of languages to be completely able to understand the Bible and all its metaphoricalness and interpretations. It has very much room for interpretation, and perhaps Earth wasn't referring to the entire globe, but was referring to that side. It's improvable. It's all hypothetical, but that is the situation that we're technically arguing, saying that we don't live in this time, and we can't argue something without hard facts that neither of us have. All we can argue is in metaphoricalness and
right. Yeah. So the phrase that's typically used during the flood is va'akro. So all of the, or all the would be va. You know, the va conjunction means and, which is the beginning of most of the sentences because they don't have periods.
What version of the Bible are you reading from? Is it New King James or?
I'm reading the NRSV.
The NRSV?
Yeah.
NRSV. Okay, New Romans Version. Okay.
The New Revised Standard Version?
Revised Standard.
Yeah, I have the King James Version. And there are very many alternations between different versions, and in different languages, there's different pronunciations of the words. Different words mean different things in different languages. In fact, it's a big argument in the Catholic Church whether or not Jesus had any siblings, because the fact that
no, they don't argue at all.
They do. No, I mean, no, that's what the Catholics say, but that it also says
There's
that
no
Jesus
argument
had
within
brothers
the
in the
Catholic Church.
Bible.
There's no argument within the Catholic Church.
No, yeah, that's what I was inferring. There was an argument with Catholic churches and Protestants that Jesus had siblings, because the Bible doesn't say that he had siblings, and then the Catholic Church believes that Mary was a virgin her entire life. But the reason that situation happened in the first place is because the word sibling in Hebrew can also be used for the word cousin or uncle, close relative. So it's like it creates all this miscommunication, and because their language wasn't as adapted as now English and all our languages to this day, therefore it's completely possible that misinterpretations of the Bible, which still technically mean that their prophecies or what they're trying to communicate is coming true, just in a different way than what we can currently interpret, with our languages being so vastly different than what theirs was at their time.
What does that have to do with everyone on Earth dying?
Because there's quite ability. Because Earth, we don't know if the word exactly was Earth. That is what that is imprinted into our Bibles, but that could completely be different in Hebrew. That could be completely different in Greek. It could be completely different inferences. It's completely possible that he didn't infer every single person on this globe, which he didn't say globe, he said earth. And earth is also a word for dirt, which the dirt of Israel, his homeland, could have been the only inferenced. And it's much more likely and possible the animals on that specific peninsula, especially considering if you're taking in crater shifts over the entire world, that the animals in that peninsula were possible to be gathered into a single boat and then spread out after the end of the flood.
Sure, but the text literally says, all perished, all flesh that moved on the earth. Upon the earth is pretty important, right? So when we're talking about a specific land in Hebrew, when it uses the word eretz to refer to a particular land rather than the whole earth, typically you would see a conjunction with it. It might say Baha'eretz or Ba'eretz, which means in the land, meaning in a specific land, right? But when it uses yes, all ha'eretz, it just means all upon the land, anything that is on the land. So call all ha'eretz.
Okay, so the land also subjective in a way, because it's actually kind of proving my point there. The land probably refers to the promised land, which is often something that the promised land being the Israelite area, Jerusalem, the area which his people would live forever. And later in Zechariah, can't quote the verse exactly.
Well, the problem is that the book literally tells you that nobody survived. It says nobody survived except for the 8 that were on the boat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, nobody survived. It's completely possible that he was only referring to his Israelites as chosen people.
No. That's not what it says.
Say no entire earth. He says nobody survived. Nobody, the other people on the earth might not have been important in the relationship with what the Jewish believed at the time, which is what they were special in God's eye. And perhaps they infer that no other Jew or no other I guess Jew is the correct term, no other Israelite survived during that time. Using more modern terms for what they would have considered themselves back then, they would have been considered Jewish to themselves, but they no other. It's completely possible that they didn't even take into account the Gentiles, or what they would have been called at that time, because they weren't the chosen people. There is a possibility that people were still living and surviving.
There were no chosen people at the time of the flood.
God punishes his people, and that's not true. They were chosen people. What was that? Really?
Yeah, because he says, I will never destroy the earth again. He gives that promise, I'll never, and he destroyed the earth because of violence.
Yeah.
And he said,
always punishes people. That's what it seems like.
He says the entire earth. He's talking about the entire earth. He's not just talking.
Should I go back on that argument then? Should I continue it? I kind of want to talk about
the goal of the flood is to wipe out the wicked mankind. That's the goal of the flood, which means all mankind. That's why it says that only 8 remained.
Okay, so I guess maybe I should repent on that argument. Regardless, that's not really what I wanted to talk about. I wanted to talk about Noah's promise specifically.
Sure. What about it?
That he won't destroy the earth again, because I feel like that into say, and you say that none. You did say those words. None of the prophecies have come true, and I'm just curious how you You think that God destroyed the earth with water again?
I don't think he ever did in the first place, but I'm gonna tell you a joke as an analogy, okay? This is one of my dad's favorite jokes. My dad used to tell me the joke. There was a guy sitting at the gas station just clicking his fingers, and somebody walked up to him and said, "Why are you just sitting here all day and night clicking your fingers?" And he goes, "Well, I'm keeping the elephants away." And the guy says to him, "There are no elephants within 1,000 miles of here." And he goes, "Yeah, I'm doing a good job, aren't I?"
Okay. Funny.
There's no elephants that are native to America, right? So when the Bible says that God made a promise that he's not going to destroy the earth with a flood again, basically just a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's not something that's ever going to happen. It's physically impossible. It will never happen.
Sorry, kind of spaced. Oh my gosh. It's never going to happen. So you just think because
it's physically impossible. There's not enough water that can be contained in the atmosphere for a global flood to ever happen.
I feel like that's inconclusive because, I mean, we're right now worried about global warming and the fact that like the land is shrinking because the glaciers are melting.
Right, but we're talking about whether or not there's enough water to flood the entire world, and there's not.
What's this one?
Look at it. The following, that before Jesus was ever born, these were all prophecies that there was going to be Jesus.
Okay, so I have a list of all the prophecies that was made before Jesus' birth. The following predictions were thousands of the years before Jesus was born. Considering his birth, born of the seed of a woman, born of a virgin, seed of Abraham, seed of Isaac, seed of Jacob. Okay, those aren't necessary. The day Jesus was crucified, all these were predicted thousands of years.
Were they predicted?
Verses as well.
Right.
First of all, the day crucified, here are just a few. He was betrayed by a friend. This was in 1000 BC.
Right, but where are the predictions?
Proverbs 41:9.
Proverbs 41 is not a prediction of anything.
Sorry, what's PS
Why
right
not?
here? Is PS Proverbs or what's that?
Yeah.
Psalms is PS.
Psalms. My bad.
Psalms, yeah.
Psalms, PS.
So a prediction of the future is a clear form of speech.
Sorry, what are you saying?
A
prediction.
Yeah,
Isn't that?
So a prophecy is like an actual form of speech, right? And we find that spelled out for us in Deuteronomy 18. For example, I'll grab it real quick for everyone to read. It says, anyone who does not heed the words of the prophet, anyone who does not heed the words that the prophet shall speak in my name, I myself will hold accountable. But any prophet who presumes to speak in my name a word that I have not commanded the prophet to speak, or who speaks in the name of other gods, that prophet shall die. You may say to yourself, how can we recognize a word that the Lord has not spoken? If a prophet speaks in the name of the Lord, but the thing does not prove true or take place, it is a word that the Lord has not spoken. So we should know that a prophecy is a clear form of speech. A prophet is saying X, Y, and Z is going to happen, and then we get to look and ask ourselves, did the thing happen, right? A prophecy is not just any random words on a page that we want to be a prophecy.
Okay, sorry. I have other ones though. I don't just have ones from
I want
Psalms.
to inject something.
Okay,
Why
sorry.
does why does the justice system use the Bible as a form of truth in swearing in people?
They don't.
If it doesn't hold. Yeah, they do.
No, they don't. When you get sworn into office, you have to swear on whatever holy book is relevant to your religion. There have been people sworn in on the Quran. There have been people sworn in on the Bible. There have been people sworn in on other holy books too.
Well, predominantly, if you're a U.S. citizen, and I think you are, predominantly in the United States, that's what we do.
Only if you're a Christian.
I'm sorry, I have more verses though. So he would be silent before accusers, which we can see is a very specific situation.
Where is that prophesied?
Isaiah 53:7.
Oh, great. Isaiah 53. I love that one. So have you read all of Isaiah?
No, I haven't. I've read all the Gospels.
I have.
Okay. I haven't read the entire Bible.
Well, Isaiah 53, I agree with both the Hebrew, the Jewish people, and I agree with biblical scholars that say that Isaiah 53 is about the nation of Israel. And I believe that because whoever wrote Isaiah 53 tells you exactly who the servant is on at least 8 or 9 different occasions leading up to chapter 53. So if you... What's that?
Is what? Who the servant is?
Yes, the servant is identified on many occasions leading up to chapter 53. So you don't have to like wonder who the servant is. The servant is the nation of Israel.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was a little confused on what you were trying to get at there.
Right. So let me read a couple passages to you real quick. They're really short. I'll put them on the screen and see if you can see them. I don't know if you can see them, but I'm sharing my browser with you, I think.
Right. I can see them. I see Isaiah 41. I was talking about Isaiah 53, where he would be wounded and silent before accusers. And that's what I have written.
Right. And that's the nation of Israel. Okay. So the suffering servant is the nation of Israel. And God tells you in the passage, Isaiah 41, 8-9 says, "You, Israel, my servant Jacob, whom I've chosen, the offspring of Abraham, my friend, you who I took from the ends of the earth and called you from its furthest corners, saying to you, you are my servant. I have chosen you and not cast you off." So in Isaiah 41, the servant's clearly Israel. Isaiah 43:10, he says, "You are my witnesses, says the Lord, and my servant whom I have chosen." So again, the servant Israel. And then 44, 1 and 2, "Hear now, O Jacob, my servant, Israel, whom I've chosen." So Israel's servant. 44:21, "Remember these things, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant. I formed you. You are my servant, O Israel. Do not forget me." Then 45:4, "For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name." Then 48:20, he says, "Go out from Babylon, flee from Chaldea. Declare this with a shout of joy. Proclaim it. Send it forth to the ends of the earth and say that the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob."
I'm sorry, what are you trying to get at right now? I'm
sorry.
a little bit confused.
My point is, we know who the servant is. The servant is Israel.
Okay, all right. Sorry, are you going to read the
Well,
53
how did
now?
Israel get that name?
What
Sorry,
name?
Israel. Where did Israel originate from? Old Testament, remember who Israel was?
Yeah, Israel was Jacob. That was his second name.
Okay, and he says his servant Jacob, in particularly, I noticed in the first book, is my servant Jacob.
Yeah, which is Israel. Mm-hmm.
But also Israel could be still referring to Jacob as Israel's second name. But sorry, continue. I'm still very curious about what your main point is. He could be completely talking about Jacob, not Israel.
But Jacob's already dead.
That doesn't refer to anything. Jacob is alive in heaven, and according to what the scriptures believe.
Mm-hmm.
So you think the figure of Jacob is the suffering servant in heaven?
I don't necessarily believe anything. I kind of just want to hear what your point is at this point.
Jesus.
I'm just making that could possibly be a point. There's so many things up to circumstance and metaphorical interpretations, but what's your point? I'm really curious now.
Well, the point is, in 2nd Isaiah, that's chapter 40 to 55, the servant is listed as the nation of Israel, and the main theme of the whole section of text is that God is redeeming his servant from captivity in Babylon. That's the whole theme, right? So that's why the prophecy starts in 52, and you guys can see it, I believe. Let me put it on the screen real quick. It says, "Break forth, shout together for joy, you ruins of Jerusalem, for the Lord has comforted his people. He has redeemed Jerusalem. The Lord has bared his holy arm before the eyes of all the nations, and the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of our God." Now, we know what that means because the book of 2nd Isaiah tells us that the Lord has bared his holy arm on like 10 different occasions. And it's referring to redeeming them from captivity. That's why he says he has redeemed Jerusalem. Are we together so far?
King of Kings, Lord. Revelation 19.
Oh, we're not talking about Revelation. Is that what we're talking about?
King of Kings.
Mm-hmm. King of Kings.
So far in chapter 52, God is preparing them to exit the captivity, which is why the next verse says, "Depart, depart to go out from there. Touch no unclean thing. Go out from the midst of it and purify yourselves, you who carry the vessels of the Lord. For you shall not go out in haste, and you shall not go out in flight. For the Lord your God will go before you, and the God of Israel will be your rear guard." So he's preparing them to leave captivity now, just like they left captivity in Egypt, except for this time they don't have to go out in a hurry. Then it says,
they're not.
Right, yeah. So he says, "See, my servant shall prosper. He shall be exalted and lifted up, and shall be very high. Just as there were many who were astonished at him, so marred was his appearance beyond human semblance, and his form beyond that of mortals. So he shall startle many nations, and kings shall shut their mouths because of him. For that which had not been told to them they shall see, That which they had not heard, they will contemplate. And this is exactly what the rest of Isaiah says is going to happen when God redeems his people from captivity. It says the other nations will see your vindication and they'll run to you. In fact, it says the kings of the other nations will bring you their gold. They'll bring you their silver and gold.
Okay, I'm sorry. I made a point and you never really got back.
Sorry, maybe I missed it.
I was talking about, so I have this paper here of all the prophecies that were thousands before Jesus were born that did become fulfilled, and they were
right. We're talking about Isaiah 53, right?
Yeah. Still,
Sorry, I'm just laying the groundwork to demonstrate that Isaiah 53 is not actually about the Messiah; it's about the nation of Israel. Right.
Okay. So, but why? When was the nation of Israel silent for accusers, or are you just completely saying that it never happened? And you're trying to point out because they were wounded and bruised. So not the entirety of the nation of Israel. Those who was occupied and verify whether being a certain person or certain Israelites were one other occupants of Rome. But based off of Isaiah 53, silent before accusers.
I think you're trying to skip over the context. The context is how you know who he's talking about here, right? So he tells you, we already read it. The goal here is for them to leave Babylon. That's what this prophecy is about. And he tells you who the servant is. The servant is being redeemed from captivity. And then it says, the very last thing says, for that which had not been told to them, they shall see. And that which they had not heard, they shall contemplate. Well, the very next line is a personification of those nations contemplating what just happened. Who has believed what we have heard, and to whom has the arm of the Lord been revealed? Well, elsewhere, God tells you the arm of the Lord is being revealed to these nations who held Israel captive. So this is now a personification of the nations speaking. When they see the thing happen, when the prophecy comes true, this is what they're going to say. And it says, he grew up before him like a young plant, like a root out of dry ground. Well, this is exactly what Isaiah says about the nation of Israel. If you go to Isaiah, is it chapter 60? Let me double check real quick.
In here.
Isaiah 60:21 is what I'm looking for. It says, your people shall all be righteous. They shall possess the land forever. They are the shoot that I planted, the work of my hands. So the root out of dry ground appears, by all accounts, in the book of Isaiah to be the nation of Israel, not to be a Messiah. Right? So the Messiah.
Okay, but
what's that?
About the Messiah.
Sorry, you're breaking up again.
Subjectiveness. Okay.
Sorry, you broke up for a second. What were you saying?
It's pretty obvious that he was referring. I think it's pretty obvious he was referring to the Messiah. It's literally like the silent before accusers and wounded and bruised, beaten and spit upon. That's his 56. It's just all too perfect in what the example of the actual Jesus story is, that it's just somehow just by chance that Isaiah predicted this for all of Israel, and then those exact things happened to the Messiah as they were predicted. That's kind of a far out claim. You don't think so? That he's predicting all of Israel when those exact things happened to Jesus and are documented by Jesus by all the four Gospels?
They didn't happen to Jesus. So this is talking about being in the Babylonian captivity, which Jesus certainly was not in the Babylonian captivity. It says that they're going to be called the land of the living. This is a very clear reference. We know in Jeremiah what that means. It means to be taken captive. Jeremiah quite literally refers to this. Being cut off from the land of living means they're going into exile. And there's other parts of the prophecy that simply could not fit Jesus. For example, it says in verse 12, therefore I will allot him a portion with the great, and he shall divide the spoil with the strong. Well, this matches what Isaiah says about Israel. It doesn't match anything with Jesus. Jesus never divided the war spoil with the strong.
I'm sorry, we're still on Isaiah 53?
Well, yeah, Isaiah 53:12. So what you're saying is that because there are some things here that line up with Jesus, that we should ignore the context of all of Isaiah. We should throw all of Isaiah out and only read this one chapter. But I disagree with that. I don't think that's an appropriate way of reading it.
Okay, well, I mean, it's just so perfect, though. It's like you're sometimes chance that Isaiah predicted exactly what happened.
You're breaking up really bad again. We can't hear you right now.
Correct.
We can't hear anything you're saying.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you right now.
Okay, so sorry, I'm trying to make the point that you do believe Jesus existed on this earth. He is a historical figure, and his right? Though you don't believe he's the Messiah.
No, because he didn't fulfill any prophecies.
But you believe.
We're losing you again. We can't hear you.
Hello?
We're having trouble hearing you right now. We can't hear anything you're saying, my friend.
Can you hear me?
Not so much.
Alright, I'm just gonna get back in.
No, you're breaking up really bad. Now we can't hear you at all. All right. Listen, Anne, I don't think your connection's strong enough to stay up, but thanks for coming in. Get when you get to a better reception area, let us know. Come on back. I'll bring you right back to the front of the line, okay? We have Anne coming back. I wanted to get to Anne before it got time to go to bed, because Anne's been waiting very patiently for that last conversation to get through. Welcome back, Anne.
Welcome back. Oh, Grandma, you're still on the frame. Do you want to be in the frame? Hello?
Yeah, welcome back.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Thanks for being patient.
Yeah, no, it's just I have this like whole list of all the prophecies, and I'm just like I want to see like if you can like, you know, disclaim all of them, because a lot of them are from Psalms, and you didn't want to do the Psalms one, but there's also Isaac, Ezekiel, Daniel, even some Genesis and stuff. But one I thought that was kind of cool was the Zechariah 11:12 through 13
about being scattered.
I have here I actually have it pulled up right here. I got a Bible. I can read it out loud. It's sorry, let me find it real quick.
Oh, about the 30 pieces of silver?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Have you read Zechariah chapter 11?
Oh, I read it when I was waiting a little bit because I wanted to talk to you about it.
Great.
It's this, and it. Should I read it or sorry?
Go for it. Yeah.
And it was broken in the day, and so the poor. I am not on the right chapter. Sorry. 1 second. Zechariah 11:12 through 13. And I said unto them, if you think good, give me my price, and if not, forbear. So they weighed for my price 30 pieces of silver. And the Lord said unto me, cast it into the potter, a godly price that was prized of them. And I took the 30 pieces of silver and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. And then I also have it written down that Matthew 26 through 14 through 15 says that the exact same thing happened. That Judas, they're referring to when Judas betrayed Jesus, I believe, took the pieces of silver, and that's right. Yeah.
So we've got two problems with this particular prophecy: is that it's not actually about the Messiah or anybody related to the Messiah. This is about God giving judgment on the wicked shepherds of Israel. So if you go to Zechariah chapter 8 through 12, we find a repeating theme of the leaders of Israel being bad shepherds, and there's a couple prophecies related to shepherds. And this is one of those prophecies. It's a performative prophecy. I'm going to put it on the screen so everyone can see it, and I think you might be able to see my browser already. In verse 4,
Yes,
it
I can
says,
see it.
yeah, verse 4, it says, "Thus saith the Lord my God, be a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter." So this is a command given to the prophet himself, to Zechariah. It says, "Those who buy them kill them and go unpunished, and those who sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I have become rich, and their own shepherds have no pity on them." So now he's saying, listen, even Israel's own shepherds are not good. They don't have any pity on the people of Israel that are being taken advantage of. It says, "For I will no longer have pity on the inhabitants of the earth, says the Lord. I will cause them, every one, to fall each by the hand of a neighbor, and each into the hand of a king, and they shall devastate the earth, and I will deliver no one from their hand." So on behalf of the sheep merchants, I became a shepherd. So now this is the prophet saying. The prophet is saying, I have become a shepherd now in this prophecy. I've become a shepherd of the flock doomed to slaughter. I took 2 staffs, one of them named Favor and the other named Unity, and I tended the sheep. In 1 month I disposed of the 3 shepherds, for I had become impatient with them, and they also detested me. So I said, I will not be your shepherd. What is to die, let it die. What is to be destroyed, let it be destroyed. Let those that are left devour the flesh of another. I took my staff Favor and broke it, annulling the covenant that I made with all the peoples. So it was annulled on that day, and the sheep merchants who were watching me knew that it was the word of the Lord. Then I said to them, if it seems right to you, give me my wages, but if not, keep them. So the shepherd here is actually Zechariah. And Zechariah is doing a performance where he is temporarily a shepherd over the people of Israel. And he actually quits. Like halfway through it, he's like, no, I ain't doing this. So he quits and he says, but listen, if you give me my wages, if it seems right to you, you can give me my wages. But he doesn't take the wages. He throws them back because he didn't actually earn the wages. So this isn't like a prophecy about anyone betraying a Messiah. This is a performance by the prophet himself, giving judgment on the people of Israel.
Ask him why he thinks like that.
Well, my grandma wants to know why you think like that, because it just seems so particular that the 30 pieces of silver would be noted and then given to the potter, which is exactly what happened with what Jesus. It's just so so accurate, seemingly.
The other references to 30.
Well, it doesn't say anything about a potter here. In verse 13, it says, I took the 30 shekels of silver and I threw them into the treasury.
No, it said, verse 13, and I took the 30 pieces of silver and cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. I'm reading out of the
King James.
The King James version. If you go look at that, it says the exact words. I cast them to the potter in the house of the Lord. Different versions use different words, but I'm not lying about that. Those are the exact words.
Sure, I believe the King James says that. I'm reading the NRSV, which is a really good translation, and it doesn't say potter. And I would be curious why there were potters in the house of the Lord.
I'm not sure. Well, it's just so like
they threw.
It's just so perfect. Like if you think about it, exactly what happens. It's quoted like thousands or 500 years apart. This one happened in 550 BC, and then Matthew said it in it doesn't tell me when Matthew said it. I don't know, to like 78 AD probably.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just so perfect, and I just don't understand how you could try to say that it wasn't that. It just feels like it is.
See, because you have to pay attention to the actual context of the prophecy. Nowhere in the prophecy does it ever mention a Messiah or anyone betraying a Messiah, does it?
No, not really. It's just the exact number of coins, the exact place that the coins ended up. It just seems like, like I know. Yeah, I just don't understand how it can't be seen that way.
In the passage, it's referring to a shepherd that casts off his wages. So was Judas ever a shepherd?
This was a bookkeeper.
Right, yeah, he was the treasurer, right? So this is about an actual shepherd ruling over the people of Israel, or at least governing over the people of Israel. It has nothing to do with anyone betraying a Messiah.
I mean, wasn't Jesus often compared as the shepherd of his people?
Yes.
It kind of just seems like it's all connected. The good shepherd, like my grandma said.
He refers to himself as I am.
He refers to himself even as I am the good shepherd.
Yes, but did Jesus throw the money into the treasury, or did Judas?
I don't think either of them did that. I think it was Judas threw it onto the temple floor, and then they took the money and what did they do with it? Buy a potter's field.
Yes.
Yeah.
Which is a contradiction in the New Testament that we don't need to cover right now. But the fact of the matter is, what we don't have is an image of a Messiah being betrayed by somebody. We've got a shepherd who quits his duty because he's upset with the flock that he has to watch over. And he does it again, actually. There's another performance in the same chapter, starting in verse 15. It says, "Then the Lord said to me, take once more the implements of a worthless shepherd, for I am now raising up in the land a shepherd who does not care for the perishing, or seek the wandering, or heal the maimed, nor nourish the healthy." So the judgment of this chapter is on the nation of Israel and for the wicked leaders. There's nothing in here about a Messiah.
I don't know. It's I'm reading out of the King James version while you're reading out of this different version. It just I'm just like transfixed at how different the wording is. Like and it just leads me to think about all the misinterpretations that could be happening between the two of us, just simply based on the wording and then the lack of the language. Because I'm sure our versions are even so far off of how it was originally read. And so I'm just like not even wondering if it's even fair to make the argument that this was impossible to be inaccurate based on simply just wordings or a lack of, it was specifically mentioning the Messiah based on like just misinterpretations.
Can we ask him his goal? What is his?
My grandma also wants to know what your goal is.
What, are you not a Christian or what?
I think he's an atheist.
You're an atheist?
I was an atheist. I am an atheist. I was a Christian for 20 years, and I've got a degree from Bible college and seminary. So I'm pretty familiar with the Bible and the original languages. So that's why I'm not a Christian, because it's clear that when we look at these prophecies, they're not actually related to Jesus.
So, but you have a Methodist with this podcast background, United Methodist.
What about it? I'm not Methodist.
I mean, it says that in your information with your podcast, it's mentioning United Methodist.
No,
it was, yeah.
I read it.
Well, maybe it was the Google then. I'm not really.
It said it's related with your podcast.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't have a
podcast.
Well, whatever you call, what do you call what you're doing right now?
Deconstruction Zone.
Yeah, my channel is the Deconstruction Zone. It's possible that somebody else who's a Methodist has a channel that's related somewhat similar, but it's not mine.
What do you call what you're doing right now? It's not a podcast. It's a what?
We just call it like a live stream.
Oh, okay. But what is your goal? What is your point?
My point is to spread truth.
And that will give everybody to become.
I think society is better when they believe things that are true.
Which is that there's no creator?
It doesn't matter what it is. I just think that whatever the truth is, people are better off for knowing it.
And who claims to be the truth? Because isn't that ironic?
Well, the Prophet Muhammad claims to be the last great prophet. Is he true?
He claims to be truth?
He claims to be the last great prophet of God. Is he the last great prophet of God?
Of God?
Yeah.
Well, we're talking the Trinity.
We'll try this again. Muhammad claims to be the last prophet of God. Is he the last prophet of God?
I don't think so. Is he?
Muhammad, I mean, he's got a beginning and an end, you know?
Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, just because someone claims something doesn't mean it's true.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Book of Mormon makes wild claims.
Man, I mean, where do you think your destiny is going to be eventually?
I'm going to be worm food. I'm going to be fertilizer.
Oh, you do? You think that you're just created to go back into the earth and be a worm?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying too, Lily. You don't have to decipher and pick it apart. I mean, really, I mean, you were conceived and born and you're to enjoy this life. What gives you your right and your wrong?
Oh, easy. I think right and wrong are subjective. I think mankind has kind of developed their sense of right and wrong by watching, observing, and seeing what happens in society when we behave particular ways. But I definitely don't think the Bible can be our source of right and wrong. The Bible says that you can own slaves, says that women don't have rights over their own sexual reproduction. It says that you can stone people. It says that people who never committed crimes can be punished for other people's crimes.
But that's not what Jesus.
Well, the Bible recorded what history was doing at the time. I mean, that's what was
God said you can own slaves. Clearly, he says you can do it. He gives them instructions for doing it.
Well, that's not what Jesus says, though.
Is Jesus God?
Yeah, he claimed to be God.
He
Well,
is.
if Jesus is God, then Jesus said you can own slaves. Leviticus 25:44. As for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves.
That's the Old Testament.
I'm sure
That's
it
the old-
is. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you, who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves, but as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. So you can make slaves.
Well, I don't believe that. Yeah.
I mean, Jesus came to set people free.
Did he set any slaves free?
Possibly, I
Yeah,
don't
I
know.
believe so. We
Sure.
we had.
Where in the Bible can I find Jesus setting slaves free?
He says he wants everybody to be free.
But he didn't free any slaves, did he?
Freed people from their sins, which is
In the
ultimate slavery.
regards, well, Martin Luther King. I mean, he was a biblical man, and he was trying to be set free. And
Martin
a
Luther
lot
King
of
got
people,
nothing to do with Jesus.
I mean, he
I
believed in
think
God.
he renounced some of his claims were because of Jesus,
So,
and he was.
so was Jefferson Davis. Have you ever read Jefferson Davis's speech over the southern states that broke away to maintain slavery?
You're talking about our political people.
No. The president of the Confederacy. Do you know who Jefferson Davis is?
Okay,
yeah.
I know that they use the Bible to both decline and to use the agreements to use slavery, but I feel like we're going a little bit off topic right now. I
agree.
kind of want to.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So this paper, it's really cool. My grandma had it. She's pretty smart, but it's broken into these different sections. It's concerning his birth, concerning his ministry, the day Jesus was crucified, and his resurrection and ascension. A lot of them are Psalms, but there's a decent amount of like Isaiah. I wanted to talk specifically about some of the. Sorry.
It's okay. Take your time. Away Zulu. Thank you for the balloons. I appreciate that. Sorry, go ahead.
There enters Jerusalem on a donkey. 550 BC. Zechariah 9:9, and then the ministry of miracles 700.
Should we read Zechariah 9 for a second?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So Zechariah 9:9 is part of a larger prophecy, but it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion! Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and the battle bow will be cut off. And he will command peace to the nations. His dominion will be from sea to sea and from the river to the ends of the earth." So
I just
Mhm.
sorry, before we get into it, your translation said he will have peace to the peace to the who? To the
It says he will command peace to the nations.
Mine says he will command peace to the heathens, and his domain shall be from sea even to sea, and from river even to the ends of the earth.
Right.
It's
Well,
that's
that's a good point. The Middle English word heathen typically refers to like the non-Jewish people, the nations. So we have a word in Hebrew, the goyim, which just refers to non-Hebrews.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So
sorry.
So heathens aren't referring to like non-believers; they're just referring to non-Israelites. You know,
Gentiles,
Yeah.
basically.
Exactly. Yeah. So it says, "Rejoice greatly, O daughter Zion! Shout aloud, O daughter Jerusalem! See, your king comes to you, triumphant and victorious is he, humble and riding on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey. He will cut off the chariot from Ephraim and the war horse from Jerusalem, and a battle bow shall be cut off." And this is
because it was you were making the point that he never was that like this was basically like proof that he was supposed to be a military conqueror, and then you was basically saying he never did that.
right. Yeah. So according to this text, he's going to be an actual king, and he's going to defeat Israel's enemies.
It's kind of like it's restating, or it's like saying the opposite of what it said before, because the line before says he's going to ride into town on a donkey, and the next one's saying that
Yeah, well, the ancient kings did ride donkeys. So, for example, in the time of Saul, remember what Saul rode? Saul always rode a donkey.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So at the time when this text was written, donkeys were still pretty popular. If you had lots of money, you could get a horse, but it wasn't necessarily that was always going to be the case. But it was the case that riding a donkey was more humble than riding a horse.
Yeah, that's what I inferred, because it seems like on Palm Sunday it's inferred that he rode on like a lowly donkey when he could have had better options. Like that's
sure. Yeah, he could have. Yep, he could have got a horse.
Is your name Danny?
What's that?
Is your name Danny?
No, it's Justin.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I
think we researched the wrong thing. Sorry.
Yeah, there must have been something really weird there that I read. But do you know Scott Hahn?
Mm-mm.
I'd like to see you talk with him.
Sure.
I mean, you made a reference that you've went toe to toe with theologians that were Catholics. There's that I would definitely think that you would have to get some debate homework behind to contend with it.
I mean, I'll debate anybody. It doesn't matter to me.
No, I'll try to set you up with some of these people,
Mm-hmm.
because I mean, I'd hate for you to live eternally in hell.
Okay.
Well, that kind of brings up a really weird issue, which is, it seems odd to me that God is going to send people to hell for merely believing something or not believing something. Isn't that a weird criteria?
I agree.
Yeah,
it does seem.
Like, if hell was a punishment for bad behavior, then why does it depend on what we believe? Shouldn't it just be dependent on our behavior?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, because then it's also like the relationship with Jesus. It's like people say that I didn't know you,
Mm-hmm.
and what you were saying before to me, how it's like God is the ultimate judge, and people that go to hell will believe that
that God is perfect and He's.
Yeah,
and the Ten Commandments. I mean, that's what they use in the court system. What gave them that basic law?
Well, the Ten Commandments aren't in the court system. The 10th commandment says not to covet your neighbor's slave.
Well, the basic 10 Commandments aren't talking about slaves. Not to covet your neighbor's wife.
Sure, but those are pretty common prescriptions. Like, we find them in the 42 Confessions of Ma'at from Egypt. We find them in the Hammurabi law code and the law codes of Eshnuna and Lapitishtar in the Middle Assyrian and the Middle Babylonian law codes. These are pretty common stuff.
The thing is, it's so unique is because it's the 10 Commandments versus like the other laws written by kings cover just so many little things. Like, you can't do this on this certain day, like that. And then the 10 Commandments were like the first moment in history where it was 10 things that you couldn't do, and it was just like it was almost like a unique kind of pretense with that. And it's kind of like the first time they showed up alone. So I feel like some reverence should be appreciated towards them as kind of.
Well, and how many rulers went to their death? That Jesus claimed he died for us, and that's one thing I've heard people say is how.
Simon Bar Kokhba did.
Huh?
Simon Bar Kokhba did.
And who is?
Simon Bar Kokhba was a Jewish Messiah after Jesus that was actually accepted by the Hebrew people. In fact, he was written about by Rabbi Akiva as being the Messiah, and he actually ruled and reigned over Israel for a period of about 3.5 to 4 years. We even have coins with his face and name on them. And
where do you get?
What's that?
Where do you get that knowledge?
Because you went to Bible school.
Went to school.
You went to school and you learned in a Christian college, learning to be a theologian.
Yeah, you have to study. You have to study history. You have to study the culture. You have to study the language. Like, I took Greek, Hebrew, and then I even took Akkadian. Like, I took Ancient Babylonian.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Do you speak Hebrew?
No,
I can read Hebrew pretty decently. I can't do modern Hebrew. Modern Hebrew is different than biblical Hebrew. I mean, I probably could. It'd be really slow. I remember like how to read Greek, but I forget a lot of the definitions, so I have to look up a lot of definitions when I read Greek. But I can typically I can pick up my Hebrew Bible behind me and go to a coffee shop and read it without too much trouble.
Mm. How long of a period was it where you?
I'm sorry, we missed your question because you were breaking up on us.
How long period did it take you to realize that you were walking away from Christianity?
Well, I wasn't really walking away from Christianity. Like my brain state of being unconvinced was a slow process. It probably took me about 10 years to get to the point where I just didn't believe in it anymore. And there was a lot of reasons why. I think that one of the first reasons was recognizing some of the contradictions in the text that couldn't be reconciled. So I used to do Christian apologetics when I was younger. In fact, probably when I was about Anne's age, I was doing Christian apologetics the same way I'm doing atheist apologetics now. And I used to go through, and I made it my life mission to prove all the contradictions of the Bible wrong. And it turns out there's a bunch of them that you can't prove wrong because they're legitimate contradictions. So then I started studying like the Hebrew manuscripts and trying to figure out why are there contradictions. And it turns out there's even more contradictions in the Hebrew manuscripts than we have in English. And the manuscript evidence for the Bible is pretty poor. It's not good. And we don't even know which manuscripts we should be reading for the Bible. We're kind of guessing at it. And the New Testament makes it even worse because the New Testament constantly is quoting from a Greek text. And our Old Testament is being translated from a Hebrew text, which is why if you take the quotations of the Old Testament that show up in the New Testament and compare them to what's actually in the Old Testament, they typically don't match because the New Testament authors couldn't really read Hebrew. They kept quoting from the Greek text. And the Greek text is a really bad translation of the Hebrew. And they cut out a lot of important stuff. So like 25% of the book of Job is missing from the Greek text. The book of Jeremiah in the Greek Septuagint, there's like a half of chapter 7 is completely gone. And there's about 10 chapters that show up in a completely different place in a completely different order. And it's really bad when you compare the textual witnesses. So that was problematic. But I think the straw that broke the camel's back for me was just really studying the Old Testament in depth and realizing that none of the prophecies about the Messiah ever got fulfilled, and they never will get fulfilled.
What do you think that goes on with this universe and the creator that developed the systems we have, the years, the seasons? What is all this?
Well, I don't think they were created. You know, I think that's just the state of the planetary system that we live in and the universe that we live in.
And the heart works and how your eye works and how your heart beats. And you think all that just came through evolution and sort of made itself, huh?
Sure, yeah, for sure. I think evolution is a pretty good explanation for that. And I think the best evidence that we have for the evolutionary train of man is endogenous retroviruses. So we've got snippets of virus DNA that shows up in our genome. All human beings have them. We share hundreds of them. And as it turns out, a bunch of them we find in the great apes. And this is the wild part. These retroviruses that we share with the great apes, the vast majority of them don't show up anywhere else in the animal kingdom whatsoever. They're nowhere to be found. And the idea that we would share even 2 of them with the apes would be good evidence that we came from a lineage where we had shared DNA, but we actually find hundreds of them that don't show up in the animal kingdom. And so,
you study.
What's that?
Sounds like you study a lot.
I do study a lot. My actual formal training was in electrical engineering. I'm an engineer by trade. That's what I do to make money. But
my PhD in that.
Yeah, I mean it's a really good field. It's not as exciting maybe as biology, but it's a really good field. But the fact of the matter is, like, we have explanations for everything that we see around us, and I think the God hypothesis becomes less and less likely because we would then have to explain. If God created the world and he fine-tuned everything to be the way that it is, we would have to come up with explanations for why over 100,000 people a year are randomly executed with natural disasters. And then another many thousands are executed, via, being born with bone cancer. Like St. Jude right now is full of children born with leukemia and various types of cancer. This is not something that would be consistent with a God that is all loving.
Sarah, do you hear those noises?
It is. Another person.
Oh, sorry. If there's, give me a second. There's one more person in the queue behind you guys. Give me 1 second.
Okay. Okay. I want to talk to you about this one. Openly appears in Jerusalem.
I'll sign up.
All right, we took care of it. We had somebody in the queue, and the problem with the queue on YouTube is that when there's multiple people and they're talking, they can hear each other, and it messes things up. But I dropped them.
You know, I think it's really advantageous that you've come on and you've shared your knowledge and your goals, and that you seem fair enough to hear both sides. And I think you're going to cultivate good stuff to come from your goals, and that you're open. You're probably open to letting somebody convince you, yeah, God loves you and cared for you, and that it is. I mean, you're probably open to that if you could go back that way, you know. But maybe. But I appreciate your generosity and the way you handle your live stream and stuff. My granddaughter wants to talk again. She wants me to quit talking.
No, it's fine. No, you're right. If there was solid evidence for God, I would believe, obviously.
Yeah.
And were you going to say something?
Oh, sorry. I hear this person. I don't know. Sorry.
Oh, they came back. Sorry, Noah. Sorry, Noah. We're on the last guest for tonight. After Anne's done, we're not going to take any more our guests. It's past my bedtime, but they're so delightful to talk to. I kept them on.
Thank you. See your words. Sorry, some people are rude to you. I think it's just I think it's not a really good representation of what we're trying to do. It's like God is love.
You're really professional with the public. I think you are.
I appreciate that. I try. It's not, it's not always easy because like I've been live now for 6 hours, and so when you get like a couple hours deep into debate and you've got people that are yelling at you, sometimes you really want to yell and shout back at them.
Well, you just delete them.
Well,
you just tell them,
I don't know. I think I heard some people telling you you're going to hell and stuff like that, and I just believe that's just against the entire.
There's no need for that
because it's like you're still a child of God, even if you.
Yeah, even if you don't want to be.
I mean, that's what we believe.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Anyway.
And when I was a Christian apologist, I never would have talked to somebody like that. My youth pastor growing up told me, you can't carry truth over a broken bridge, and your bridge is your relationship with the people. And so I understood that, like, if you want to convince people of your position, you actually need to treat them appropriately. You can't just treat them like you're a jerk.
Hope that you believe me.
Yeah. That's true. Okay, go. Lily.
Okay, sorry. There's one more. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to keep you too long, but there's one that was concerning his ministry. It was he openly appears to Israel 483 years after the rebuilding of Jerusalem commenced. It's 600 BC, Daniel 9:25, and then it's recent in Luke 19:28 through 40.
Yes. So Daniel 9 is one of my favorite books of the Old Testament. So I apologize ahead of time. I don't think you're gonna like what I have to say about it, but everything that I'm going to say is well rooted in history and the academic study of the Bible. And I think Daniel chapter 9 was actually about the Hasmonean or the Maccabean revolt. So there's a couple reasons why I would say that this is not about the Messiah. I think it's a failed prophecy about what's going to happen after the Maccabean revolt. And here's why. I'm going to put it on the screen, although I think you might be able to see it already, but put it on the screen. You go to the very beginning of the prophecy in chapter 9. I'll wait for you to get there.
Yeah, sorry.
She's going there.
I don't know all the books.
How you do?
Well, I used to. Which one is it again? Daniel?
Daniel.
Can you help me here?
Prophecy of Daniel. I don't have my glasses on. Let me get my glasses.
Sorry, you can read it. Sorry, I know you're trying to get away.
Go ahead,
No, it's okay. It says, in the first year of Darius, son of Ahasuerus, by birth a Mede, who became king over the realm of the Chaldeans. And I'll stop there for a second. So the setting right now is that it's already after King Cyrus freed everybody in 539, because we're at Darius. This is kind of a bit of a problem because Darius the Mede isn't a real person that shows up in history. He seems to be confusing a different Darius that does show up later. He's Persian. And this is a good indicator that who's ever writing this isn't actually alive at the time that they're claiming to be alive, because they keep getting details wrong about the 6th century, and they should know the 6th century pretty well. But they get details right about the 2nd century. They get everything right about the 2nd century. So, for example, there's no Darius the Mede. And it also says, and you know this very well in Daniel, that Belshazzar is the son of Nebuchadnezzar. That's not true either. He's the son of Nabonidus. King Nabonidus was 4 kings away from Nebuchadnezzar. There's 3 different kings between Nabonidus and Nebuchadnezzar. And we've got lots of archaeological evidence to demonstrate this. So the starting point is, who's ever writing this, they don't know what's happening at the time of Daniel. They keep getting details wrong. But to the prophecy itself, it says, I, Daniel, perceived in the books of the number of the years that, according to the word of the Lord, to the prophet Jeremiah, must be fulfilled for the devastation of Jerusalem, namely 70 years. And this is another good indicator, because Daniel is now saying, or whoever's writing is now saying, that I'm reading the words of Jeremiah and I'm interpreting what Jeremiah has to say. So the rest of the chapter is about Jeremiah's prophecy. And Jeremiah, as you know, wrote this roughly the same time that they were being taken captive. And he prophesied that they would be captive for 70 years. Remember Jeremiah 25? He said they'd be captive for 70 years and then they'd come back?
Yeah.
Right. So then he says, I turned to the Lord God to seek an answer by prayer and supplication with fasting and sackcloth and ashes. And I prayed to the Lord my God and made confession. So now he's pleading on behalf of his people. And one of the questions that I think we need to ask ourselves is, why is Daniel praying right now? Because what seems to have happened is Jeremiah's prophecy has failed. Because Jeremiah's prophecy was that they'd be captive in the land for 70 years, then they would come back and they'd be completely restored back to their former glory. But that didn't happen. So Daniel now is trying to figure out what's happening here. Why didn't we get restored? And then he says, he prays for his people. He intercedes for his people. And he says, all Israel has transgressed your law and turned aside, refusing to obey your voice. So the curse and the oath written in the law of Moses, the servant of God, have been poured out on us because we have sinned against you. So this is the very important part leading up to this. He says that there's another curse in the law of God that's been poured out. Well, we know what this is. This is in Leviticus chapter 26. In Leviticus 26, God foretells that they're going to disobey the covenant, and then God's going to have to punish them. And then he says, if they don't turn from their ways, I will multiply their punishments by 7. So now Daniel is thinking, oh my goodness, we're not going to be in exile. We're not going to be punished for merely 70 years. It's going to be 70 times 7. We're going to be punished for 490 years. So that's kind of the layout of the prophecy so far, is he's realizing that their time of punishment is actually going to be 490 years and not 70 years. Are we tracking so far?
Yeah, I'm here.
Well, sort of. It's right here.
We're doing our best.
Yeah.
Fair enough. So that's why we get to the interesting stuff, like in verse 24. So he says, 70 weeks are decreed for your people and your holy city to finish transgression and to put an end to sin and to atone for iniquity and to bring in everlasting righteousness, to seal up both vision and prophet, and to anoint a most holy place. Know therefore and understand, from the time that the word went out to restore and to rebuild Jerusalem, until the time of an anointed prince, there shall be 7 weeks, and for 62 weeks it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in a troubled time. So we can pause there. So he's saying that there is going to be a rebuilding, and after 7 weeks, we're going to have an anointed prince. It's Mashiach Nagid in Hebrew, means an anointed leader of some nature, right?
It says here, until Messiah the Prince.
Yes, because you're reading in the King James, and the King James Bible is trying to insert their own theology into the translation. But it doesn't say that in the Hebrew language. It doesn't say the Messiah. It just says Mashiach Nagid, which means a Messiah leader, a anointed leader.
I don't know. Well, what mine says here, is it all right if I read it out loud to you?
Yeah.
So Daniel 9:25, know therefore and understand that from going forth of the commandment to restore and build Jerusalem unto the Messiah, the Prince, shall be 7 weeks, and the 62 weeks, the street shall be built again, and the wall, even in troublous times, and it just seems so. How could you argue that's not the Messiah? Then when they use the word actually Messiah,
Because he just explained why.
why? Because
The
he thinks the
language,
different version.
he said the King James interpreted the Hebrew, or how would you say, Jeff?
Yeah, so the word Messiah in Hebrew is just Mashiach. And when you're talking about the Messiah, it's going to be HaMashiach, which means the Messiah. So you add the HA pattern to the beginning of the word. That's typically how you would say the in Hebrew. But it doesn't actually say that in Hebrew. It just says Mashiach Nagid, which means a ruling anointed person. Now, most people interpret this to be either Joshua the high priest or Zerubbabel. Both of them fit into that category because we know that the leader, like the king or the prince, was anointed, and we know that the priests were anointed, right?
Right. Okay.
Okay. So the general consensus among scholarship is that after the first 7-week period is over, they're referring to when Joshua the high priest was anointed a high priest when the temple was dedicated in 516. So they started rebuilding the temple in 520. And they rededicated the temple in 516 BCE. And the first high priest was named Joshua. But it could also, like I said, be referring to Zerubbabel, who was the leader, the governor of sorts of the people that returned from the Babylonian captivity. But it says they're going to rebuild Jerusalem, right? Until the time of an anointed prince, there will be 7 weeks. And then it says, for 62 weeks, it shall be built again with streets and a moat, but in a troubled time, which we've probably read Nehemiah and Ezra. We're kind of familiar with that whole narrative about how they're trying to rebuild the place, but the natives are giving them trouble. It says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one shall be cut off and shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. Its end shall come with a flood, and to the end there shall be war and desolations decreed. He shall make a strong covenant with many for 1 week, and for half a week he shall make sacrifice and offering cease. And in their place there shall be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator. So this is where it gets really interesting, and this is really part and parcel with what we read in First Maccabees. Have you guys read through the apocryphal books yet?
I have a little bit. The Catholics have those books.
Well, you know, the original King James did too. So I've got actually an 1823 King James on my bookshelf behind me that still has it. Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's old too. I love it, but it's too old to read anymore because the pages are, they're going to fall out of it. But up until the late 1800s, even the King James Bible has had all the apocryphal books in it.
I heard that before.
Yeah. So if you read First Maccabees, it details the story of the Maccabean revolt. And every detail we read here in Daniel chapter 9 shows up in the Maccabean revolt. It even talks about how the second anointed person here, how he gets cut off. That's Onias III. He's the last anointed priest that was elected by the Israelites to be the high priest, and he was cut off by Antiochus Epiphanes IV, and he was replaced with his half-brother Jason. And Jason made a deal with the Greeks that they would no longer offer sacrifices inside of Israel, and they would make swine sacrifices on the temple even. And
wow.
And there was an agreement. So there was an agreement for 3.5 years, approximately 3.5 years, between Jason and Antiochus Epiphanes that they wouldn't offer the traditional Hebrew sacrifices. That's why it says, after 62 weeks, an anointed one will be cut off and shall have nothing. And the troops of the prince who is to come shall destroy the city and the sanctuary. And that's actually what happened. That's what Antiochus Epiphanes did. He came in and he took everything out of the temple. He took all the gold, all the incense pans, all the cups and the utensils. And then he offered a pig on the altar of God. Then it says he will make a strong covenant with many for 1 week. And for half of the week, he will make the sacrifices and offerings cease. Well, a half a week in Daniel's time period is about 3 to 3.5 years, exactly what Antiochus Epiphanes did. And then it said, in their place will be a desolating sacrilege until the decreed end is poured out upon the desolator, which again is what happened to Antiochus Epiphanes. He put a statue of Zeus inside of the temple. So, and this interpretation might sound new to you, but it's actually not new. For example, if you turn to the writings of Josephus, have you read Josephus?
I have somewhat, yes. A lot of people quote him.
He's good. So I've got a copy of Josephus with me. And Josephus talks about this time period as well. He says, this desolation came to pass according to the prophecy of Daniel, which was given in the 480th year, for he declared that the Macedonians would dissolve that worship for some time, referring to the prophecy of Daniel being fulfilled by Antiochus Epiphanes.
Mm.
So it seems pretty clear that the prophecy was about Antiochus Epiphanes, and it was written in the middle of the Maccabean revolt about Antiochus Epiphanes. And the best evidence for this is the first 3 chapters of Maccabees, and then I would also read the 4th chapter of 2nd Maccabees. And then here's the other thing that I think, right? I don't think that the New Testament authors believed that this was actually about Jesus in the original context. I think they believed, do you know what dual prophecy fulfillment is?
Not really. Never. I don't think so.
I mean, I can guess dual means double prophecy fulfillment.
Double, double.
Yeah.
Double meaning.
Yes.
Prophecies are,
yes. So a lot of Jewish people were upset that some of the prophecies kind of almost came true, like the parts about them being punished keep coming true, but the parts about them being restored to their former glory didn't come true. And they also believed that sometimes the prophecies of God could repeat themselves. And so they already knew, they believed that this prophecy already came true with Antiochus Epiphanes, but they believed that it could come true a second time. And they believe this about a lot of the prophecies. But I think the smoking gun, that they believed that this was actually a prophecy that was going to happen again, rather than a prophecy that actually terminated in Jesus originally, is that, remember in Mark chapter 13, when he warns his disciples what to do when they see the surrounding armies encircling the city?
Yeah. Well, what do they
Mark,
say?
Mark, what is it?
Mark 13.
Yeah, in Mark 13, I'll pull it up real quick.
13.
I believe it's Mark 13.
Mm-hmm.
Let me grab it.
Interesting. He knows all this knowledge and doesn't believe any of it.
Sorry, can you hear that?
Huh?
I think you heard you say that.
Well, that's okay if you
Oh,
heard it. I'm not
okay.
afraid to say it.
Oh, okay.
I mean, it is interesting.
It is kind of.
It's a lot of research to.
It's just, I feel like you could argue the opposite so good and like bring people, to Christ.
Right. So there's a really interesting saying that Jesus does in Mark 13. Oh, I thought I had it on the screen. Let me put it back. Oh, sorry. Give me a second. There we go. It's on the screen now. It says, when you see the desolating sacrilege set up where it ought not to be, which is exactly what Daniel said, right?
Okay.
Owe Zulu, thank you again for the train. I appreciate that. He says, when you see the desolating sacrilege set up where it ought not to be, let the reader understand. Then those in Judea must flee to the mountains, which is a kind of, you might not notice that really well. That's not a thing that really stands out. But when you read through the book of Maccabees, when they set up the desolating sacrilege in the temple under Antiochus Epiphanes, Judas Maccabeus issues a command. It says, everyone who is with me was standing up against the Greeks, head to the hills with me, run to the mountains with me, and they hide out in the mountains.
All right, when's this happening?
No, let him keep talking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, this is during the Maccabean revolt in the first 3 chapters of First Maccabees, when Antiochus Epiphanes sets up the desolating sacrilege in the temple. Judas Maccabeus revolts eventually, and he says, everyone who's with me and standing up to these Greeks, head to the hills with me. And they go and they hide out in the hills. So Jesus here is actually quoting the tradition that we find in First Maccabees. He's actually quoting from the Apocrypha here, which leads me to believe that Jesus understood Daniel chapter 9 as not originally being about him, but something that's going to happen a second time. Does that make sense? So,
well, the world is what they're saying. Yeah.
Right. Jesus understood, and he wasn't the only one. There was a number of people in his time period that thought that the book of Daniel was going to happen twice, because the promise that, remember in Daniel chapter 9, it says the end would come and there would be an end to sin, and there would be an end to all this other stuff. It kind of painted this idea that there would finally, the Israelites would be free to to worship as they please, and so on and so forth. Well, that kind of part didn't happen, right? But so they what they were saying, like, so if you read Sanhedrin in Sanhedrin 97, part A, I believe, there's a number of predictions by even the Jewish rabbis saying, well, Daniel chapter 9 needs to be fulfilled again before the Messiah comes. The temple has to be destroyed a second time. So Jesus and a number of Jewish people in his time period believed that Daniel chapter 9, even though originally was talking about Antiochus, was going to happen again during their time period.
Okay.
So that's what I think is happening with Daniel. I think originally it was about Antiochus, and other people later thought it was going to happen twice. But I don't think it happened twice. I think it happened once, and I don't even think it was prophetic. I think it was written in the middle of the 2nd century during the Maccabean revolt, because the section of text that we're talking about in Daniel is written in Mishnaic Hebrew, which is a specific dialect of biblical Hebrew that didn't originate until after the Maccabean revolt, when they reinstituted the Hasmonean leadership and they reinstituted their native tongue. They had a very specific form of Hebrew referred to as Mishnaic Hebrew. There's a lot of tells that you're dealing with Mishnaic Hebrew. So it seems to me that this was written during the Maccabean revolt and then probably edited and revised a little bit after then. And they believed, like a lot of apocalyptical, prophecies are, they believed that finally their time of trouble would come to an end. You just got to hold out a little bit longer. But these apocalyptical visions, they never come true.
Mm-hmm. Wow, I can't believe how much you know, and you aren't a Christian. I can't believe it. But what Catholic source did you debate with, or you mentioned something like that?
It's a good question. Is it Bishop Greg Nichols? Now I have to remember. So I debated a guy named Bishop Greg, and believe it or not, we didn't disagree as much as you would think. We agreed in a lot. I think if you're coming from a conservative Christian tradition, you might be inclined to believe that the people that are well educated in the Bible would all disagree with me. But my experience with dealing with priests and bishops and other pastors who have formal educations is most of what I'm telling you is typically what they believe, but they really can't tell you that in church. So there's a lot of people, they complain like, Justin, why aren't you debating people that are like scholars? But the reality is most scholars agree with me. That's where I got my opinions from. In fact, most of what I'm saying you can find in this Christian study Bible,
which is named
this is the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and it's put together by a team of academic biblical scholars. It's not put together by a religious organization.
Really?
And, the viewpoints that are in this Bible are pretty mainstream for biblical academia. And it, like, when you go through seminary, you're typically told quite a few times that, like, hey, the stuff that you're learning in seminary is not really accepted in traditional Christianity.
Mm-hmm. New Oxford, New Study Bible?
It's the New Oxford Annotated Study Bible, and I've got the 3rd edition. The 3rd augmented edition is super cheap now. You can probably get a copy for $10, but it is on the 5th edition now. If you can get a copy of the 5th edition, I think you'll really like it.
So you think your non-existence after your life is over, huh? That is amazing. That's just hard for me to grapple onto the fact that I'm non-existent. I don't feel non-existent, after my years are over, Yeah. I don't think that,
Well, it's not a pleasant thing to believe. Like, I don't want to believe that. I would love to believe that I'm going to live forever somewhere, but I think at the end of the day, like, you're either convinced by something or you're not. Like, I didn't choose to believe this. This is just what I believe.
Who's Justin Wire?
I don't know. I've never heard of him.
Oh, I thought you mentioned him. Okay, Bishop Greg Nichols, is he Catholic?
Bishop, yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, and what area of the states is he in?
Oh, I don't know. We had a lovely discussion for probably dang near an hour. And then he didn't like the way it ended, though. I think he thought that he could do better over private message, so he started messaging me in my inbox, and he left me these really long, lengthy messages. And I told him, I said, "Listen, I appreciate the dialogue, but I don't debate. I don't do DM debates. I don't debate people in my inbox." You know what I mean? Like that's what I'm on the live for. Like, people are watching me live. We can have a debate in real time. I don't have time to do a text debate with everyone that messages me. He didn't like that.
Like inflections and sound, and
you quoted somebody, Justin. Somebody who is that? I mean, you're Justin, right?
I am Justin. Yeah.
Yeah, but who you said Justin somebody, and I thought you said him after Bishop Greg. I was trying to.
Somebody said something about a guy named Justin Wire, but I'm not Justin Wire.
Okay. Oh, but I thought you were going to make a reference to something he said or something like that, or I don't know.
No, but there is a famous Justin on the internet, but I can't give you his name because, as it turns out, there's a famous Justin who's a musician who has the exact same name as mine, but I can't give out my last name because people keep sending me death threats.
Oh, I got you. They want to snuff that guy out, huh?
No, they want to snuff him out.
Yeah.
Oh, snuff you. Because of that,
I don't think they want to do
because of that.
Oh, it's
the other guy's delightful. They don't like me.
Oh, is that right?
That's right.
Oh, the way around. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
But if you ever find him, he makes great music.
Okay.
So you're on once a week, or did I get that right, or no?
Yeah, I'm usually on 3 nights a week. Usually Wednesday, Friday, and then Sunday night.
Do you ever? What else do you debate? Like, is this like your? Or what else do you talk about?
Well, I debate against the Muslims as well. I debate, as it turns out, flat Earth comes up from time to time.
I debate about that one, but like for the round Earth idea.
Yeah.
So yeah, I debate quite a few things. It's not just the Bible and Christianity, because I think that, and I actually just talked to a Muslim last night, and the conversation ended with me telling him that his religion is the most vile thing ever invented, because it is.
Oh.
Islam's the worst thing ever invented in the name of religion.
Everybody agrees to
Yeah.
that.
Well, not everybody, but a decent.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, I don't think it's the most vile. I kind of think there's probably other vile, more institutions, but like, I mean, human sacrificing and stuff. But I mean, it's up there probably.
Right. It's pretty bad, actually.
Are they human sacrifice?
I mean, no, the Islam is pretty bad. The way that they operate, like they're just like executing apostates over there.
Yeah.
So if I was an ex-Muslim living in one of those countries, they would just murder me.
Yeah.
Well, they're threatening to do that anyways. It seems like, but at least it's I don't know.
A lot of that goes on.
And they're trying to lower the age of marriage in Iraq to age 9 right now.
Oh man, that's insane.
Because guess how old Aisha was when the Prophet Muhammad consummated his marriage with Aisha? She was 9 years old.
What?
Wow.
I thought she was older than him.
Consummated it. Oh my god.
Did he have his first wife, and wasn't she older than him?
I'm not sure about his first wife, but I know he married Aisha at age 6 and consummated the marriage at age 9.
Easy.
Pretty bad.
We don't believe in that guy, so.
Yeah, for sure.
It's just, I wanted to say maybe one more thing before you go, and it's in Revelations, and I know it wasn't about Revelations. Sure. Okay, it's like one of the very last parts. It's when you're talking about God's basically threatening you if you change the Bible. It's
Revelation. Yeah, go ahead.
For I testify unto every man that heareth the words of the prophecy of this book. If any man shall add unto these things, God shall add unto him the plagues that were all written in this book. And if any man shall take away from the words of this book of the prophecy, God shall take away his part out of the book of life and out of the holy city, and from the things which are written in this book. He which testifieth these things saith, Surely I come quickly. Amen. Even so come, Lord Jesus. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ be with you all. Amen. And that's the end. And it's just, it just seems so much to bank on. Like I feel like you're risking eternal damnation on the threat that what if people change these words? Like it's your entire belief system is based off of the Bible, and even God goes into the possibility of someone changing it, and based on all our different versions, and it seems like books were taken out and books were taken in. It even seems likely that some things were changed, and it just seems scary to me that you're willing to risk it all on something that might even be incorrect, but still, like, I mean, partially, I believe in the Bible. Obviously, sure. Just for someone who you don't believe in the Bible, or maybe I'm not really sure, you don't believe in Christ, right. That's apparent. And so it just seems like you're risking so much. And I know the prophecy of like, well, you might as well believe in God so you don't go to hell. That's not right at all either. But it's just, so much and you're still willing to like risk like hurt. And it's like you're trying to convince other people too, which is like an ultimate
because he
sin.
believes it.
Yeah.
I mean, he believes it or he wouldn't be doing it.
Right.
So like, say about that maybe.
Well, yeah, he's doing it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, to point well taken, the penalty for not coming to the Father through Jesus is hell. I don't think Revelation 21 has much or 22 has much to do with that. The prophecy of Revelation, or the curse rather, seems to be about the book of Revelation itself. So when John the Revelator wrote Revelation and he issued the warnings and cursings for anyone that would change anything within that scroll, he seems to be referring to the scroll itself. He has no idea that the Bible was even going to be a thing in the future. But that being said, I mean, the Jewish people did, for a long time change the words of the Bible, and we know that they added to it and took it away pretty often. So, for example, like Isaiah is split up into 3 different sections, and it definitely wasn't written all by the same author, because in 2nd Isaiah, chapter 44 to 55, it's very clear. I'm chapter 40 to 55. It's very clear that the person writing is living 200 years after the original Isaiah. The original Isaiah wrote in the 8th century, during the reign of Uzziah and Ahaz. And who's ever writing 2nd Isaiah is alive while King Cyrus is alive, while King Cyrus is busy conquering the ancient Near East, which places them, 200 years apart. And we also know that 2nd Isaiah and even 3rd Isaiah, which is the last 10 chapters, they circulated in their own different books, like not even part of Isaiah. In the Dead Sea Scrolls and elsewhere, we've got copies of 2nd and 3rd Isaiah that were circulating, completely disconnected from Isaiah, the book that we have it today. It wasn't until later that they were combined into one book. So I think people, the Jewish people over the course of time have been pretty fond of, adding to or taking away various parts of the Bible without a whole lot of worry about how it's going to affect things.
Oh, it's just I would be worried to bank so much on that. That's right. Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. I don't believe this stuff, right? It's not something that I believe in. Like, can I change that? Can I force myself to believe it?
Guess not.
Yeah.
Right. So it's not that like I hate God or like I want to live a sinful life. I just don't believe that it's true. And so it seems weird to me that we have a God that's like all loving, all powerful. He knows exactly what it would take to convince me. Yet he hasn't given me anything that would lead me to be convinced. And I've spent my whole life trying to find it.
I don't know. I've struggled with some stuff like that too, because I remember in my old church, I would ask questions at youth group like, "What's the difference between the Old Testament God and the New Testament God?" And I'm sorry, you're not convincing me. I believe in God. Sorry, it's some of the points you make. Yeah, they make sense, and it just kind of seems like the Bible might not be always completely there with it. It's just, right. I mean, Christ, he said, is impactful and helps me with my day-to-day life, and I see no reason to stop believing in him. And
it seems odd that these professional theologians would be warned by their professors to go easy on what they're learning, because how critical it could be for their their body of listeners. So why are they in the business in the first place? Is it to be job security, or I mean that seems odd,
Yeah, there's some of that. Also, there's a lot of people in biblical academia who, that even though they don't personally believe it anymore, they do feel like they can use it as a positive vehicle for change. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Like they feel like they can make an impact using it, even if they don't believe it anymore.
Uh-huh.
But
Wow.
they want to make the world a better place. Like
Yeah.
their heart is in the right place.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of Christian organizations, yeah, it causes a lot of pain, but it seems like right now it's like they're the main source of people can find help there, and people can, receive prayer and comfort and food, and it just seems like they're doing a lot of good, and like to argue against its main theology, it just seems wrong.
Well, the irony of it all is like the Catholics root themselves back to St. Peter, and then when you look at Martin Luther and the break off of Protestantism, how they started, and their reasoning was for what it was, and it's like, how many Protestant churches do we have now?
A lot.
It's like some
Can't agree on anything.
Even at the very beginning, like during the Protestant Reformation, like the first people that broke off were the Anabaptists, and
Right.
it was literally only a matter of like 6 or 7 years before even the Anabaptists had splinters.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we can't agree on anything.
So
about
and
anything,
so that
religion, politics, like that's
after 62 years, I'm sort of going back to Catholicism roots, because I saw so much hypocrisy as a teenager, and I just drove away from that reality one day, and then, but Shakespeare was a Catholic, Michelangelo was a Catholic. I mean, like, hello.
I don't know. I've been to a lot of churches in my life. Like, just yesterday we went to a Protestant a Christmas Eve ceremony, and then this morning we went to Mass, and it's something my grandma and I, we kind of, it's Jesus, like
there's more roots in the Catholic Church. It goes deeper. It goes into the original. It goes to the 12 apostles. It really does. I mean,
No, I hear you. And I love a good Catholic Mass. It's a delightful experience.
yeah, it's the Old and the New Testament coming together. And what's wrong with eating my body and drinking my blood? I mean, if he can transfigure on a mountain, and if he can raise himself into heaven, and if he can be born of a virgin mother and she still stays virgin, and Holy Spirit conceived him.
Well, those are some of the things that I don't believe are true. You see what I'm saying? Like, I could see why you would have that opinion, but I just don't believe it's true.
Yeah.
It's like you grew up in the church, right? And you never saw like someone's lives change because of like how God affected them, and they become a better person. They lose addiction. They get healed. They families get like brought together. Because I've seen that growing up. I've seen that in all the churches I've gone to.
Certainly, I have. I've also seen it to people in other religions as well. I've worked with people that were Hindu and Muslim, and I had a friend in seminary that converted from Christianity into Islam. And for him, he couldn't get over his alcoholism, but he found that converting to Islam helped him to defeat his alcoholism. So, like, what's that?
Oh, that's interesting. Do you have any friends that stayed in the clergy that went on that you're still friends with?
Oh yeah, a bunch.
That must be interesting for the two of you. I mean, for you guys, you know what I mean?
Do they still like you, or?
Of course.
We're great friends, of course. Yeah. In fact, the one thing that's happened a lot after, because I've been online doing this for like a year and a half now, and a lot of the people that I knew previously that were in Bible college and seminary have contacted me and said, "Yeah, I haven't believed in a long time."
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
In fact, when I was in Bible college, we had a protocol for people who were in the process of deconstructing and dropping out of Bible college because they couldn't believe what they were learning.
Uh-huh. Wow.
Pretty common.
It's interesting, isn't it? I mean, I don't know. You take a society without a belief system, I don't know what kind of structure you're going to get,
Sure. I hear you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, I had a delightful time conversing with you, but I've got to be up in a couple hours for work.
Yeah,
and what was going on about the DNA something? I was like trying to listen, but then I was like, I was just like,
oh yeah, that's a wild conversation. So there's a classification of people who they think that they're Israelite for the sole reason that they are black. And then they go to the Bible and they look for anything they can find in the Bible that would lead credence to the fact that being black makes you a Hebrew. The movement is called Black Hebrew Israelite. It's getting more and more popular. I think it originated in the northeast of USA originally, but
Actually, Oklahoma.
was it Oklahoma, Bert?
I wrote my rabbinic thesis on it, actually.
Oh, you did? Oh, sorry. There's another person in the chat that you guys can't hear. I apologize, but my friend Bert, who is a Jewish rabbi, is up here, and he's saying that it originated in Oklahoma.
Wow.
But yeah, listen, I'd love for you guys to come on back and have more conversations with me.
Oh,
I think
we
we
will,
will,
and I'm
yeah.
going to try to get some good theologian Catholics to get a hold of you.
I'd love to have it.
Person is like, I was really shocked that she had this entire page. It's like literally every single prophecy that came true, and I was just like, this is so perfect
Well, I came
for
out
exactly what you were talking.
I came out of Chuck Smith Calvary Chapel. I did that for years and years and years. But yeah, you probably know that. But
my first live stream ever, I didn't know what I was going to do as my live stream. And so I went through the list of 351 prophecies of Jesus, and I debunked them until I ran out of time. I think I got through like 150 of them.
Oh,
wow.
But I don't do that topic as much anymore. I think I beat that horse into the ground like a year ago. So I've been trying to diversify my topics.
Okay.
We're still gonna go to church on New Year's.
Yeah, we're
so
still gonna go, but we're gonna come back and
we might go to Spanish Mass. Actually,
we might bring some more Catholics with us.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay.
I love it for you.
We like that you have Mass in your Christmas. Merry Christmas is Christmas.
Christ Mass. Yeah.
Christ
I
Mass.
still celebrate Christmas. This is a wonderful holiday.
Yeah,
we do too.
Take care. Nice to get to know you a little bit.
All right. Thanks for coming up. It was great talking to you both.
Bye bye.
Cheers, guys.
Bye bye. Cheers.
What a nice man.
Well, they were nice. I feel bad having to do that with them.
Hi.
Welcome in, Antoine.
Hi. My name is Anthony. I'm calling from
Anthony.
Germany.
I'm sorry. I'm not good at names.
It's fine. I wrote Antoine. I'm calling from Germany. It's 2:00 in the morning, so please forgive me for being a bit silent because of my neighbors.
Fair enough. So, Anthony, are you a believer?
Yes.
Okay. And are you a believer in the Christian God?
Yes.
Okay. And do you think that the Christian God is all good or partially good or not good?
I have concerns.
Yeah, I can understand that. Maybe let's start there. Let's put a finger on that. What are your concerns?
Let's say I'm a Protestant, like evangelical, like the European non-Catholic Christians, and I'm transitioning to being more the Abrahamanist, because I think it's nonsense to fight between Jewish, Muslim, and Christians. And I tend to use religion or faith more like a tool. And my question for you is if it's appropriate to use tools like faith, prayer, being thankful to a supernatural entity, and not being so faithful. And my final question is actually, how, if we deconstruct, how and with what shall we fill the gap in between?
That's a fair question. And I think for everyone, it's a little bit different. But for me, my process was I was a Christian. And during my deconstruction, I kind of went from Christianity is true to this idea of, well, Christianity definitely isn't true because the New Testament's full of lies and Jesus didn't fill any messianic expectations whatsoever. But it might still be that like, the Abrahamic God is real. And then for me, I think really applying my reading of the Old Testament led me to the conclusion that even the Abrahamic God doesn't make a lot of sense. For example, like the Abrahamic God, if we go back to the Adam and Eve narrative, right? according to the theology, after Adam and Eve sinned, he increased pains in childbirth, right? He made bearing children difficult. Then he cursed the earth, and now we get natural disasters and things, right? This is like a super illogical thing to do if you're God and you actually care about your creation. Like, I can understand maybe a punishment, like some kind of a punishment, like the idea that mankind would have to work by the sweat of their brow to feed themselves. Okay, I get that. Yeah, you have to work a little bit, right? But for the bulk of human history, like a lot of women, like as high as 4% of women died giving childbirth. That to me doesn't check out. And if the God is all knowing and he's all good, it seems weird to me that he would enact some kind of a rule where 4% of women giving childbirth would die. And then there have been time periods where as high as 40 to 50% of the children born would die before they get a year old. So the maternal death rate and the infant death rate has been really high in history. And according to the Abrahamic religion, it's because of what God did.
Yeah, the big question is if the whole experience of mankind should have the need to go through all these awful, difficult phases and always being on the search for knowledge, new experience, redefining ourselves, who we are, where we come from, where we go to. At the end, if you think it to the end, like if we think of a God who's lonely, alone, and tends to create something beside himself just to keep himself entertained, what is the end goal? To have another entity with the same power beside himself. So this is a real human kind of perspective. But maybe this is his end goal, to have some other entity which is as powerful like him, a playing partner.
Yeah, so I agree. So if there is a God, I'm inclined to believe that there's got to be more than one of them. It doesn't make sense that there's just one God. And if God was all alone and he wanted company, it seems weird that he would create us as opposed to another God. Because like realistically, from his point of view, like we're like toys. Like, we're pets at best.
We are.
We're not equals.
Yes, we are. So I'm totally aware of what you try to do for your audience, for yourself, and for us being in the path of deconstructing, which you maybe tend to help. My question is it appropriate to, on the path to deconstruction, is it appropriate to still use tools like praying, which is an inner monologue, to find words, to structure thoughts, to structure fears and hopes, which is a forced dialogue with oneself? Is it appropriate to use these kind of tools, or is this still a trap which keeps us in this, away from the path to deconstruct?
Well, I think that deconstruction is a process, right? So if part of your process, right, involves you still practicing things that we would classify as religion, like I don't think that's wrong. Like so I mean, if it helps you mentally and emotionally, then I'm all for it, right? Like if you're having a tough day and praying to an unknown God or an unknown force in the universe can alleviate a little bit of stress, yeah, I love that for you. I think the reason why we do these live streams is because, as you've probably already seen, there's people that will get up here and justify horrors because, well, it came from my book, right? And so that's the kind of stuff that is problematic that we need to leave behind. But like we've got friends in the space like Reverend Carla, who still practices. She's deconstructed, but she still practices a form of spirituality. We've got some people that deconstruct and move towards Buddhism because they're like, listen, the idea of a creator God doesn't make any sense of them anymore, but I still believe in like a spirit realm, and Buddhism offers that, right? So like if 100% of the people that deconstructed here ended up still being spiritual, there's probably benign. Like, I don't think it really it doesn't hurt the day-to-day process, right? Like they're not going to go out and hurt somebody because their religion told them to. It's the people who have a book that is, thousands of years old, that's unchangeable, unquestionable. That's where problems come in.
Well, maybe this is the last point, because this is not your goal for these live streams, which I'm forcing on you right now. But this is my question, my catalog of questions. I have two questions. Maybe you can help with giving an answer. Is it proof that mankind needs kind of a religion because we, as we know, always did it?
So this is a really good question. I discussed this with a couple of friends of mine, and I think someone like Dr. Joe, who's in our Discord community, would have a really good answer for this. But it seems to be that we've developed, over the course of evolution, we've developed this idea that it's hard to let go of our parents, right? And so, for example, like we have a deep desire to be connected to our parent, but guess what? Our parents eventually all pass. Like, my dad's already gone, right? But I still have this need. Like I still wake up sometimes missing my father. You know what I mean? So like when we have these God concepts, like they fill the missing parent.
Is it this? Do you think this is one of the aspects of the people who are gone, that we try to figure that out and use faith and religion to, maybe. Yeah. And my last question is, I understand what you think, and your answer, I need to process that. My last question is, if we think of religions like the polytheism to monotheism, are we in a 5,000, maybe 10,000 years process to get rid of religion and faith and get it more and more abstract?
I think it's a long arc. So when you think about the arc of history and the concepts that we've gotten rid of, think of how long it's taken to get rid of some of these concepts. The idea of slavery. Slavery was thousands of years, right? So I think that history has got a really long arc bending towards truth and justice, but I think it's a long arc. And I don't think that people are always willing to change. I think it takes time.
So we keep on working.
Yeah, we keep on working because like in the arc, it's not completely parabolic. You'll find pieces in the arc where it shifts, like something catastrophic happens and it shifts, right? We can be the shift. We can be that one thing in history that helped it to shift.
Okay, Justin, I appreciate all your work. I'm a new fan, and thank you very much for your time and your answers.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate you coming up and chatting with me, and best of luck on the journey. If you need anything, reach out. My email's on my account. You can hit us up on Discord. We'd love to hear from you.
Thank you.
Cheers, friend. Best of luck to you.
Thank you.
What a guy. What a guy.
Yeah, good combo.
Yeah.